Chapter 194. Maybe the Codex is good. Maybe the Dragon Queen is a natural saint, but Saint Bailey was born in the Westeros. Tyrion shrugged and said contemptuously, Saint Bailey closed all the brothels in King's Landing and proclaimed that everyone is equal under the seven gods. They forced the Count to wash the feet of lepers and promised that those lords who used their virginity to protect their daughter's chastity would be exempted from taxes. What's the use? People die, and politics die out. Now, there are more brothels in King's Landing than Reese. It's not illegal for nobles to kill people. Even 6 kings died. If the ladies of the noble families of the Seven Kingdoms didn't drink the moon tea, they must be too ugly and too stupid. Oh, Saint Bailey has no dragons and is far less intelligent than his descendants. The Dragon Queen is only 16 years old now. If she can live to 70 years old, she can rule the world for at least 50 years. TSK. After 50 years, the whole world will have adapted to her new rules. The old scholar showed a look of fascination and sighed, I really don't know what kind of world it is. Maybe it's hell. Tyrion sneered. Like you said, we are already in hell anyway. How bad can it be? The old scholar said faintly. Who's making reactionary remarks? Suddenly, there was a rough shout, accompanied by the sound of armor colliding. More than a dozen fierce tiger cloak army soldiers pushed the crowd and squeezed to the wine table. The officer was a short and stout middle-aged Volantis man. His blue eyes flashed fiercely. He looked at Tyrion from head to toe and scolded, Monster, are you spreading the fallacious ideas of the Mother of Dragons? No human language in the monster's mouth, but I don't know what evil remarks from the Mother of Dragons are said. Tyrion laughed. A brown-skinned man with a weathered face came in from behind and pointed at the gray-haired old scholar. General Moss, it's him. He has been saying good things about that woman, and that she will create a beautiful new world. He even knows the codex she made. He must be a spy from Slave Bay. What law did I break? The gray-robed old man frowned and asked, 2 months ago, Consul Maracho declared that woman an enemy of Volantis. Are you a spy she sent? Needless to say, you look very similar. Come with me. Without giving the old scholar a chance to explain, the short and stout General Moss waved his hand. 2 members of the Tiger Cloak army walked forward and dragged the old man out. Bastard, you bunch of cowardly Volantis, do you still have the law? Do you still have any honor? You won't even let people speak the truth. Since you're so afraid of Dany Liz Targaryen, why don't you just surrender? The old man's feet were suspended in the air. He kicked his legs wildly and cursed loudly with a red face. While they were making a ruckus, a group of coachmen, cooks, and waiters rushed over from the courtyard while yelling. There were 100 to 200 people in total. Some of them were holding wooden sticks, some were holding kitchen knives, and some were holding long whips. They stood in front of the Tiger Cloak army with their chests puffed out and their bellies puffed out. They waved the weapons in their hands and shouted loudly to intimidate the dozen or so slave warriors. The Tiger Cloak army was not to be outdone. They formed a circular formation and used the tiger claws on their wrists to block the incoming sticks. The atmosphere was at its most tense moment. An old woman walked over with the help of 2 young women. Moss, I can guarantee that if you take this foreign scholar away tonight, Marazzo will lose the consul election in 6 days. The old woman trembled as she walked, but in this noisy environment, her voice was exceptionally clear and loud. The Waterside Widow! It's the Waterside Widow! Someone exclaimed. Most of the crew, foreign merchants, tourists, and mercenaries who were watching nearby were enlightened. Some of the captains bowed in respect and even stepped back to make way for her. The old woman smiled and nodded to those people in response, like a king. However, There were also some locals who looked at her coldly, unmoved. Danny even heard a few Volantis merchants cursing in a low voice behind her. That bitch of Wagaro, damn it! Danny could not help but look carefully. It was a woman whose spine had been bent by the years. Her back was piled up with ugly humps that were almost parallel to the top of her head. Her white hair was too sparse. Under the red light of the torch, her pink scalp could be seen clearly. There was a scar on her cheek. Danny suspected that there was a slave tattoo there. Although she looked old, the old widow's eyes were black and bright, revealing rich experience and deep wisdom. As the old woman walked over step by step, the slaves besieging the Tiger Cloak army retreated to make way for her. The short officer who was surrounded by the Tiger Cloak army saw her and suppressed the anger in his heart. He asked, "Madam, what do you mean?" The old widow stamped the cane in her hand and said, "This is the merchant's house. This is the East City. Let go of this guest and leave with your people." The old widow waved her hand and interrupted him. "I know what he said, but so what? The merchant's house even entertains the necromancers of Shadow Asia, let alone a scholar from the land of the setting sun. Are you a scholar? Where's the necklace?" Moss looked back at the gray-robed scholar with messy clothes. The old man twisted his head uncomfortably and said, "I'm just a traveler seeking the truth. Everyone knows about that woman's relationship with Westeros. It's reasonable for a scholar to be a spy for her." Moss insisted. The widow by the water moved in front of the soldier and shouted in a low voice, "You stupid pig, do you know how much negative impact your actions will have on the merchant's house? Do you know that the income of the merchant's house supports at least a third of the old nobles?" Moss's expression changed. He looked back at the brown-skinned man, gritted his teeth, and waved to the Tiger Cloak army. "Let him go. Let's go." "Hey, General." The brown-skinned man wanted to say something more, but the old widow glared and scolded, "Captain Harras, I know you are a Gith and have served in the Iron Army for 3 years, but this is Volantis. Allowing you to perform bullshit dramas in the merchant's house is the limit of my tolerance. If you dare to destroy the reputation of the merchant's house, I can't guarantee that the Gith people here can leave the harbor safely." The brown-skinned man pointed at the old woman in anger. "When that woman attacks, I hope your merchant's house can still be as full as it is today. I'm just a small shareholder of the merchant's house. Even if it closes tomorrow, it won't affect me much." After the Tiger Cloak army left, the old woman comforted the gray-robed scholar softly and promised to waive his accommodation fees. After that, she glanced at Tyrion and walked to the shadows of the northeast corner with the help of 2 maids. "She seems to be very famous and prestigious." Tyrion helped Danny ask the question in her heart. "Do you still want to play chess?" Graybeard Terry asked. "We'll play tomorrow. Answer my question first. I don't know her real name. Everyone calls her the widow by the water. Did you see the scar on her face?" "Slave. Bed slave." The teardrop tattoo on her face was dug out. "When she was young, she was trained in Yuan-Kai and was proficient in the 7 cries of spring. Even the governor of Volantis was fascinated by her. Tisk TSK, I can't see it at all." Tyrion muttered in a low voice. "She even has a great-grandson." Terry rolled his eyes and continued to explain in a low voice. "Governor Wagaro fell in love with her, gave her freedom, and married her." "Wow, true love. It must be true love." Danny exclaimed. "Shoo, lower your voice." Captain Terry nervously looked at the corner and cursed in a low voice. "The story has a good beginning, but it doesn't have a perfect ending. Can you imagine the reaction of the nobles in the Black Wall? In a few years, Wagaro died of depression. The widow by the water took over his business, but she was forced to sell her husband's ancestral home that had been passed down for thousands of years. Because free people are not allowed to live in the black wall. Didn't you say that she already has a great-grandson? Could it be that she had a son with another man? Danny curiously asked. Captain Greybeard sighed. The nobles in the black wall don't allow the son of a bed slave to inherit the noble family name. You have to understand that Wagero had brothers and relatives, and they… Sigh. Later on, she lived in the merchant's house as a shareholder. People who are in trouble only need to bring gifts and come to the merchant's house for help. She will usually receive them and provide help according to the situation. Over the decades, countless crew members, captains, merchants, sorcerers, monks, and foreign travelers have benefited from her kindness. Tyrion thought for a while and looked at his companion. I need her help with something. What taboos do I have to pay attention to? Respect. She needs respect. Also, don't ever mention the name Wagero's whore in front of her. Danny pointed at a few merchants who were talking loudly in the hall and complained, I just heard the Volantis moneylenders say it. I don't care about that. Greybeard shrugged and left. Tyrion glanced at Danny and left with the square-faced, middle-aged man. Danny found Barristan in the shadows in the corner and asked, Did you see anyone familiar? There were a few merchants in King's Landing selling goods in the front hall. I went up and asked around, and guess what? Tyrion first poisoned his nephew, King Joffrey, at the wedding banquet, and then killed his father. White Knight was in disbelief and emphasized, King Joffrey is dead, Duke Tywin is dead, and Tywin Lannister was shot by his son and died in the latrine. God, what's going on? Kingslaying. Is the little devil crazy? Lion died while defecating in the stone room. Danny had known about this for a long time. The big boss of the middle stage of the game, the peerless hero who quelled the rebellion of the Four Kings, died in the latrine. But she didn't care about this. Tyrion escaped alone. Eight-clawed Spider Varys was also involved. He might be nearby, but I didn't see him. Why don't you go upstairs and rest, and I'll keep an eye on the little devil. Barristan said, Don't be in a hurry to sleep. Look over there. Looking in the direction Danny indicated, there was a shadow binder wearing a wooden mask, 3 fire mages, a blue-lipped wizard Queers, a middle-aged moon chanter, and 4 men and 2 women in front of the fake mountain cave in the courtyard. They were all carrying bags and were sneaking around, discussing something. What are they doing? Danny asked curiously. I don't know. You keep an eye on Tyrion. I'll go take a look. But those people are trash. Danny interrupted him and patted the Valeglia steel dagger on her waist. She said proudly, In front of me, they are all trash. White Knight only hesitated for a moment, thinking that the queen had defeated a few demigods, so it shouldn't be a big problem. He nodded and agreed. Danny pulled up her hood, crossed the corridor, and before the 5 people went into the cave, she jogged over and asked, Hey, Fire Mage, where are you going? Chapter 195. After being stunned for a moment, the young Fire Mage who had used all his strength to light a small flame on Tyrion's beard recognized Danny and said coldly, This is not a place for mortals. I know, it's a gathering of mystics. Danny nodded with a smile. Without waiting for the Fire Mage to reply, she stopped smiling and said seriously, Actually, I'm a priestess. Priestess? The moon singer came from the Jujesni Plains. She had a big head, a sharp face, sallow skin, long black hair, and wore a yellow dress with colorful patterns. She was obviously dressed as a woman, but she spoke with a rough male voice. Danny was shocked. A cross-dresser? Yes, I'm a priestess. She emphasized again. Which god do you believe in? Why don't I see his symbol on your clothes? The zebra priestess asked. I serve the 7 gods. Priestess, shadow-binding knight, fire mage, male wizard, have some self-awareness. Leave. The young fire mage waved her away impatiently. I'm really a priestess of the 7 gods. I serve the shadow-binding knight interrupted her coldly. We all know what the 7 gods are like. 7 wooden pillars. Even the Archbishop of the 7 Gods Church can't light a glass candle. It's better to believe in any dark demon than the 7 gods. The 7 gods priests and monks are all pseudo-mystics. We don't welcome people like you in our gathering. Danny was indeed a priestess of the 7 Gods Church. She called herself the Archbishop of the 7 Gods Church at Slave Bay, but she didn't expect the priestess of the 7 gods to have such a bad reputation. They didn't even want to play with her, and she was forced to leave the group. This is prejudice. Danny said, angrily, bring me a glass candle and see if I can light it. Humph, where are we going to find a glass candle now? The young fire mage thought she was lying and was very angry. Another old black fire mage glanced at Danny coldly and said, forget it, she's asking for it. Let her in. The cross-dressing zebra man still had some conscience. He frowned and said, you might not believe me, but it's not easy to get in touch with mystics. You don't have the talent, and you don't have the protection of the gods, so you might be entangled by the curse. Curse? Are you cursing me? That won't happen, but a hesitant expression appeared on the boss's ugly, pointy face. A normal person's physiological structure will be affected by high-energy magic. You don't understand, do you? At this point, Danny had already met all 6 of them. She was shocked to find that she could see through the young fire mage's body. She could see the depth of their magic power and the foundation of their meditation techniques, without them noticing anything, just like how she could see through the young fire mage. The fire mage's eyes were filled with flames. Their basic meditation techniques were different, so the color of their flames was different. The old black man's flames were purple, but the height of his flames was less than half of the young man's. It seemed that age did not determine the depth of one's skills. Her dragon had only been born for less than 2 years, and its magic power had just recovered. Everyone was on the same starting line. The blue-lipped wizard was also an amateur. The blue mist in his sea of consciousness was extremely thin, and he looked like a newbie. The moon singer had a crescent moon in his black eyes. The crescent moon was like a sickle, and its jade color was hazy. Danny felt that his skills were about the same as the young fire mages. As expected, the strongest one was the shadow-binding warrior from Yasha. Behind the wooden mask, there was a twisted black shadow in the green eyeball, like a flickering flame. If she did not notice the distorted face of the shadow, she would have thought that it was the black flame. But compared to Danny's 9-colored vortex that was as vast as the ocean, the shadow-binding warrior was also fun. She was relieved. Ignoring the moon singer's dissuasion, she followed him into the stone tunnel. After making several turns in the narrow crack, the 7 of them walked for about half a mile and arrived at a cold basement that was 200 square meters wide. An old slave with thin blue hair and pale skin was waiting at the door with an oil lamp in his hand. Seeing the old fire mage at the front, he took a step back and bowed respectfully. He hung the oil lamp on the stone wall and left through a small wooden door. Under the oil lamp, Danny caught a glimpse of the old slave's appearance, and she could not help but be shocked. His face was like a portrait drawn with ink soaked in water. His nose was on his forehead, his mouth was next to his left ear, and one of his eyes was between his eyebrows, and the other was under his chin. A deformed monster. Everyone else looked as if they were used to it, and Danny did not dare to ask. The basement had 4 gray stone walls and a gray floor. It was empty, with nothing inside. The ceiling was especially high, at least 7 to 8 meters. Even the light couldn't reach it after entering the basement. The other 6 people stood close to the wall next to the oil lamp. Danny suppressed her surprise and also stood next to the moon singer. Clap, clap, clap. The old fire mage clapped his hands, and said in Valeglia with an accent, "Let's not talk nonsense. Show us your skills first, then we'll talk about the deal." His skillful and relaxed demeanor and movements all showed one thing. This was an experienced driver. "I'll go first." The young fire mage walked to the center of the hall and faced everyone. He took out 2 fist-sized glass bottles from the pouch at his waist. He even held up the bottles to let Danny and the others see clearly. One was a fiery red powder, like chili powder, and the other was a greenish-brown powder, like pepper powder. Was he going to barbecue? He squatted down and slowly opened the bottle. He held the bottle with both hands and turned it over. After grabbing 2 handfuls of powder, he placed the bottle on the ground in front of him. Watch carefully. After reminding everyone, the young fire mage's sea of consciousness lit up with yellow flames. He clapped his hands that were holding the powder and shouted, "Blood Dragon Dance!" Boom! He rubbed his hands together, and 2 sparks the size of rice cookers appeared in front of him, one red and one blue. The burning smell of sulfur and saltpeter filled the stone room, and it was a little choking. Then the young man danced around like he was having a seizure. The 2 sparks gradually stretched and transformed into 2 lumps of megalosaurus. Yes, 2 lumps. Not only were there no eyes, noses, mouths, scales, and other details, but there were also no large hind legs. They looked like a mischievous 5-year-old child, made with the dough his mother used to make dumplings. The young man's face was red, and the veins on his neck and forehead bulged. 2 streams of sweat flowed from his nose. Finally, the red dragon and the blue dragon slowly approached and entangled with each other. Poof! Extinguished. Good, good, good. Just as Danny was about to hiss, the other 2 fire mages clapped their hands excitedly and shouted 3 times in a row. Their uncontrollable excitement did not seem to be an act at all. Was it really that good? Danny was expressionless, just as she was about to ask, "What's so good about it?" Wizard Queers stepped forward and said emotionally, "Lisbon, you are indeed the most outstanding mage of our generation. I can't compare to you." The young fire mage nodded proudly. If Wizard Haihong had returned to Queers for 2 years, he would have had a chance to reach my current level. Danny's expressionless face almost cracked. After Lisbon bent down to put away the glass bottle and returned to the stone wall, the old black man looked around and asked, "Who's second?" "Me." The Shadowbinder's voice was hoarse as he stepped forward. Standing in the middle of the stone room, the Shadowbinder took off his backpack and took out a basin of charcoal. There was also a pack of charcoal and a glass bottle as thick as a thumb. It was half filled with a dark red liquid. The Shadowbinder placed the charcoal into the metal basin and lit it. The charcoal burned brightly, and the faint red flames rose 2 feet high. Waves of heat spread out in the cold basement. The Shadowbinder placed his hands above the brazier and warmed them while chanting an incantation that Danny could not understand. The stone room seemed to have opened a cooling valve. Gradually, the heat dissipated, and a chilling air filled the air. It was the kind of eerie chill that one would find in a cold tomb. Danny was shocked to see the shadow behind the Shadowbinder twisting and turning. At first, it was as slow as a twig sprouting, but the faster the Shadowbinder chanted, the more intense the shadow became. Finally, a dense sea of shadows appeared on the wall behind the Shadowbinder. "This bottle of blood came from a noble," the Shadowbinder said, as she raised the glass bottle. She then opened the bottle and poured the blood into the brazier. Sizzle! The smell of burnt flesh filled the air along with the white smoke. It was nauseating. What happened next shocked Danny. The shadow behind the Shadowbinder slowly moved closer to the center, and the black color became thicker and thicker. She had never imagined that a shadow could be so dark and lifeless. Just one look at it was enough to make her shiver and freeze her soul. It was like a two-dimensional paper person stuck to the wall, struggling to enter the three-dimensional world. A blurry humanoid shadow walked out of the wall. It was like a sleepwalker, wandering aimlessly in the room without making a sound. It approached the oil lamp, and the shadow turned from light to dark. It retreated into the shadows, and the color gradually decreased. It was very strange. The brighter the flame, the clearer the shadow became. Gulp! Danny swallowed. She turned around and saw that the others were even weaker than her. Their faces were filled with fear, and they were dumbfounded. She instantly looked better. She seemed to have gained courage from the others' cowardice. So powerful. "Sir, can you control it to kill people?" she asked. The Shadowbinder looked at her in surprise. He was surprised that she was not affected by his blood magic. Fear appeared on the faces of the others. It was mostly due to the fact that they were being suppressed on the level of their souls when faced with superior spells. This priestess of the seven goddesses was not simple. "I can't control him," the Shadowbinder said. "Him." The Asha woman explained seriously. "I used the noble's blood to summon the noble's shadow. The noble's soul is projected on his shadow, but he has his own will, even if his will is chaotic and ignorant. Is it because you're not strong enough, or is there some other reason? I've heard that someone can control the shadow to kill people from a distance, like a servant." The Shadowbinder looked at her strangely for a while. He did not expect that this weak and fake mysterious person would dare to say such things to him. "I'm the most notorious Shadowbinder, and I'm playing with the soul of a noble. Is it because the ignorant are fearless? Impossible." The woman with the wooden mask shook her head and said with certainty, "I said that the shadow is attached to the noble's soul. The soul is the combination of the will and the spirit. I can only control it, but I can't. It's not that I can't make him kill people. I'm not strong enough, but even if I'm strong enough to control him to kill people, I have to meet a condition. He wants the victim to die. You understand? Shadowbinders can only control and tempt the shadow to act, but they can't distort its will. It's just like how no one can make a normal person on the street commit suicide with a few words." Chapter 196. After chatting with the shadow-binding sorcerer, Danny's fear gradually disappeared. She ran to the shadow and examined it carefully. She couldn't see the features clearly, but there were arms and legs. The head and neck were blurry, just like Lisbon's blood dragon dance. The details were lacking. Danny asked, "Will the noble die without a soul?" "After the witchcraft ends, the soul will automatically return to the body. It's like the noble had a dream. Can I touch him?" Danny pointed at the shadow and asked. The shadow-binding sorcerer, the black fire sorcerer, looked at the seven goddess priestess in shock and said, "You're so brave." Danny and the shadow-binding sorcerer talked for a while. The others slowly recovered from the shock and fear. "You can try," the shadow-binding sorcerer said, quietly. It was cold and soft to the touch, like a jelly that had been frozen overnight. "It's a bit cold. It seems to be absorbing the heat from my hand." As Danny spoke, she flicked the shadow's head a few times. It's very sturdy." Then she grabbed the shadow's wrist and squeezed it slightly. It turned into powder, like a piece of wood that had been rotten for tens of thousands of years. The shadow wriggled a few times and started running around the room. It looked a bit panicked. "It's still a bit fragile." Danny held up the broken arm that was struggling and twisted. She looked at the shadow-binding sorcerer and asked, "What should we do now? Can we throw it on the ground?" You. The shadow-binding sorcerer, who had been acting like a master since the beginning of the courtyard, couldn't stay calm anymore. He pointed at Danny and shouted with a distorted voice, "Why are you fine? What's wrong?" Danny tried to throw the wriggling shadow away, but it was as light as a feather. She opened her palm, and the wriggling arm was still stuck to her palm. The fire sorcerer, the wizard, and the moon singer all looked at her blankly. Finally, the black fire sorcerer took a few steps forward and asked, "How do you feel?" "I don't feel anything. It's lighter than cotton candy. It's just a bit cold and sticky. Try it." She put the broken arm in front of the old fire sorcerer. "What kind of candy is cotton candy?" the old fire mage asked casually. He subconsciously reached out his right hand and grabbed his broken wrist. The shadow that was stuck to Danny's palm immediately fell off. This is strange." She looked at her palm from left to right. It was white and clean, and there was nothing there. Cluck, 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 cluck. The sound of teeth chattering rang in everyone's ears like raindrops hitting banana leaves. Danny took a closer look and found that the old fire sorcerer's face was dark. His white eyebrows, beard, and short hair were all covered in white frost. His eyes were white, and he looked like a dead catfish. It was visible to the naked eye that the white gas coming out of his mouth was getting lesser and lesser. I can only exhale, but not inhale." Danny took a few steps back and pointed at the old man. "What's wrong with him?" The shadow-binding knight glared at her and quickly bent down to take out a pot lid from his cloth bag, covering the brazier with it. Hiss, hiss. The 3-feet-tall flame retreated back into the brazier. Not long after, the flame was extinguished. The shadow that had been running wildly in the room quickly dimmed and disappeared. Plop! The old fire mage sat on the ground, panting heavily. "You people from the Midsummer Islands are really children of summer. You've never seen snow or experienced winter. You can't even stand this little bit of cold." Danny shook her head and sighed. The shadow-binding knight walked over to help the old man up and asked, "Master Connie, how do you feel?" "I'm okay. Master Tam's magic power is strong." "This old man." The fire mage glanced at the unscathed Danny, shook his head, and sighed. "I'm ashamed. Alas, I can't even compare to a fake priest." "I'm really a priest of the 7 gods," Danny argued. "A priest without a god has no power. It's all fake." The young Lisbon stepped forward and helped the old fire mage to the wall. He looked at Danny strangely and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you? Why aren't you attacked by Master Tam's magic power?" "I'm not afraid of the cold," she said. "It's not a matter of whether it's cold or not." The fire mage seemed to have thought of something and was stunned for a moment. He pointed at Danny and said in surprise, "You have the talent to become a mystery person, and a very high talent. You don't need to cultivate, but you have magic power in your body." The shadow-binding knight and the others suddenly understood. The 7 gods were fake, and the priests of the 7 gods were also fake mysteries. However, this didn't mean that the fake priests didn't have the talent for witchcraft. "What's your name?" Moonsinger asked. Well, with the talent to become a mystery person, these people began to see Danny as a human. "Layla of the Arathorn family in Bravos," she said. "Arathorn." Moonsinger thought for a moment and said in realization, "The Arathorn family in Moon Pond Street. Your ancestors used to live inside the Black Wall, right?" Danny shrugged and said casually, "It's been hundreds of years." The Arathorn family in Bravos was a small noble family with Fileglia blood. When Danny and Liz were very young, William Derry even received the Arathorn family head when he came to visit. Later, Sir William died of illness, and Danny and Liz were chased out of the mahogany door by the servants. Viserys even brought his sister to the Arathorn family for help. It was obvious that the people who chased the siblings out were not the servants of the family. Arathorn didn't even let the 2 young Targaryens enter the house. "Layla, you can try to convert to Lalo. The priests of the 7 gods really don't have a future. Moon, Singer advised. The old fire mage stood up and said slowly, "Let's talk about private matters in private. It's late. Let's continue." Moonsinger nodded and walked forward. "I'll do it." The zebra man didn't use any tools. He sat cross-legged on the gray stone floor and muttered something. His black eyes rolled around. Danny felt a little dizzy just watching from the side. There were no other sound and light special effects, but Danny noticed that the new moon in the man's mind was expanding rapidly. It expanded to a full moon, and then quickly thinned into a crescent moon. Although she didn't know what he was doing, he was definitely doing it. Phew, the zebra man exhaled deeply. He stood up and said solemnly, "Tomorrow morning there will be heavy fog in Volantis. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the fog will disperse and the sun will shine. In the afternoon, the temperature will be a little high. Remember to drink more water and don't catch a fever. In the evening, the sky will be full of light and the breeze will be gentle. If you have time, I suggest that you go to Boar-Cliff to watch the sunset." Danny was stunned for a moment. She asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" "Prophecy. Moonsinger is prophesying tomorrow's weather," the old black mage said. Actually, Danny looked conflicted. Actually, she could guess that tomorrow would be a sunny day. But when she saw how tired the zebra man was and how sweaty he was, she couldn't bring herself to say those words. Next was Wizard Queers. He gave Danny a little surprise. He took out a blue turtle shell the size of a lunchbox and chanted a spell. A turtle made of blue light crawled out of the shell. It had 4 limbs, a head, and a pair of illusory wings. It floated in the air. "A phantom turtle," she called out. The wizard nodded. He tapped the turtle's head with his finger. The phantom turtle quickly expanded from the size of a lunchbox to the size of a rice cooker. "Go," the wizard growled. The phantom turtle spun in a circle, flapping its wings and moving its limbs in the air. It came to Danny as fast as a galloping horse. "Moo," the turtle called out. Then a message appeared in her mind. "Is it powerful?" She nodded blankly. "Powerful, powerful, very powerful." Boom. The phantom turtle turned into a ball of blue light and disappeared. "How far can your phantom turtle run?" Danny looked at the exhausted wizard and asked. "It can go anywhere within 500 meters, Wizard Haihong said proudly. "But the blue mist in your mind is 3/4 gone. Brother, very powerful. Is there anything special about this turtle shell?" Danny looked at him with admiration. The wizard didn't hesitate and said, "You know the Loinese god, right? They treat the entire Lone River as a god, the mother of the Lone River. Although she was crippled by the Valeglia, the mother of the Lone River is far more real than the 7 gods. There are a group of gods under the mother of the Lone River. One of them is a giant turtle, the Old Man of the River. Maybe it's because of the Old Man of the River's divine bloodline, but some of the turtles in the Lone River have very high spirituality." He shook the turtle shell in his hand. "Like this one. I spent 40 silver coins to buy this turtle shell from a Loinese fisherman." Loinese? Danny could tell that this wasn't a normal term. Only the Loinese believe in the Old Man of the River. It's rare for others to see this kind of auspicious sign. Danny was shocked and said in disbelief, "Believers kill their own god." "Ha. As long as the price is high enough, they can even sell their parents and children. Aren't they human?" The wizard cracked his blue lips and sneered. "It's said that every fisherman only has one chance in their life. If they take the 40 silver coins, they'll never see the Old Man of the River again for the rest of their lives." Without further delay, the wizard put away the turtle shell and retreated to the wall. The next person to appear was the inconspicuous, skinny, middle-aged fire wizard. He was about 4 feet taller than Tyrion, who was less than 6 feet tall. His cheeks were so thin that one could see the outline of his skull. He took off his gray robe and sandals in the middle of the stone hall, leaving only a white cloth wrapped around his waist. His ribs were clearly visible. He was so skinny that he was out of shape. The skinny man took out a ball of cotton, wool the size of a pillow, and sprinkled it with pungent fire oil. He moistened it and spread it out into a 4-meter-long strip. The length of the cotton wool was uneven. It was thick in the middle and had 2 ends. Ignite. Boom. A 4-meter-long red wall of fire rose in the room. The flame in the middle was more than 2 meters high, and the 2 sides were shorter, only half a meter high. From where Dany and the others were standing, it looked like a mountain of fire. The skinny man stretched his neck and twisted his waist. After warming up, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Everyone, I'm going to show you the fire escape technique. Fire escape technique. Dany's interest was piqued. Ha ha. The skinny man retreated to the wall and shouted. He quickly ran toward the wall of fire. Ah ha ha. Like a motorcycle sprinting down a muddy hill, the skinny man climbed and ran on the fire with his bare feet, as if he was stepping on solid objects. He ran until he reached the other side, then sped down. Clap! The skinny man's bare feet landed on the ground. He actually ran on the fire for 4 meters. Clap, clap, clap. Dany clapped with all her might and shouted excitedly, "Good, that's great." The magicians nearby were originally calm, but when they saw Dany clapping so excitedly, they hid the disdain in their eyes and clapped as well out of politeness. Seeing everyone's unprecedented enthusiasm, the skinny man, who had originally planned to run and leave the stage, was also excited. Even the Shadowbinder and the #1 genius of the younger generation are clapping for me. I must perform well. Chapter 197. It was nothing much for the 7 priestesses to applaud. However, the Binding Warrior Tam, the #1 rookie Lisbon, and even the Moonchanter were all top figures in their respective domains. It was like being praised by Brother Guan Yu for his swordsmanship, being praised by Liu Ban for his axe skills, being envied by Father Ma for his wealth, and being envied by Einstein for his intelligence. The skinny man's face turned red. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He took a few deep breaths and retreated to the bottom of the wall. He rushed forward and jumped onto the volcano before doing a somersault. Bang! It was as if Wang Chi's Laozhan wall passing technique had lost its power. Or rather, it had reached its limit. A part of the volcano was dented. With a bang, sparks flew everywhere. The skinny man who did a somersault cried out in pain and fell to the ground from a height of 2 meters. His body was pressed against the burning kerosene. Ouch, he cried out. His voice was mournful and sorrowful. It gave Dany a fright. Seeing that the cloth bag at his crotch was burning, a few people who had recovered from their shock immediately walked forward and prepared to help extinguish the fire. "Roll, roll on the stone floor," shouted Dany. However, the fire was extremely fierce. The skinny man rolled back and forth on the ground, but he couldn't extinguish the fire. "Help, help me! Water! Quickly use water!" howled the skinny man. "There's no water here." The old man shouted and ran to the small wooden door in the corner. Bang, bang, bang. He kicked the door and shouted, Men, bring water." "There's no time." Dany clenched her teeth and shouted to the skinny man, "There's no other way. Lie on the ground and spread your legs. We'll help you extinguish the fire." Ouch, ouch, ouch. He was a fire mage after all. Half of his body was burning, but he could still grit his teeth and assume the posture that Dany requested. "Follow my example." Dany called out to the few of them and rushed forward, stomping on the ground. Ouch! Dany only needed to kick him once. The skinny man's eyes rolled back, and he fainted in happiness. However, his happiness did not last for long, because pain could also awaken an unconscious person. Seeing that Danny's feet were as swift as the wind and the flame in his abdomen was really extinguished, the others, including the shadow-bind warriors, no longer hesitated. They also rushed over and surrounded the skinny man. Bam, 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 bam. Then, the skinny fire mage woke up and let out a howl. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Bang, bang, bang. He woke up. Howl. After about 4 or 5 minutes of stomping, the skinny man's body was a mess. The flames were all extinguished, and only wisps of white smoke mixed with the aroma of barbecued meat drifted out from his body. "Sir Wizard, is your secret meeting over?" A deformed head popped out from behind the wooden door. It was the blue-haired old man from before. Pogba, the fire magician, made a mistake while casting a spell. He was burned by the flames. "Hurry up and take him away for treatment," the old man said, pointing at the man with black and red skin on the ground. The blue-haired old man's legs trembled when he saw the fire magician's pitiful state. He said with a trembling voice, "The consequences of making a mistake in casting a spell are so tragic. Sir Wizard, the merchant's house is not responsible." Whoosh! Danny took out a handful of silver coins and scattered them on the skinny man's body. "This is a tip." The brown eyes on the old man's forehead bulged. After a while, he moved his gaze away from the shiny silver coins. He nodded and bowed to Danny, saying, "Don't worry, Sir Wizard. We will definitely treat Sir Pogba." After a while, 2 gray-clothed servants carried a stretcher over and carried the half-cooked fire magician away. "What do we do now?" Lisbon frowned. The old man glanced at the shadow-bind warriors vaguely. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is a rare opportunity. Let's continue. I'm the only one left anyway." For a fire magician like Pogba, being burned is a common occurrence. It shouldn't be a big problem. Lisbon nodded in agreement. A common occurrence. How miserable would that be? Danny's mouth twitched. She asked in confusion, "I once saw a fire magician climbing a fire ladder that was 7 or 8 meters high like an ape on the street. It seemed to be very easy. Why is it so difficult for Pogba to climb a fire wall?" "Pogba can also easily complete the performance you saw, but this gathering is only for learning skills, real spells," the old man said calmly. "What do you mean? Is that performance fake?" "It's half real and half fake, on a specific stage. With the help of steel wires, slow ropes, and other props," the old fire magician explained. The shadow-bind warrior Tam also nodded in agreement. In the whole of Volantis, Pogba is one of the top 5 fire magicians. His strength is not to be underestimated. Danny did not know what to say. The old man stood in the middle of the stone hall. He felt the scorching heat from the burning ground. He immediately thought of the scene where everyone helped Pogba put out the fire. He did not need to feel a chill on his thighs. He hesitated. After a while, he said hesitantly, "Everyone, I was slightly injured earlier. Everyone has seen the strength of Great Wizard Tam. In order to eliminate the corrosion of the residual power of the blood witchcraft, I used too much magic power. I'm afraid I can't perform my basic spell as planned. I can only use a little trick used by guardians to amuse everyone." "Okay, I already know your strength." The shadow-bind warrior nodded. The old man lit up the charcoal basin, put on a stand, and put in a small pot. He poured a pot of dark purple oil into it. The oil boiled, and the smell of oil filled the stone room. "This is oil that has been refined with magic. It's very easy to ignite," the old fire magician explained. A few seconds after he finished speaking, the oil in the pot began to boil, and a raging fire suddenly rose up. The pillar of fire rose all the way to the ceiling, and the heat wave unscrupulously spread in all directions. The fire died, everyone's faces red. The old fire magician took off his robe, revealing his ugly chest with loose skin. He took out a wooden box the size of a can bottle from his pocket, fire-repellent ointment. Then he dug out a big lump of gray ointment and spread it evenly on his arms, palms, shoulders, and chest. He raised his hands so that everyone could see clearly. No one could tell that he had put something on his hands. Then he put his hands into the oil pot bit by bit. With a sizzling sound, he kept scooping up the burning oil. He even put his hands in the fire to roast them. 7 gods above, this ointment is so effective against fire, Danny said in disbelief. Look at his chest, Moon Chant reminded her in a low voice. Danny didn't need her reminder. She had already seen the old fire magician's magic power flowing under the ointment. His arms, shoulders, and chest were like crabs in a steamer, red and steaming. Under the ointment's effect, the heat from his palms spread to other parts of his body and spread into the air. In short, the ointment was helping the skin on his hands to dissipate the heat. She was even more surprised because she saw through this. The old black magician was much more mature than the skinny man. Hearing Danny's surprise, he didn't insist. Soon, he dried his hands, removed the charcoal basin, and covered the oil pot with a lid. Tam coughed softly and glanced at Danny. He then said in a clear voice, "There are 3 purposes for this gathering. Demonstrate your spells, expand your knowledge, exchange spells with other classes of sorcerers, and discuss spell secrets with each other." The first purpose has been achieved. Who wants to exchange spells? How much is Mr. Wood's fire repellent ointment? Lisbon asked first. It's a level 3 protection spell, the shadow magician said casually. The old fire magician nodded without hesitation. Sure. Lisbon frowned and took out a milky white porcelain bowl, a matching porcelain plate, and 2 dice from his backpack. Magic dice. You can roll the number you want. Then he demonstrated several times, each time between 8 and 12 o'clock. Danny didn't see any magic waves. She couldn't help but wonder, are your dice filled with ahem? The shadow magician interrupted Danny's unfinished words. When other people are trading, they can't talk about other people's magic secrets. Magic secrets, my ass. Isn't it just a dice filled with mercury? The young fire magician glared at Danny and looked at the shadow magician. What do you think? It's also a level 3 protection spell. Tam said. Okay, I'll trade, the old fire magician said. Then, the 2 walked to the other side of the stone room and started to talk about the deal in a low voice. At this time, Danny asked in confusion, what's a level 3 protection spell? The shadow magician was silent. Moonsinger whispered, basic meditation techniques are the foundation of spells. They're also called fundamental laws. Usually, to complement the fundamental laws, you'll learn a special skill such as Lisbon's fire control and Pogba's fire escape. A person's energy is limited. It's rare to be able to study the fundamental laws and 1 or 2 special skills in a lifetime. But occult professionals also need money, so you'll often meet fire magicians who perform on the streets. The magic they use to make money is called protection spell. You can't have too many protection spells because the audience will get tired of them. Because of this, you need more protection spells, not more. Of course, now that magic has recovered, as long as you're a real occult professional, your fundamental laws can also be used as a protection spell. For example, Pogba's fire escape can evolve into a fire ladder. Danny's face twisted. The mysterious veil of extraordinary was lifted, revealing 3 words. Miserable. I'm so miserable. I believe you can see that Lisbon's magic dice doesn't need magic at all, but you can't deny that it can indeed cheat a hem. Moonsinger touched her nose and said awkwardly, it can make money. especially in the age of magic when the magic tide falls. A skill that can make money is a good skill. The more money it can make, the higher the level of the skill. Level 2 protection spells, Level 1 protection spells. Danny's face stiffened. She didn't know what to say. How was this a gathering of extraordinary? It was completely an exchange of swindlers. However, on second thought, Moonchant's words did make sense. Transcendents were humans after all. They needed to eat and feed their families. They didn't steal or rob. They relied on their skills to earn money. What's wrong with cheating? Do wizards have protection spells too? Danny looked at Blue Lips. Of course, the wizard said matter-of-factly. What about Great Wizard Tam? I'm from the land of shadows. The shadow-binding knight said calmly. His face was covered by a wooden mask, so his expression couldn't be seen, but there was a hint of arrogance in his voice. Danny didn't understand. She was about to ask again, when Moonsinger explained first. Lord Tam has real power. Do you know about the dragon hatching in Volantis? Chapter 198. The Volantis people want to hatch dragons too? Could it be? Danny pointed at the shadow-binding knight and said in surprise, could it be that the consul invited Great Wizard Tam to hatch dragons in Volantis? Yes. Moonsinger looked at the shadow-binding knight in awe and said, only Great Wizard Tam is qualified to participate in such a grand event. Danny could not help but think of the witch who had cheated hundreds of thousands of gold coins from the virtuous master. A dragon witch. She could not even tell the difference between real and fake dragon eggs. What else could she be if she was not a scammer? Yes, a small wizard who cheated the people and made the big boss a VIP. She would not open for business for 10 years and would eat for 10 years. But does Volantis have dragon eggs? She asked curiously. What do you think? If there are no dragon eggs, why would we invite the shadow-binding knight? Moonsinger shrugged. There are too many dragon eggs in this world. The mother of dragons incubated 4 eggs, and a dragon granny in New Guise is incubating eggs. I heard that the royal family of Keles had 2 eggs, and now even Volantis has eggs. I feel that a great era is coming, the shadow-binding knight said with a complicated tone. Was the long night that happened once in 10,000 years considered a great era? While they were talking, Lisbon and the old mage returned with satisfied expressions. Even Moonsinger and the wizard joined in, exchanging spells, magic materials, and magic books. The shadow-binding knight even used a ruby to exchange for half a pound of ghost grass seeds from the wizard. According to Tam, the ruby could store a poison resistance spell. I once got a poison resistance necklace with a sapphire, but it didn't seem to have any effect. Danny was confused. Do you know the principle of poison resistance? The shadow-binding knight asked. Wearing it will automatically dispel poison? The shadow-binding knight shook his head and explained, you have to predict that you will be poisoned the night before and what kind of poison you are poisoned with. Then you can concoct an antidote or prepare a poison resistance spell and store it in the ruby. The next day, you will be immune to poison. Danny nodded. What Tam said was almost exactly the same as what Faceless said last time. This is completely useless. Can't I just carry the antidote with me? She said with a headache. Most of the time, you don't even have the chance to drink the antidote. The Shadowbinder shook his head. Also, think about it. One of the situations is when you lie on the ground in front of the enemy with a miserable look on your face, struggling to take out the medicine bottle from your pocket like a stray dog struggling for its life. The other situation is when you have a mysterious smile on your face as you watch your enemy calmly eat the food that has been poisoned. That kind of situation is more frightening to the enemy, more in line with the noble, elegant, mysterious, and powerful aura of an adept. Danny was speechless. Then let's begin the third. Wait. Danny interrupted the shadow-binding knight. She stepped forward and said, I want to trade too. You have talent, but your talent lies in the future, not the present. The shadow-binding knight frowned. I have a guardian skill, Danny said confidently as she rubbed her nose. Doubt protection technique? Sure, but you have to demonstrate it first. I'll give you a fair rating. The shadow-binding knight nodded. It was a scam, after all. She didn't have to know magic. The 5 insiders all understood and accepted it. Danny rolled up her sleeves and said boldly, "Give me 2 bowls and 3 dice." Although Lisbon was puzzled, he still took the initiative to hand over his bowl and dice. Danny squatted on the ground and placed the 3 dice in front of her. The 2 bowls were placed on the side. She thought for a moment and looked up. She glanced at the 5 people who were staring at her curiously and asked, "Who can give me a magic wand?" "Magic wand? What's that?" "Just any stick will do." "No stick. How about a spoon?" The old man took out a wooden spoon with a long handle that was used to dig out the fire-repelling ointment from his pocket. "Okay." Danny took the spoon and pointed at the 3 dice. "Are you all done?" she asked. "Yes." The 5 nodded. "Let's begin. My magic skill is called 3 Gods Return to Cave." "Why not the 7 gods? Don't you believe in the 7 gods?" Moonsinger asked curiously. "Let's understand the 3 gods first." Danny smiled slyly and said loudly, "Look carefully. Use the bowl to cover it." The first time, she was very fast. The others didn't think much of it. After all, it was a simple action. What could be fancy? The second bowl, cover the dice on the left. Now, you all see it, right? There's a die under each bowl, and there's one left in the middle. Is it like this? Yes. The old mage nodded. It's that simple. We all saw it. Continue, Lisbon said impatiently. Danny nodded. She picked up the dice in the middle with 2 fingers and held it in her left hand. She knocked the wooden spoon in her right hand on the porcelain bowl on the left and chanted a spell in Chinese that no one could understand. "Mommy, mommy, mommy, please bless me, Ghost Hand King. Your disciple will make a living in this world and help you develop the skills of 3 immortals return to cave." Whoosh go! This was advanced Phileglia language. Everyone could understand it. The 5 transcendent mages looked at her as if she was an idiot. Finally, Moonsinger couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" Danny waved her hand at him and pointed at the left bowl. She said loudly, "Now, guess how many dice are in it?" Lisbon crossed his arms and sneered. "Do you think we're blind? Of course there's only 1. "What about you?" "1. The other 4 said together. "Sigh, look carefully." Danny shook her head and sighed. She gently opened the left bowl. Ugh, 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 ugh. The 5 people's eyes bulged. Their mouths were so wide open that they could fit their fists. What sorcery is this? Aren't you a priest of the 7 gods? Don't tell me the priests of the 7 gods also have mystical powers?" The young fire mage stuttered. Danny shrugged and covered the left bowl. She knocked the wooden spoon on the bottom of the right bowl and asked, "How many dice are in there?" 1, 2. The 5 people gave 2 different answers. "Look carefully." Danny removed the bowl on the right, revealing the empty floor. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The 5 transcendents were stunned. Danny smiled faintly. She covered the right bowl and knocked the left bowl with the wooden spoon. She pointed at the left bowl and asked, "How many dice are in there?" This. The 5 of them looked at each other. Their eyes filled with bewilderment. "Io, it's just a demonstration. I'm not lying. Ahem, I'm not asking you to bet. What are you afraid of? If you think of anything, just say it." Danny encouraged them. 3, it must be 3. Singer gritted his teeth. "Yes, 3. The fire mage and wizard nodded in agreement. The shadow bind hesitated for a moment and nodded. The dice in the right bowl teleported to the left bowl. So there are 3. Hee, you even thought of teleportation. As expected of a big shot in the transcendent world, Danny calmly opened the left bowl. What? Looking at the empty floor, the 5 transcendents were dumbfounded. She closed the left bowl and knocked the right bowl with the wooden spoon. How many? 3. She opened it. There was only 1. She closed the right bowl and knocked the left bowl with the wooden spoon. How many? 2. She opened it. There were 3. How many? How many? Danny's actions became faster and faster, and her questions also became faster and faster. The 5 great mages' eyes became more and more confused, and their minds became more and more confused. Gradually, they seemed to hallucinate. There was only 1 wooden spoon and 2 bowls left in the world. There was only 1 voice in their ears. How many? How many? How many? Seeing that they were about to break down, Danny threw away the wooden spoon and stood up. She looked at the shadow bind and asked, "What level?" 2. Grand Wizard Tam said blankly, "I'm asking what level my guardian skill is." Danny's mouth twitched. Is it over?" The shadow bind woke up with a start. He blinked, and his eyes gradually regained clarity. "What did you say?" Danny repeated her question with a wooden face. "Oh, it must be level 1. The highest level," the shadow bind said with certainty. "A skill that could even trick transcendence would definitely be able to kill ordinary people. Or was this not a trick? Are you sure this is not a sorcery skill?" the shadow bind asked. "Think what you want. I'll only trade for a guardian skill. I'll trade with you." The young fire mage stared at Danny. "I'll trade my basic skill with you. Blood Dragon Dance." This, Danny frowned. Blood Dragon Dance sounded awesome, but it was useless. If possible, she would rather have Pogba's fire escape. She could imagine a shocking scene. A ball of fire suddenly exploding in the palace's fire pool. The Dragon Queen leaped up like a fairy and stepped on the flames to the side of the pool. Eerie and Jichi looked at her. In awe, seeing her hesitation, Lisbon hurriedly added, "You were in the hall earlier. You saw me summoning flames to burn the ugly dwarf. My fire manipulation skill can not only control burning flames, but also the fire elements in nature. When the fire elements gather together, it can ignite everything." "But you barely managed to ignite the dwarf's beard." Danny suspected that he was bragging. The young fire mage's face turned red. He hurriedly said, "My level is not high enough. It's said that the Blood Dragon Dance came from ancient Valeglia. It's an inherited skill of the Grand Wizard." "Lisbon, you can't talk nonsense." The shadow bind could not listen to him anymore. Even if the fire mage was a junior she thought highly of as a witness, Tam would not allow him to lie to a transcendent other than himself. Who else can use the skills of the Grand Wizard of Valeglia? She said seriously, The young man's expression changed rapidly. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "My inheritance comes from an old noble in the Black Wall. I can't say his name, but I can swear to the Grand Wizard that he belongs to one of the 14 fire peaks." The old man was deep in thought. He looked at the young man with envy and hidden jealousy. "No wonder you want Priest Layla's 3 gods return to cave so much. That prodigal must have many more secret skills waiting to be sold, right?" Without a doubt, Layla's 3 gods return to cave was a godly skill that could cheat money. It was also because the rules were very simple and clear at a glance. There would definitely be a lot of people who would fall for it. In short, with the 3 gods return to cave, Lisbon could accumulate a lot of wealth in a short period of time and exchange it for a large number of secret skills from some prodigal in the Black Wall. Valeglia's secret skills. many people risked their lives to explore the ruins of Valeglia. Wasn't it just to discover the secret skills of Valeglia that ruled the world? Chapter 199. What about you guys? Danny looked at the shadow binder and the others. She wanted to compare the items and see who had more valuable items. I don't need a guardian skill, Tam said calmly. Seems like the Volantis people really put in a lot of effort to invite you. I don't have a level 1 guardian skill to exchange with you, the old man said regretfully. The blue-lipped milk man stepped forward and said excitedly, I'm willing to use 10 buckets of night shadow water and the wizard root method to exchange with you. I don't want it even if you give it to me for free. However, Danny was still tempted. She nodded hesitantly. Let me think about it. She then looked at the moon singer. The current guardian skill is enough for me, the big boss declined. Broadcast the weather forecast. Can I talk to Mage Lisbon alone first? Danny asked the shadow binding knight. When the shadow binding knight nodded, she walked to a corner with the fire mage. With their backs facing the others, they began to talk softly. Without the great wizard Valeglia's root method, I'm afraid I can't learn your blood dragon dance. Danny purposely probed. Lisbon sighed in relief. So that was what she was worried about. You don't have to worry at all. The blood dragon dance itself can also be learned as a high-level meditation technique. After all, it came from the great wizard Valeglia. Is your witchcraft incantation dictated, or is it something else? I'm afraid I can't remember or understand it. I can write it on parchment and teach you the standard pronunciation of the 64 syllables in Valeglia. Danny's heart skipped a beat, but her face revealed a puzzled expression. 64 syllables? Valeglia's witchcraft has a special incantation system. In fact, every extraordinary profession has a special incantation system. Only 64 syllables? What do you mean, only 64 syllables? Lisbon stomped his foot and said unhappily, even if you don't understand incantations, you should know that the Valeglia language itself only has 30 letters, and the common language of the sunset, see, only has 23 letters. Don't try to trick me. Incantation syllables are different from language letters, Danny said unhappily. Alphabets were arranged in order to form words, and words were arranged in order to form sentences. It was a one-dimensional language. On the other hand, the monosyllabic incantation was a two-dimensional arrangement. The combination and recitation methods were more complex and varied. It was a two-dimensional language. To put it simply, a large number of individual spell syllables formed a QR code. This QR code was considered a complete spell rune. The 9-colored spiral vortex in Danny's mind was also a super large QR code. Of course, the QR code was more complicated. An ordinary QR code was composed of blank and black dots. It was actually a binary combination of 0 and 1. On the other hand, witchcraft incantations, such as Valeglia's incantation, had 108 standard syllables. Even if it wasn't considered blank, it was still in the 108-digit system. From this, one could see how much information it could hide. As everyone knew, even if it was a QR code, the coding system was different, resulting in many systems. At present, the QR code standard used in the market was the most common, the one with the highest number of users. Different extraordinary professions, different basic incantation syllables, and different coding systems. Using one coding system's fundamental law to scan another coding system's incantation. If the code scanner couldn't read the information, it couldn't provide the support of witchcraft. In other words, it couldn't use this witchcraft incantation. If the Valeglia Wizard Council wanted to become a god, they also had the ability to become a god. Then, they really became a god. The perfect fundamental law in the great wizard's inheritance could scan all coding systems with the QR code, except for the God's priest system. You also know, after being exposed by Danny, the young fire wizard was a little embarrassed. However, he quickly calmed down and said seriously, "Let me tell you this. Among the extraordinary professions, the red god priest has the second most incantation syllables. Even he only has 54. The black wall aristocrat is just a branch family. He didn't receive the complete inheritance. I only got 36 basic incantation syllables from him. The remaining 28 syllables were painstakingly researched by me for 5 years. Fortunately, the fire wizard originally belonged to the Valeglia wizard's branch family. The two magic incantations have many similarities. Now it's all yours." He gave Danny a superior look that said, "You've taken such a big advantage of me. Hurry up and thank me." However, Danny only wanted to complain. "Damn it, who would dare to use the things you researched except for yourself? Can it work? Facts speak louder than words. You've seen my fire control skills," the young Lisbon said proudly. "It's because I saw it that I'm sure you're a ninth-rate sorcerer." "I want the original incantation." Danny said, "What do you mean?" "I think that with my talent, I can deduce 108 incantation syllables." The young fire wizard squinted at her and said lightly, "It's not that I'm arrogant, and it's not that I want to discourage you, but a person should face reality calmly. In the transcendent world of the western continent of Ursus, I'm the undisputed number one of the young generation, the number one genius, the number one talent. Even my luck is the best in the world. I've received the unique inheritance of the great wizard of Valeglia." "You haven't received all of it yet," Danny reminded him. Then she added, "And you've already learned all of the secret spells. You won't lose anything if you give me the original." "You don't understand." After hesitating for a moment, Lisbon carefully took out a palm-sized canvas bag from under his silk pants. The bag was sealed with a silver thread, and the belt was threaded through the thread. A strange smell of sweat spread in the small corner. Danny covered her mouth in disgust. Then the young fire warlock untied his belt and took off a small bag made of white canvas that was a bit yellow in color. With 2 fingers, he carefully took out a palm-sized black card from the bag. Danny's eyes narrowed. "Valeglia's steel identity card. You've seen it before?" Lisbon was stunned at first. Then he said, "Oh, right, I forgot that you're from the Arathorn family." Then he shook his head and explained, "But this is not an identity card, but a witchcraft inheritance card. The witchcraft Dance of the Blood Dragon is stored in it." Danny suppressed the excitement in her heart and asked curiously, "How do I use it? Are there any restrictions?" "Hee. Other than the need for extraordinary talent, there are no other restrictions." Lisbon had a mocking expression and sneered. That noble's ancestor must have been very stupid and not even a pure blood. The greater the restriction, the lower the possibility of that noble getting the inheritance. But it's also possible that this Dance of the Blood Dragon was not valued by the Valeglia wizards, just like how no one would lock worthless copper coins in a safe. Danny said. Lisbon nodded and sighed with some frustration. "It's very possible. At that time, the Valeglia people had the whole world. This little witchcraft was nothing at all." Soon, he thought about how he could learn the 3 gods to cave and quickly make a lot of money. He could buy countless secret techniques from that wastrel. His spirits were lifted, and he stared at Danny with shining eyes. "You see, this is Valeglia steel. It's close to an ounce, 28 grams per ounce. To buy it, I spent an extra 5,000 gold radiance coins." Danny frowned and pondered. The other party's asking price was not high, and 5,000 gold radiance coins was nothing to her, but she did not have that much money on her at the moment. "I didn't bring that much money on a trip. Can I owe you first?" The Arathorn family doesn't lack this bit of money, Danny said. Sigh, it's your first time attending an extraordinary gathering. I don't blame you for saying such things. Lisbon shook his head. Danny thought for a moment and pulled out the 15-centimeter long single-edged knife from her waist. Look at this. Looking at the dagger that was as dark as black smoke and as thin as a cicada's wing, the young wizard exclaimed, Valeglia's steel? Yes. Change it immediately. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Danny's dagger. Wait a minute. Danny stepped aside and put the dagger back into her waist. Excluding witchcraft, the value of your metal plate is far less than my dagger. The young wizard's expression was conflicted. She was telling the truth. That dagger could be sold for 30 to 50,000 gold radiance coins. What do you think we should do? He asked. Mortgage it. I'll give you the dagger for safekeeping temporarily. In the future, I'll give you 5,000 gold radiance coins, and you can return the dagger to me. After a pause, she added, I don't need you to sign a contract. Just give me the second, most precious thing you have. You're not afraid that I'll go back on my word? The young fire wizard looked at the girl in front of him with a strange expression and said, Let me explain. Extraordinary gatherings are rarely held. The character of people like us. You understand? You're just a bunch of thieves. At least you have some self-awareness. Danny nodded and asked, So? There must be a wizard who is strong enough, has a high enough status, and has a good enough reputation as a guarantor to guarantee a fair trade, and that we won't kill and steal the treasure. But after the gathering, Wizard Tam won't care about our lives anymore. I believe you, Danny said seriously. Why? Lisbon was flattered. Because you're the number one person in the younger generation. The young fire wizard's eyes were watery. Looking at his lover and confidant in front of him, he was very touched. Unexpectedly, Danny continued, You're the number one person, so you definitely can't hide. As long as I can find you, I'm not afraid of you going back on your word. Fuck confidant. It was all an illusion. Lisbon pulled off the pendant on his neck and handed it over with a wooden face. Here, you want the mortgage. It's my most precious magic amulet. Looking at the shriveled sausage dangling under the silver chain, Danny's face turned pale. Forget it. Don't mortgage it. I believe no one dares to go back on their word. Up to you. Lisbon gave her a look that said, You don't know what's good for you. Smiling, he put the dwarf amulet back on. In the end, he looked at Danny expectantly and urged, Hurry up and teach me the three gods' return to cave witchcraft. Danny put away the metal amulet before squatting down and starting to explain. It's that simple. Lisbon was in disbelief. Learn it first. Then the shadow binding night, and the others saw Priestess Layla angrily hitting the fire wizard's head and back while cursing. What an idiot! You can't even learn something so simple. Don't tell me you have legs instead of hands on your wrists. My legs are more agile than yours. You're too slow. Even a blind person can see it. Are you really the number one person in the younger generation? Your body is as stiff as a grayscale disease patient. The shadow-binding knight said faintly, As expected, even the most outstanding person in the younger generation can't master it. Three gods' return to cave might be beyond the category of a level 1 Tau defense technique. It might be a god-level secret technique passed down from ancient Valeglia. Chapter 200. After an hour, Lisbon finally understood all the mysteries of the three gods' return to cave. He was barely able to perform it once. Danny stood up impatiently. All right, go home and practice. You should be able to reach half of my power after 8 to 10 years. Sigh, the truth is simple. The easier it seems, the harder it is to actually do it. The young mage wiped the sweat off his forehead and sighed. That's because you're too stupid. Your brain isn't developed enough, your body coordination is too bad, and your eyes aren't good. However, Danny wasn't bragging. She was very skilled and was probably close to the Ghost Hand King. After all, this was a transcendent world with low martial arts and low magic. She was a knight, a grand knight who was half a step into the second realm, lifting heavy as light. Her eyesight, hand speed, and mentality were all much better than ordinary people. In fact, as long as she reached the realm of like arm, she would be qualified to perform the three gods' return to cave on CCTV. When the old fire mage saw the two coming back, he asked sourly, "How was it? Did you learn it?" Lee Spen straightened his back and said proudly, "As expected of the three gods' return to cave. It seems simple, but it involves thinking, mentality, hand speed, eyesight, language, and more than a dozen other factors. It's very difficult to master it all. Luckily, I'm very talented and have already learned all the techniques. I'm almost at the beginner level." Wow, as expected of the number one person in the younger generation of the Western continent. Moonsinger said in shock. "I didn't misjudge you," the Shadowbinder said, happily. The male wizard and the old mage also looked at him with envy, jealousy, and despair. "Sigh, I didn't expect that guy to be so lucky and talented. God is so unfair. All right, the deal is done. The gathering is also coming to an end. Everyone can speak freely and exchange the secrets of witchcraft," the Shadowbinder said as he clapped his hands. They didn't stand on ceremony and asked the Shadowbinder about the troubles they encountered during their cultivation. Well, on the surface, it was a discussion, but in fact, it was a discussion between the big shots and the little brothers. This was the responsibility of the Shadowbinder, Tam, who was the guarantor of the gathering. Danny was a novice in the cultivation world and had never encountered a bottleneck in cultivation. She didn't know how to ask questions, nor could she answer other people's doubts. So she just listened silently. The more he listened, the more shocked he became. Although he didn't understand what they were talking about most of the time, the Shadowbinder answered every question. Many times, he blurted out the answer without thinking. Herbology, poison concoction, magic reagents, curse potions, pain in certain parts of the body during meditation, how to reduce magical errors, the names and taboos of some demon gods. There were even people asking questions like how to swindle money from nobles. The old fire mage asked, "I plan to go to Slaver's Bay to burn the mother of dragons' cold stove." The old man said honestly, "Almost everyone is optimistic about the alliance, and many mages are fighting to participate in the alliance's dragon hatching ceremony. However, I know my limits. I can't compare to Great Wizard Tam at all." On the other hand, the mother of dragons' future was bleak, but for the time being, she was flourishing and flourishing. Most importantly, she did not have any mysterious people around her, and she had even seized a large amount of gold radiance coins from the slave owners. "I want to try and see if I can become her guardian archmage." Fuck, this guy? How stupid am I to be in your heart? Guardian archmage? Only you can think of that. Hee hee, the mother of dragons, who is 4 dragons, needs a fire mage? Great wizard, do you think that you can breathe fire better than dragons? Danny couldn't help but mock him. What do you know? The old black man glanced at her with disdain. He raised his chin at the Shadowbinder and said respectfully, "Of course, I'm not qualified to become the mother of dragons' guardian archmage, but I'm asking Great Wizard Tam for advice." "What are you hinting at, you rotten old man? Great Wizard Tam is the same as you. He gained the trust of the nobles of Volantis with his guardian skills. He doesn't have any real ability at all. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. It might even be difficult to see her in person," the Shadowbinder said hesitantly. "Why? I have an advancement step. She won't refuse to see me. What kind of step? Danny asked curiously. Although the governor of Volantis has sealed off the news from Slave Bay, everyone in the supernatural world knows that the Dragon Queen posted a notice in Myrene looking for fire mages who know how to create wildfires. Are you crazy? The young fire mage looked at the old man in disbelief and shouted, Everyone knows what she needs the wildfire for. Not to mention whether the Alliance will send assassins to assassinate her or not. She needs more than 1 or 2 liters of wildfire. She can make hundreds or even thousands of liters of wildfire. It's enough to kill anyone. Why? Danny was puzzled. Ever since she took down Astapor, her notice had been up for almost a year, but no real fire mage had come to apply. Well, there were many charlatans, except for a few fire mages who could refine white phosphorus and were valued by Danny. The rest were all liars. Not only did they not get the money, but they were also whipped 10 times by the devil's tail. Hattar, the shadow binder, said slowly, not many people in the south of Ursos dare to create wildfires. The temperature is too high. When the temperature is higher than the body's temperature, the wildfires will become unstable. You may not know this, but wildfires will explode when exposed to direct sunlight and heat from friction. The process of creating wildfires is even more dangerous. It's not a problem to focus on creating a small amount of wildfires for experiments, but if there are too many... At this point, she asked the young fire mage, What's your error rate? In the cold basement, 2 ounces each time. The success rate is 95%, Lisbon said confidently. The shadow binder looked at Danny. So, you understand? Even the genius mage Lisbon makes mistakes. If he created 1,000 ounces of wildfire for the Mother of Dragons, he would make about 25 mistakes. After so many times, I might be more familiar with it, the young fire mage protested. Or you might be more tired, more numb, and make more mistakes. The shadow binder glanced at him, then turned to Danny and continued, 25 mistakes. Lisbon can't be lucky enough to avoid it every time, but 1,000 ounces is less than 1% of what the Mother of Dragons wants. The old mage chuckled. I can slack off, or I can teach the apprentices and let them do the work. If the allies attack, I can also become their spy. Yes, you can try. I think that with your talent and wisdom, you'll definitely be able to shine under the Mother of Dragons. Danny encouraged him with a sincere expression. Thank you. The old black man was experienced and could tell that the priestess was sincerely blessing him. He couldn't help but feel warm inside. Danny continued to give him advice. It's best to find a few more colleagues to help you share the risk. The journey will be difficult, and it's too dangerous and eye-catching to go alone. It's best to find a few dozen fire mages to form a group. The Kingdom Protector needs subordinates too. If there's an accident, you can find someone to take the blame. Thank you. The old mage's eyes were wet. He was very touched. Take this bottle of fire-repelling ointment. He took out the wooden box from his bag and handed it to her. Layla, your skin is a bit tan from traveling in the Sea of Summer. Apply this ointment and roast it. It can remove the dead skin and help you become fair and attractive again. Thank you. Danny smiled awkwardly and took the ointment. While the two of them were being intimate, the shadow binder said faintly, The Mother of Dragons is the source of miracles. How can there not be any mages paying attention to her? Who? The old man asked in surprise. The top group of extraordinaries. As far as I know, the great wizard Haya and Asha Kue, she brought her out of the Red Wasteland. Great wizard Haya and Asha Kue, the old black man's face was pale. They're both giants. I heard that Haya and the Mother of Dragons had a falling out in Kue's, and Kueishi never stayed by her side for long. Danny said with a frown. You've heard of Kueishi too? The Shadowbinder asked in surprise. Of course. There were a total of 3 people who went to the Red Wasteland to search for dragons. But I don't know about Kueishi. Is she famous in Asha? Kueishi's status in Asha is like Lisbon's in Volantis. The Shadowbinder's tone was complicated. It was a bit like the old black man's jealousy and disappointment when he talked about the young fire mage. Lisbon raised his chin and said in a bleak tone, I see. The Shadowbinder Kueishi is in the east, and the fire mage Lisbon is in the west. It's a pity that we're thousands of miles away from each other. In an instant, Kueishi's status in Danny's heart plummeted. She fell into the abyss. Tam, you must hate Kueishi a lot. That's why you used such a metaphor to smear her reputation. You're both Shadowbinders. Why are you in such a hurry to ruin her reputation? However, she could only bury these complaints in her heart. After hearing Tam's words, she couldn't help but have a few questions. Great Wizard Tam, does Kueishi also know shadow sorcery? All qualified Shadowbinders know how to do it. Oh my God, she can't be trying to control the Dragon Queen's soul, right? Danny purposely exclaimed. No, the Mother of Dragons has a dragon, and the shadow blood sorcery is mostly used on men, the Shadowbinder said. Why? Tam was a good guarantor. He answered all of her questions. He didn't even hide some of the secrets of the Shadowbinders. Because to cast that spell, the most important step is to have intercourse with the person involved. Have intercourse? Danny stammered, her face full of shock. So the legends are true. Shadowbinders have intercourse with men at night and then take away their souls. The Shadowbinder didn't get angry. He said calmly, intercourse is just a process to complete a certain ritual. The blood of low-level men without any power is not attractive to us. Shadowbinders don't need human souls. When we really need to sacrifice a living person, we don't need to have intercourse with them. We can just burn them and offer their souls to Lalo. So, you understand? The blood sorcery that requires intercourse and the sacrifice that takes away a person's soul are 2 different types of sorcery. The former is far more technical than the latter. This is also the difference between the new dragon Granny and me. Those who rely on their own strength to master shadow magic are called Shadowbinders. Those who don't have enough talent and only know how to please Shadow Demon Lalo are called witches. I see. After Tam's explanation, Danny immediately understood the difference between witches and Shadowbinders. It was just like how fire mages could still control fire, even if they didn't believe in the Light King. Although Shadow Demon Lalo was the Lord of Shadows, shadow magic wasn't unique to him. Sorcerers could also master this ability with their own strength. They were called Shadowbinders. I heard that there was a king in the Westeros, Stannis Baratheon. He also had a Shadowbinder under him. At the same time, he was also a Red Priest. You know him? Chapter 201. Melisandre. The red mask covered her face, but Tam's eyes and tone were filled with unconcealable fear. I've also heard of that woman's deeds. The sea merchants from Old Town and King's Landing all mentioned her. The statues of the 7 gods on Dragonstone Island were destroyed, and the divine forest in Phoenix's Breath Castle was burned down by her. Even the crest of Theon Bera's family was changed to a blazing red heart, very arrogant and very powerful. I'm not sure if it's true, but people say that Melisandre helped Stannis obtain the legendary Red Sword of Heroes, the Lightbringer. The old man said seriously. The Lightbringer? So, Stannis is the child of prophecy, the reincarnation of the legendary Yesor, Ahai. Lisbon was shocked. Perhaps, the old man said uncertainly. The young fire mage said strangely. But the supreme priest Benello has always preached that Danny Rise is the child of prophecy, the savior born from smoke and fire. Is there no consensus within the Red God priests? Did the Light King give two different revelations to his followers? Melisandre is not just a red god priest, the shadow binding said with a frown. Did you moon singers predict who Yesor Ahai is? The male wizard asked the zebra leader with a frown. What about the male wizard? The moon singer asked instead of answering. The immortal hall was burned to the ground by that woman. How could she predict? The male wizard shook his head with a bitter smile. I wonder what she saw in there. The transcendent realm is really turbulent these 2 years. The moon singer sighed and said slowly, regarding the prophecy of Yesor Ahai, we have secretly tried no less than 100 times, but the results are not clear. The image of Dany Rise riding a dragon appeared 15 times. The blurry cold fog appeared 47 times. The back of an unfamiliar black-haired man appeared 33 times. The blazing red heart flag appeared 4 times, and 7 or 8 people appeared once or twice. While everyone was deep in thought, Dany asked, so, the possibility of Dany Rise being the child of prophecy is not high? Who is that black-haired man? You can't say that. The future is uncertain, but it will definitely come. A certain outcome will definitely occur. Talking about possibilities in the future is meaningless. Simply put, before the truth is revealed, we must treat everyone with caution. As for the black-haired man, I can only see his back. In most cases, I can't even see his back clearly. Those 100 or so prophecies of yours were all for naught. They were all meaningless. After complaining in her heart, Dany looked at the shadow-binding knight and asked, who is that Madame Melisandre? Someone who cannot be provoked. It said that. Tam spat out a sentence with difficulty. She has hundreds of years of cultivation. What? Dany wasn't the only one who exclaimed. Everyone present exclaimed. She's different from the traditional shadow-binding knights. Most of us first grasp the power of shadows, then study the teachings of the shadow demon Lalo. In the end, we might develop faith in the Light King Lalo. However, she was originally a slave bought by the Red God Temple and was raised as a priest. She came to the Shadowlands at some point in time and gradually became a low-profile but terrifying shadow-binding knight. I don't know what her relationship with the Red God Temple is, but there's no doubt that she's a powerful wizard and also a believer who is doted on by Lalo. There's also a terrifying rumor. Her voice was trembling. It was obvious that she was extremely terrified. What rumor? Dany asked with a hoarse voice. She's not human. If she's not human, then what is she? A devil? A god or a devil who walks in the human world. She reached the realm that us extraordinaires dream of and broke away from the body of a mortal. What's there to be afraid of? Dany's mouth twitched. Isn't she just a demigod? I thought you were going to say something. You made the atmosphere so gloomy and terrifying that I didn't even dare to speak loudly. You, the ignorant, are fearless. The shadow-binding knight glanced at her with disdain. All right, that's all for today. Let's adjourn, she said and prepared to leave. Wait, one last question. Dany hurriedly stopped the shadow-binding knight and quickly asked, what's the deal with the syllables of the spell? The more syllables there are, the stronger the spell? The more syllables there are, the more truths of the universe can be recorded. The spell is also more complicated. In theory, the extraordinaire profession has greater potential, but potential doesn't equate to power. Lisbon told me that the Red God Priest spell system only has 54 syllables. It's a lot less than Wizard Valeglia's spell system. The shadow-binding knight glanced at the young fire mage coldly. His gaze was so cold that it made the young fire mage's face turn pale. Sir Tam, I am not lying. The Red God Priest only has, but you deliberately hid some information and misled her. The shadow-binding knight coldly interrupted him. He turned to Dany and said, Lalo, the god of shadow and fire, has 2 forms. The Light King has 54 syllables, and the Shadow Demon has 54 syllables. The followers of Lalo have 108 syllables to learn. 108. Danny fell into deep thought. She seemed to be in a daze. In the end, under the Shadow-Binding Knight's request, the Fire Mage Lisbon swore that he would teach the new Valeglia spell syllables to Lalo of Bravos for free as compensation for lying to her. Danny's face stiffened. She expressed her gratitude to both of them at the same time. Damn it, don't come and harm me, okay? Out of the 28 syllables you deduced, 42 were wrong. Not only were the 28 syllables mispronounced, but the writing was also wrong. Out of the 36 original Valeglia letters, 14 of them were mispronounced. Using English as an example, Lisbon only learned the 7 letters A, B, C, D, F, G from the Black Wall Prodigal. Suddenly, he encountered English in the spell. He realized that other than E and G, he had never seen the other letters before. Thus, the smart and far-sighted Lisbon separated N, L, I, S, H from English and gave them a powerful pronunciation that resonated with the mysterious power. The problem was that the spell QR code was far more complicated than a one-dimensional character string. Lisbon should have separated N, but he saw it as M. As a result, not only was the pronunciation wrong, even the form was wrong. On the way back to the surface, Danny and the others met pirates, merchants, and prostitutes who came from the other side roads. They were either selling their stolen goods, holding hands, or negotiating a secret agreement. When they met each other, they did not greet each other and were silent all the way. After they came out of the artificial mountain cave, everyone separated in the courtyard. It was late at night, and there were fewer people in the public rest area of the merchant's house. However, the candles were still shining brightly. In the hall, hundreds of guests were chatting loudly, bragging, discussing business, or shouting drunkenly, passing through the crowd. Danny found the passage back to the guest room on the second floor in the corner. After taking a few steps up the stairs, a black shadow approached from the side. It was the hooded white knight. I thought something happened to you. Why did it take you so long? He was obviously relieved, but there was a hint of complaint in his tone. It was obvious that the waiting period was not easy. It was really a gathering of extraordinary people. It was very formal. There were performances of witchcraft, transactions of items and secret techniques between the wizards, and finally, there were great wizards answering difficult questions for the little wizards. After explaining, Danny could not help but sigh. Those wizards were not powerful, but it gave me a deeper understanding of the truth of this world. She went up to the second floor and found her room. Beristan followed her in. After closing the door, the two sat down in the living room. Danny then told him the details of what happened. I never thought that a gathering of the mysterious people would be like this. The old knight had a look of yearning and sighed. If this was before, I would have scoffed at those mysterious people and things. What's the situation with Tyrion? Danny asked. His companion, the one who looks like an ascetic with a square face, is called Halden. He seems to be a scholar, but I have never heard of his name. Is there anyone else? Yes, by eavesdropping on their conversation, I found out that Tyrion and Halden are serving Lord Griffin, but that Griffin is not in Volantis. The two of them are part of the vanguard, in charge of looking for ships heading to Slaver's Bay. Tyrion is also tasked with finding out about you in the merchant's house. They are going to Slaver's Bay to look for you. Beristan said, Griffin? Who is he? It was definitely not Varys. The 8-clawed spider did not have to hide his identity. Danny was a little confused. Why is this so different from the plot of Game of Thrones? Forget it. Let them go to Slaver's Bay. We will go to the Black Wall tomorrow and find out where the Gith ambassadors are stationed. We will have a good rest in the afternoon and leave Volantis at night for Dorne. It was close to 3 in the morning when they fell asleep. Danny did not have the energy to stay up to study witchcraft, so she went straight to bed. The two slept until 9 in the morning. When they were washing up in the bathroom, Danny was surprised to find that there was really a white fog outside the window. I changed my clothes and had breakfast in the small living room of the hotel. At about 10 o'clock, the fog dissipated, as if a veil had been lifted. The Fishmonger Square was suddenly exposed under the golden sunlight, and the sky was clear and blue. It was almost the same weather as the moon singer predicted last night. After telling White Knight about this, he exclaimed, "It's great to have such a moon singer on the way to war." Because she did not want to meet Tyrion again, Danny did not put on any ugly makeup. Her underwear was washed by the inn's maid. She wore a white shirt, a brown leather jacket, a silver chain vest, silk pants, open-toed sandals, a long sword at her waist, and a clean light blue canvas cloak with the hood pulled up. In the tropical climate of Volantis, this outfit was a little stuffy, but it was not unusual. There were also long-haired Ibans who wore fur coats. Walking down the creaking wooden stairs, they heard Tyrion howling from afar. Impossible! How is this possible? I have been watching carefully. How can there be 3 dice? I don't believe there is some teleportation spell. Let's do it again. As long as you have the money, you can do it 10 more times. Lisbon laughed. At a round table under the window facing the street, there were 3 groups of people inside and 3 groups outside. On the stairs, they could see the proud young fire mage and Tyrion, who was red-eyed from losing. The fire mage was leaning against the wall behind the round table. In front of him were 2 porcelain bowls, 3 dice, a small pile of silver coins, and a black metal stick as thick as a chopstick in his hand. Chapter 202. That's enough, Hugo. You've already lost 70 silver coins. We're almost out of money, the ascetic-looking middle-aged man scolded in a low voice. Out of money? You've already lost 70 silver radiance coins. Tyrion stood on the stool as if he was dumbfounded. Dwarf, your manhood is very valuable. I'm willing to pay 10 gold radiance coins for it. Lisbon put the small pile of silver coins on the table into the leather bag at his waist as he teased Tyrion proudly. Danny noticed that there were 3 leather bags on the left and right sides of the young fire mage's belt. Other than the one that was holding the money, the other one was already full. The last one was half full, but it seemed to be filled with gold radiance coins. Since you like my manhood so much, how about I give it to you? 1 silver coin each time. It's a little more expensive than the prostitutes in the colorful garden next door, but it's rare to see an ugly dwarf like me, Tyrion said viciously. Ha ha ha. The vulgar sailors around all laughed loudly. Even the people on the street, who were separated by a window, looked out curiously. The young fire mage glanced at the little devil coldly and scanned the rich merchants and mercenaries. He said loudly, "Anyone else want to try? The odds are 1 to 10. The lowest bet is 1 silver radiance coin. There's no upper limit. If you get it right, you'll get 10 times more." "I'll do it." A midsummer islander, wearing a peacock feather cloak, stepped forward and threw out a gold radiance coin with a skull crown printed on it. Fire mages are all liars. Everyone knows that. I don't believe you can teleport. Danny did not stop to watch. She walked past the crowd and found the waiter at the front desk. She rejected the waiter's suggestion to hire an elephant carriage and asked him to bring out the tamed horse from the stables. When she walked down the stone steps at the front door, she heard the midsummer islander lose his composure and arrogance. He almost shouted hysterically, "3? That's impossible. I've been watching. 1 gold radiance coin." Again, 1 more time. It was almost noon. The Fishmonger Square was crowded. The smell of fish mixed with the smell of roasted cumin mixed together. riding on a tall horse. One could clearly feel the prosperity of Volantis. Volantis had the largest population, the largest port, the largest city, and the richest and most fertile colony on the Lorne River. Once upon a time, this eldest daughter of Valeglia was the leader of the 9 free trade city-states. Even now, her economic and military strength was second only to Bravo's. The sun shone brightly, and the view was wide. Danny observed the city more clearly than last night. Heading east, they arrived at the Riverside Street, which was even more bustling. None of the buildings facing the street were lower than 2 stories. Below them were clothing stores, chess halls, taverns, barbecue stalls, brothels, warehouses, and so on. The streets were filled with sailors, merchants, and slaves who were as busy as cockroaches. Danny suddenly realized that she had been tricked by Aunt Kelly in the suburbs of the eastern city. Although there were many people who took elephant carriages, riding horses was not an exception and would not be looked at differently. The yellow oranges on the cart by the street attracted her attention. She used 5 copper coins to buy 15 oranges the size of an adult man's fist and gave 5 to White Knight. Danny ate the sweet and sour oranges as she leisurely rode along the street. On the streets, there were many male and female slaves with shovels or flies on their faces. They were like inconspicuous shadows, curled up and shoveled the warm and fresh elephant, horse, and cow dung on the ground into dustpans. Therefore, the Riverside Market did not smell bad. Instead, the sweet fragrance of flowers and fruits floated over from time to time. Choose Elios Chihita. Suddenly, a woman's shrill voice came from the front. The men also joined in the commotion. I want to see your lower body. Stick it out, and let me see it clearly. Which brothel are you from? I'll go find you tonight. Please vote for Elios. A 3-meter-tall giant elephant rumbled past. Every step it took caused the ground to tremble slightly. It was carrying a huge castle on its back, estimated to be more than 10 square meters. 9 seductive girls in tulle grabbed onto the thin railings of the castle and flirted with the passers-by. The mercenaries and sailors passing by were mesmerized and could not move. Yes, the girls had teardrop tattoos on their eyebrows. They were all slaves. A girl took out her white hair and flirted with a sailor who was whistling. A girl obediently lifted the only layer of pink tulle on her body, spread her legs, and stuck out her buttocks towards the street. A girl slid her right hand underneath and entered. The men on the street could not take their eyes off her, their faces and ears red. Finally, someone could not hold it in anymore. A fat man in his 50s with white hair rushed out of a rice shop beside them. He waved at the giant elephant and shouted, I'm Belwyn Kandahar. I have the right to vote. I swear to vote for Elios Chihita. Give me a whore. Yes, sir. The giant elephant stopped. A silver-haired young man in luxurious clothes rode over on a white jade dwarf elephant and said, Thank you, Mr. Kandahar, for supporting my father. I wonder which one or how many do you want? The rice shop owner pointed at the girls on the castle pervertedly. That silver-haired one. It's a pity she doesn't have purple eyes. Otherwise, she would look more like that woman. And that blonde-haired one, who looks like the Queen Regent of Westeros. And that chestnut-haired one, a little vixen. They're all out. It's so scary. Bell, when don't die of exhaustion on the day of the vote. Someone mocked him loudly. Not to mention 3. I can handle 30 of them. Not everyone is as useless as you. Ha ha. The street was filled with laughter. 3 girls climbed down the rope ladder on the elephant's back. At the same time, 3 more girls came down from the carriage behind. They took off their yellow cloaks and climbed up the castle, wearing only transparent silk clothes. The fat rice merchant pulled the 3 pretty girls and ran into the inner room of the shop impatiently. The giant elephant continued forward. Choose Elios. Choose Elios. After all, there were only a few people in the West District who had the right to vote. On the way to the Long Bridge, they didn't meet any candidates who were soliciting votes. It was too dark last night. I didn't see it clearly. Now I realize that the Long Bridge is so strange. Under the big black stone arch of the Long Bridge, Danny turned her head and said to the old knight, "The Long Bridge didn't have a sidewalk or a lane. Carriages, elephant carts, and passers-by squeezed together. The road was only 5 meters wide. However, this didn't mean that the bridge was only 5 meters thick. In fact, it was more than 12 meters wide. There were no fences on both sides of the road. Instead, there were all kinds of buildings: shops, temples, gold shops, incense shops, hotels, dog meat restaurants, in Shiva's chess halls, brothels. The slave shop had weavers, lace workers, glass workers, candle makers, and fisherwomen who sold eels and oysters gathered together and loudly sold their catch to passers-by. Danny used 1 silver coin to buy 30 fresh oysters from a silver-haired, middle-aged woman. She stood beside the wooden cart, dipped in the vinegar and fresh lemons provided by the woman, and ate 20 oysters in a row. They were very fresh, tender, and delicious. The buildings on both sides of the road were 3 or 4 stories high. Each story extended a little deeper than the one below. The top stories on both sides were almost connected. When crossing the bridge, it was like passing through a cave tunnel. Only the line of sky at the top penetrated the golden sunlight. Last night, all she could see was the brilliant lights. She couldn't see the complete structure of the buildings. At this time, walking on the bridge, Danny had a strange thought. If Dahe breathed fire from the beginning of the bridge all the way to the end, wouldn't the people inside have nowhere to escape? They came to the center of the Long Bridge. There were no buildings on either side of the 4 or 5 meter long road, but there were many iron pillars. A few broken hands of varying degrees of decay were hanging on the pillars. There were also 3 heads covered with white maggots. It inexplicably reminded Danny of the skewers of chicken feet and pig faces that were dried under the sun during the New Year. When passing by last night, she also smelled the stench, but she didn't see the scene on both sides. After seeing it, Danny almost spat out the oyster she had just eaten. There were also 4 signs hanging under the iron pillars. The origin of the broken hands was scribbled on them. The broken hands belonged to thieves and bag thieves. 3 heads. The slave girl reached out to resist her mistress. The old bard was accused of being a spy of the Dragon Queen because he played the piano and sang the story of she at the dock. The young man killed his father. A pair of tiger pow soldiers stood on one side, waving their spears from time to drive away the tea-falcons, seagulls, and scavenger crows that pecked at the carrion. The old man died unjustly. Danny could guarantee that he was innocent. She had spies and new guys and queers. Volantis was far away and was not her target for the time being. Out of the Long Bridge tunnel, Danny found that many people were rushing north along the Riverside Road. They were in a hurry, and most of them had slave tattoos on their faces. What are they going to do? She stopped a small tomato vendor and asked, taking advantage of the free time at noon, "The slaves are going to the Red Temple for afternoon prayers." "Is the Red Temple far from here?" she asked again. The Black Wall was also in the north. If the Red Temple was not far away, they could go there first. "It's very close, just under the Black Wall." After walking less than 200 meters along the riverbank, the field of vision suddenly widened. The square was less than a hectare, but the temple opposite the square was too magnificent. The temple was located in the east and facing the west, with its back against the Black Wall. It was a cluster of buildings consisting of dozens of halls and hundreds of towers. Different buildings were connected by stairs, buttresses, and stone arches. Everything was integrated, as if they were chiseled out of the same huge rock. There were hundreds of red, yellow, gold, and orange lines on the wall. They overlapped each other, like a huge flag under the sun. 7 gods above, I thought that the great cathedral of St. Bell was the most magnificent temple in the world. I didn't expect the Red Temple of Volantis to be almost 3 times bigger than the cathedral. Beristan was dazzled. Obviously, this was not built in one go. Who knows how many times it has been expanded over the centuries. In order to not be too conspicuous among the group of devout red god believers, Danny turned around and jumped down from the horse's back. Ah, the Supreme Priest. How lucky. Today's afternoon prayers are led by the Supreme Priest himself. There was a sudden commotion from the crowd in front of them. Soon, the entire square of 4,000 to 5,000 people cheered loudly. Supreme Priest, Supreme Priest. In the middle of the square of the Red Temple, there was a thick stone pillar about 20 meters tall. A narrow stone bridge about the width of one's foot connected the stone pillar to a platform in front of the temple. Under the noon sun, a group of monks slowly climbed up the platform. A milky white monk in a red robe walked in front. Behind him were a dozen male and female priests who were also wearing red robes. Behind them were acolytes of lower status, wearing light yellow or bright orange robes. On the stairs stood a row of soldiers in gorgeous armor and orange capes. They were guarding the entrance of the temple with spears in their hands. The tips of the spears were made into the shape of burning flames. They are the hand of holy fire, the holy warriors of the King of Light, the guardians of the Red Temple, Beristan explained softly. I know. I heard that Volantis has 1,000 hand of holy fire. Danny nodded. Her gaze never left Bonello. She hoped to see his eyes clearly to determine the level of his power. However, the distance was too far. She could see the color of his eyes, but she could not sense the basic charm in his sea of consciousness. Not only was the square below the stone pillar filled with people, there were also hundreds and thousands of guards on the 60-meter-tall black wall behind the temple, looking down. Not long later, the other monks stood on the platform according to their ranks. Bonello's steps were steady as he looked at the golden sun in front of him. He walked on the narrow stone bridge as though it was flat ground and finally stood at the top of the stone pillar. The slaves below all extended their arms and shouted titles such as Fire of Truth, Light of Wisdom, Head Servant of my Lord, Supreme Priest, and so on. No one called him by his name. This scene and atmosphere was almost comparable to the fanaticism the slaves had for Danny after the Emancipation Proclamation. Chapter 203. King of Light, protect us, for the night is long and full of danger. Bonello's voice was a typical tenor. It was so loud that it pierced through the sky, piercing through the layers of space, and entered the ears of everyone in the square. 7 gods above, what a peerless voice of a famous general. Beristan murmured. Danny's mouth twitched. The status of the Supreme Priest was much higher than that of a famous general. Bonello should be a slave of the Kyles clan. He was tall and thin, with prominent facial features and white skin. He looked like a typical milkman. His cheeks, chin, lips, and bald head were full of red flame tattoos, as if his face was covered with a layer of bright red mask. Only a pair of blue eyes could be seen. It looked a little scary. We mortals live and die alone, at a loss, hesitating in the valley. Fortunately, we have comrades gathering together. Fortunately, we have God, who overshadows us. Bonello continued to recite the prayer, and the slaves below followed him. They looked focused and pious. Danny was surprised to find that the black wall behind the square was also densely packed with people. 90% of them were the Tiger Cloak Army holding tiger helmets. It seems that the rumors are not exaggerated. Half of the tiger cloak army believes in the red god Lalo. The noon prayer was not long, about 200 to 300 words. But after reciting the prayer, Bonello did not leave. Instead, he raised his right arm and pointed at the sun in the sky with his index finger. "The night is long and full of danger," he suddenly shouted. At the same time, he clenched his fist and opened his arms. His movement was a little big, and Danny was worried that he would fall down from the narrow stone pillar. When the supreme priest's voice reached the highest pitch, there was a hissing sound, and a tongue of flame shot out from his fingers. Ah! Not only were the people below shocked, but even Danny exclaimed. There was a strong wave of magic, which meant that Bonello was using fire magic and not a prop. Under the clear sky, the tongue of flame that shot out from his fingers was dark red like blood. It was so bright that it almost turned into a solid substance and dripped to the ground. Then, Bonello moved his right hand, and the flame left a line of Alleglia words in the sky. Only a single letter was as big as a bed. "Darkness is coming. The foolish actions of the ignorant will bring about blood, fire, and destruction. Only the Savior can save the world." Ah! The crowd let out a deafening roar. The women covered their faces and cried, while the men waved their fists in the air. Their faces were full of indignation, and they let out cries of unknown meaning. Danny suddenly had an epiphany and said with a strange expression, "Are you talking about me?" Sure enough, the next moment Bonello shouted, "After the long summer, the stars weep blood, and Yesor Ahai shall be reborn in the land of smoke and salt." He is the savior, Danny Liz Targaryen. Her rise had fulfilled the ancient prophecies. She was born in the land of smoke and salt, and she was and would reshape this world. She is the reincarnation of Yasur Ahai. She will defeat the darkness and bring about a never-ending summer to the world. Even the god of death will submit to her. Those who shed blood for her cause will be reborn. Brother, thank you very much for your support, but you're wrong. The reincarnation of Yesor, Yahai, is Jon Snow, my nephew. Danny did not know what to say. All this time, she had been wary of Lalo, not the King of Light. Although the teachings of the Red God were overbearing and tyrannical, they generally urged people to be good. They were not evil cults or cults. However, Lalo the Shadow was different. He accepted blood sacrifices without any bottom line and devoured people's souls and blood. Many blood, witchcraft originated from the demon god Lalo himself. There was no doubt that Lalo controlled the domain of death. Danny had also always thought that he was the god of death. After all, several Westeros had been resurrected by him, including the main character, Jon Snow. The problem was that Bonello claimed that the god of death would also submit to the mother of dragons. Obviously, the god of death he spoke of was not his master Lalo. It was most likely the god of darkness, coldness, and death, the Night King. Actually, the Night King was only a subordinate of the god of death. Danny had misunderstood. There was only one domain of death, so who was the real god of death? Why did Lalo care so much about Long Night? Since more than 5,000 years ago, he had been spreading the prophecy in the ancient book of Asha through the mouth of the red-robed priests. Yasur Ahai would be reborn to fight against the other ghosts that had reappeared in the world. Danny's heart was in a mess. Bonello, the water supply, was still waving flags and shouting for her. Danny rises in danger. The eye of darkness has targeted her, and the servants of Long Night are plotting to overthrow her. Speaking of this, he pointed to the black wall behind the temple and the fully armed tiger robe army guards on the black wall who were looking down. He said loudly, "The King of Light created the sun and the stars and engaged in an eternal battle with the darkness. But Nessus and Malachor betrayed the light, and their minds were corrupted by the yellow harpies of the east. They planned the most despicable alliance with the foreigners who did not believe in gods. I hereby call on everyone to unite and participate in this battle of justice to fight for the light. The child of prophecy will ride the demonic dragon, hold the fire sword that will cleanse the world, and lead us on the path of glory. Brother, you are so righteous. Aren't you afraid of being censored? Danny was touched and worried. Although the water supply was good, he had to live until the moment when he transformed into a guide. I haven't even called, and you are already promoting for me. Aren't you a little too eager? At the same time, she was puzzled. What were the Volantis people doing? How could they allow a monk to confuse them in public? Ahem, I meant to explain the truth. It could be guessed that Benello had been explaining the truth for a long time, but he was not eliminated by for 04. My lady, this is not a good sign. Beristan was worried. The Red God monks can publicly oppose the nobles of the Black Wall for you today. Tomorrow, they will shake the rule of your descendants for others or their Red God. Old Knight, you are thinking too far ahead. You are even worried about my descendants. But his words were not without reason. Sigh, this is so difficult. Danny frowned and sighed. Let's take one step at a time. The power of the Red God Temple is there. It is not something that can be decided by our attitude. It is better to be my ally than to be my enemy. The entire noon prayer process was less than half an hour. Benello seemed to be helping the Dragon Queen to shout the slogan as a routine. He did not really lead the slaves to revolt. As he walked down the stone pillar, the flame words in the sky quickly disappeared. Danny climbed back on the horse and left the square with the slaves. The slaves returned to their posts and continued to work numbly. Danny and Beristan walked around the Black Wall and continued to tour the foreign scenery. Well, she did not forget the purpose of this trip, to observe and locate the Gith diplomatic group's base. The closer they were to the Black Wall, the more spacious and clean the streets were. It was similar to the black stone road of Valeglia Avenue. There were palm trees and cedars planted on the side of the road. There were tall glass domes, white marble squares, fountains with beautiful statues. Without a doubt, this was a rich district. There were far more people canvassing here than in the West District. It was not only Maracho of the Tiger Party, Narcissus of the Elephant Party, Dofas, who was not favored for re-election because he did not publicly express his hostility to the Mother of Dragons. Candidates such as Elios, Palaciro, Beligio, and so on were either going to the field themselves or were led by their children. Danny saw a tall, silver-haired, middle-aged man with a bandage on his right arm hanging under his neck. He was still speaking loudly on the platform in the square. There was a banner above the middle-aged man's head. If you oppose the evil Mother of Dragons, if you support the Alliance Army, please support the Alliance Army Standing Committee Maracho. In addition to public speeches, some people organized mime shows. Some people sent poets to sing and recite poems along the streets. Some people led song and dance troupes to hold parties in the noble's courtyard. Some people found acrobats to perform in the public area. There were also exciting duels. Assassins in yellow silk clothes, holding the water dancer's sword, fought endlessly in the square for their respective supporters. Danny could accept the above normal election methods. However, those candidates were like Maracho. At the same time, they arranged bed slaves on the street to canvass for votes. Some people sent prostitutes and even promised that they must be virgins. Some people carried delicate boys with delicate skin on their elephant carts, claiming that they all mastered the 7 cries of spring, which could be enjoyed by both men and women. Some people provided tall and strong gladiators for the voters. There were also people who took a small notebook and went to each house to ask, "Do you need customization?" Black people, white people, zebra people, centaurs, long-haired Ibans and Darren Knights, red-haired northern barbarians, giants. If no one can satisfy you, wild animals and livestock will do too. Other than the megalosaurus, we can send you anything. They were not whispering. Many of the blankets on the elephants were written clearly on them. This is crazy. Is this the fair, democratic, and free election that the people of Volantis are so proud of? Danny and Barristan were shocked by this scene that broke the bottom line of their knowledge. They already knew that Volantis was holding an annual consul election. They even asked around in the merchant's house last night. At that time, 2 merchants were discussing this matter. One was a middle-aged wine merchant from Volantis, and the other was an old sea merchant who sold golden wine from Chinting Island. The people of Volantis proudly said to the Westeros, "We of Volantis have an excellent political system inherited from ancient Valeglia. It is fair, just, free, equal, and democratic. Of course, slaves are not people. The poor, free people can't pay much tax and don't contribute much to the city. They are not complete people. Without a doubt, we are more civilized and more intelligent than you Westeros. Don't be in a hurry to deny it. The 3 consul checks and balances each other. Even if a lunatic wins the election, he will be restrained by his colleagues. When the 1-year term is up, the people will immediately ask him to leave. Well, unless the quality of the female slaves he prepared for the election is extraordinary. Think about it. If that woman's father, Mad King Aerys, had 2 kings who shared power with him, the series of bloodshed that followed would not have happened. That woman can also be a good little princess, and we won't have to suffer with her." The old sea merchant blushed and could not say anything to refute. In the trading city of Ursos, the Westeros in the land of the setting sun were known as barbarians. The inferior races that could not survive in Ursos, such as the Ancients, the Undulls, and the Loinars, could only flee to Westeros on the other side of the Narrow Sea. Some of them even transformed from refugees to noble conquerors. Chapter 204. In addition to the Volantis politicians seeking votes, Danny also easily found the Gith delegation. They actually followed the way of the consul candidates, using giant elephants to carry hot girls and delicate boys, and sent them for free along the street. A long team of at least 50 giant elephants, 200 to 300 slave boys and girls. Danny could not ignore it even if she wanted to. In addition to the slaves in the towers on the elephant's back, many giant elephants also had huge Namu boxes and rattan baskets hanging on their sides. Long live the Alliance. Long live the United Nations. God slays the mother of dragons. The Tokarobe riding a camel in front of the elephant team shouted loudly, "Support the Alliance's resolution of the Eastern Expedition. Support the United Nations resolution to block the trade in Slavers Bay. Boycott the illegal sea merchants who steal into Slavers Bay. Don't buy white sand sugar. Don't buy snow salt. Don't buy fruit juice sweet wine. Don't." On both sides of the giant elephants, there were yellow silk capes riding horses and camels. They held banners and wooden signs. A huge red cross on white sand sugar. A huge red cross on snow salt. Every time a Volantis man in the neighborhood stood up, showed his seaboat certificate, and swore that he would never sail into Slavers Bay. The Gith people let him choose 2 slave bed partners, and grabbed a lot of gold coins from the basket, and threw it to him. There were at least 70 to 80 gold coins, mixed with rubies, emeralds, tiger's eyes, jade stones, and other colorful jewelry. It was a mess. 7 levels of hell. Danny's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when she saw the Githa's actions. In order to deal with her, the evil mother of dragons, the slave traders really went all out. But also because this group of people was too ostentatious, she and Barristan easily found the base of the delegation, the mansion of the Elephant Party consul, Nessisur Vizama. Located in the east of the Black Wall, across the street, there was a super mansion that covered an area of 2 hectares. Learning from the Gith people, Danny drew a huge red cross on the mansion in her heart, and Blackie and the Sky also locked on to this place at the same time. After finding the residence of the Gith envoy, Danny saw that it was still early, so she did not go back immediately. With a pure tourist mentality, the two began to tour the 1,000-year-old ancient city. How should I put it? The city was so big that it was a little barren. In other words, Volantis was not even half of what it was at its peak. Walking around the Black Wall, Danny and Gu Jun had been to the north of the Black Wall. After passing through a bustling area, they continued to look towards the north. Between the northern city wall and the Black Wall of Volantis, there was a large piece of city ruins. Well, Volantis is different from Valeglia and Orlos. It has walls. The Black Wall was an inner city, like the Forbidden City in Old Beijing. Outside of it, there was a vast urban area. The west side was facing the river, the south side was facing the sea, and the north and east side were 10 meters high walls. When Danny and Beristan left the Black Wall and walked half a mile north, they realized that the street in front of them was barren. Some places had even turned back into swamps filled with aquatic plants. A large number of houses had been abandoned, and all the plazas were empty. Most of the fountains had run out of water, and the remaining ponds had either dried up or become stagnant pools. Brown devil's grass grew on the roads, purple morning glories grew out from the cracks in the brick walls, and peach trees and jujube trees grew roots in the shops with collapsed roofs. Danny saw more than Beristan through the dragon spirit's perspective. Within the huge walls of Valeglia, there were more abandoned areas than the one in front of them. There were many low-lying swamps. Volantis was bordered by the river and the sea. Other than the Black Wall on the high hills, the rest of the city was originally swamps and puddles. During the peak of Valeglia, as the city developed, the city overflowed the Black Wall and expanded outward step by step. The puddles, rivers, and mudflats were transformed into streets and residential areas. But after the peak, hundreds of years of wind and rain, the sparse population and unmaintained streets degenerated into riverbanks. In the 400 years after the great cataclysm of Valeglia, the population of this city decreased by at least 60%. It's terrifying. She muttered, "The century of blood." Beristan spat out a word with a complicated expression. In the past, Volantis was far more prosperous and powerful than it was now. The title of the Queen of the Lone River and the Mistress of the Summer Sea was not just for show. Its population, wealth, and land area were more than the other 8 trading cities combined. Unfortunately, the War of the Century of Blood had drained the blood and life of Valeglia's eldest daughter. There was nothing to see in the desolate city ruins. The two quickly turned their horses around and headed towards the south of the city. There was a pier and a harbor in the south of the city. The prosperity and life of the past were maintained. Upon closer inspection, the buildings in the city were mostly in the style of the ancient Valeglia. Most of them were circular towers. The bottom floor was the residence of the servants. There were few windows, but the upper floors had spacious balconies and small gardens that extended out 3 to 4 meters. There was also the iconic black roofless tower. The tower was so tall that it could be seen even through the Black Wall. Unfortunately, the descendants of the Dragon King had lost their dragons. Many Volantis nobles added a layer of glass dome on top of their towers. Under the noon sun, the different colored striped glass reflected blue, purple, green, red, and other colors. It looked like a twisted rainbow. However, the more common ones were the Archon statues on the streets and beside the fountains in the square. Most of the statues had their heads chopped off. For example, in the southeast street outside the Black Wall, there was a garden square that covered half a hectare. In the middle of it was a 30-meter tall jacaranda tree. The pinkish-purple petals looked like snow from heaven. They fell on the hair, shoulders, and the broken neck of the huge white jade statue. Dani brushed away the petals that were hanging by her ear. She looked down at the inscription beside the statue. The hero of Volantis in the Century of Blood, Archon Hirono. He had once led the Volantis army to occupy Mir and the vast plains in the southwest corner of the Ursos continent. The land of strife became the Volantis colony. He had been an Archon for 40 years. In the end, he got tired of the elections and proclaimed himself as the ruler for life. However, the Volantis did not buy it. They tied him to 2 elephants and tore him in half. How tragic! Dani grimaced. Then she thought, looks like the election system of Volantis is not completely useless. At least the people have a very high awareness of the democratic system. Sir, what do you think? She asked the knight beside her. The people of Volantis are barbaric and ungrateful. This Hirono had made great contributions and served Volantis for 40 years. In the end, he ended up in such a miserable state, the old man said with a complicated expression. He seemed to see himself in the broken stone statue. He had been a white knight for almost 40 years. In the end, he was stripped of his lifelong honor by a little brat. You are right, but you can look at the problem from another angle. Dani's mouth twitched. What angle? The democratic consciousness of the Volantis, the determination to protect their rights and uphold the justice of the law. Maybe, sir, you are not planning to learn from Volantis and hold an election for the Archon, are you? Whitebeard looked panicked. I shudder when I think of the 7 dukes with a group of bed slaves canvassing for votes in the streets of King's Landing. Dani nodded and smiled. I can try. After all, I am young and can withstand the torment. I also have a dragon. Even if I fail, no one can chop my head off. But the 7 dukes cannot withstand the torment. Are you going to ride your dragon back to Slaver's Bay and hide after the Westeros are done? White Knight thought anxiously for a while and said, My lord, as you can see, many of the Archon statues on the streets are headless, and the decline of Volantis is all because of the conflict between the parties. The election system is not as good as you think. That was the truth. Before Valeglia was destroyed, it ruled the entire world. When the apocalypse destroyed the center of power of the empire, the land of long summer, and the capital of Valeglia, its colonies and conquered territories gained independence. What happened after the cities gained independence? They began to fight for territory. After that, the western continent of Ursos fell into a century of chaos until the Targaryen family intervened as the eldest daughter of Valeglia, Queen of the Lorne, and Mistress of the Summer Sea. The pure-blooded Valeglia of Volantis had the largest population. They ruled the vast Lorne River basin, where the strongest dominated the trade of the Summer Sea, and had the most powerful fleet in the world. Of course, at the beginning of the Bloody Age, all Volantis came to a consensus. They were the heirs of the free citadel and the rightful rulers of the world. Not to mention ruling the world. At least the other 8 free trade cities in the western continent should submit to the Volantis. But on how to conquer the western continent of Ursos, the Volantis had a huge disagreement. The Tigers, formed by the old nobles, favored the use of force. The Elephants, formed by the bankers and the big sea merchants, supported trade conquest or economic control. But in the Bloody Age, everyone pulled out their swords to kill, and the Tigers' position undoubtedly prevailed. In a short time, the Volantis fleet conquered Lys, and the army conquered Mir. 3/4 of the western continent was controlled by the Volantis. They were almost ruling the world. During this time, the Volantis even went to Aegon Targaryen, who was idling on Dragonstone Island. The Conqueror had his own plans. Not only did he refuse the invitation of his fellow countrymen, he formed an anti-Volantis alliance with Tyrosh, Pentos, and Bravos, just like the alliance against the Dragon Queen today. Hundreds of thousands of troops, hundreds of thousands of warships, and a dragon. The plains southwest of Ursos, which used to be like a water town in the south of Jiangnan, was destroyed by the flames of war. It was now the land of strife. From the map, the vast western continent of Ursos seemed to have only 9 cities. And the rest was empty land? Not so. There used to be bustling towns scattered all over the land, but now only ruins were left. Without the deterrence of the megalosaurus in Valeglia, the Dothraki could roam freely in the western continent. The towns rebuilt this year were just another bell for the Horse King to attack next year. Also, because the old ancestor had stabbed the Volantis, Dany did not think of using the banner of "All of us are Orthodox Valeglia" to recruit the Blackwell nobles. Well, that was a digression. Aegon was only a dragon, his 2 sisters did not participate, and could not fundamentally change the situation. If the Volantis had united and worked together, the anti-Volantis alliance would not have been difficult to overcome. After all, Volantis was so large, and in terms of raw power, it was the strongest in the world, and the process of unifying the western continent was very stable. After the surprise attack on Myr, Lys, and the Land of Strife, they took half a century to digest the results, and after they were ready, they sent their army north. But the governor of Volantis was elected once a year, and there were 2 parties with completely different political views. When the war suffered a setback, the policies would often change. After going back and forth for half a century, the Volantis people had exhausted themselves and lost their country and land. Not only were the former colonies independent, but even the original territories on the upper reaches of the Lorne River were invaded by Kohler and Bravos. Later, the centaurs came from the eastern plains, and the Lorne River plains were harassed every year, and the Queen of the Lorne River did not even have a chance to regroup. The tigers completely lost their power, and in the 300 years after the Bloody Century, the elephants had been in control of the government of Volantis, occupying at least 2 governor positions. In order to completely negate the policy of the old nobles of conquering the world by force, and to completely defeat the tigers, the elephants, after taking power, put all the blame for the loss of the war on the tigers, and led the public to cut off the heads of all the statues of the tigers. Well, Volantis will erect statues of every elected consul. Because of this history, Whitebeard thought that the tigers and elephants had cheated Volantis badly. The worst thing was that the elephants won the election and implemented the policy of conquering the world by trade for 300 years, but the real boss of the Western continent was Bravos. The Bravos almost imitated the financial control tactics of the elephants, and through the Iron Treasury, they indirectly controlled most of the Western continent, and even Westeros. Chapter 205. At about 2:30 in the afternoon, Dany and Barristan crossed the Long Bridge and returned to the West City Fish Market Square. At this time, the crowd in the square had decreased by 60%. The fish farm owner also stopped shouting and sat lazily in the shade of the shed, dozing off. However, the square was not without shouting. There were 7 or 8 round oak tables in the shade outside the merchant's house. Beside each table, there was a flag fluttering in the wind. There were 3 to 5 fierce-looking mercenaries behind the tables. Some sat lazily at the table drinking, while others shouted at every man or boy passing by. Oh, that old man, the red cloak mercenary playing the guitar. Isn't he the deputy leader of the wind-blowing group? Danzo? Dany pulled down the top of her hood and whispered to Barristan. The old man quietly dismounted and glanced at the second table in the east from the corner of his eyes. He saw the familiar blue and white-striped swallowtail flag and whispered, "It's the wind-blowing group. They seem to be recruiting." The other 7 tables are also recruitment points for mercenary groups. 7 gods above, they are all large mercenary groups ranked in the top 20. Bloodbeard's Cat Regiment consisted of 3,000 elite infantrymen. Shoemaker Gilo Regis Pike Regiment consisted of 800 pike cavalrymen. Magic Blade Kendi's Windbreaker Regiment was similar to the previous Rose Regiment, with Westerosi as the backbone. They were formed by the nobles who were exiled during the dance of the Blood Dragon. The two-headed demon Jig's Bright Flag Group. In the story of the 3,000 Immaculate Ones protecting Kohor, they and the Second Sons group played a dishonorable role, but you have seen the Second Sons group strength. The current Bright Flag Group is not to be underestimated. The old man did not have time to introduce each mercenary group. The waiter at the entrance of the inn quickly greeted them, helped them with their horses, and asked what service they needed. In the end, the pockmarked youth with 2 doors tattooed on his face told Dany, "Lady Layla, the widow by the waterside hopes that you can meet her when you return." "You call her that too?" Dany asked curiously. The widow said that her former name came from the slave owner, but her husband had always called her that. She could not change her name, so she could only let it be forgotten by the living, the pockmarked youth said. Dany nodded and asked, "Why is the lady looking for me? Is it urgent?" "I'm not sure." When they walked around a round table, a pig-faced, brown-skinned mercenary glanced at Barristan and grabbed his cloak. He grinned and said, "Hey, old man, I see that you're tall and strong, and you even have a sword on your waist. Are you an old knight? Do you want to join our Iron Shield Regiment and fight Dragon Queen at Slave Bay?" "I'm not a wild knight." White Knight's cold gaze almost froze the mercenary's heart. She loosened her grip and let him go. When Dany and the old knight crossed the threshold and entered the merchant's house, he cursed a few times to vent his emotions. "When did the mercenary group come?" Dany asked the pockmarked youth. "For the past 2 months, they've been coming to the Fishmonger Square to recruit people every day after lunch. The blowers were crippled by the Mother of Dragons, so it's not surprising that they would come to Volantis to recruit new members. But are the other mercenary groups also lacking people?" Barristan asked with a frown. "Sigh, they're recruiting for the Eastern Expedition to Slave Bay." The youth sighed with a worried look. "The Allied army is recruiting, the more the better. Almost all the mercenary groups have doubled their strength. Anyway, the United Nations is responsible for all the logistics. That woman is not to be trifled with. After the battle, whether they win or lose, most of the mercenary groups will be crippled. Look at the fates of the Blowers, the Second Sons, and the Ravens. You'll understand. Since they know the fates of the Ravens and the Second Sons, those mercenary groups still dare to provoke the Dragon Queen. Aren't they afraid of being wiped out?" Dany sneered. "For mercenaries, there's only one thing in the world that scares them." The pockmarked youth shrugged. "No money in their pockets." In the afternoon, the hall was much emptier. Most of the round tables were empty, and the merchants who were yelling to buy and sell goods were gone. Passing through the front hall, the pockmarked youth led the two to an empty table under the grapevines in the courtyard. After settling them down, he waved to a blonde slave girl standing in the northwest of the corridor. The two got together and said a few words. The pockmarked youth turned around and bowed to Dany before leaving. Then the blonde girl came to Dany with a stack of fried locusts in her hand. Putting the plate on the table, she said in Valeglia with a Reese accent, "Priestess, can you please sit here for a moment? The widow is receiving a guest from Westeros. You're the next one." "What? Aren't we the next one?" At the wine table on the other side of the grapevine, a handsome blonde youth stood up and slammed the table in dissatisfaction. Dany looked sideways and found that it was an acquaintance. They were the two youths who entered the city from the eastern dock yesterday evening. They got separated when the carriage crossed the long bridge, but they didn't expect to live in the merchant's house. In addition to the blond man and the black-haired honest youth, there was also a brawny man, Beavis, who was almost the same size as Beavis. His shoulders were broad, his stomach was round, his legs were as thick as tree trunks, his hands were as thick as ham, and his bald head was like a smooth pink pebble. "It's you." Seeing Danny's appearance, the tall, blond young man was stunned at first. Then he immediately woke up and recognized her. He bowed elegantly and said with a smile, "Hello, miss, we've met before, do you remember? Yesterday evening, we entered the city from the dock area together. On the way, we talked about the mother of dragons with a noble riding an elephant. God, I have to say, you're as bright as the star of Nymeria in the sky. If that woman is 1/10 as beautiful as you, we—" Cough, cough, cough. The black-haired, honest youth quietly pulled his trousers a few times and coughed a few times. "Oh, I'm sorry, I was rude." The handsome youth smiled gently and turned to look at the slave girl, Reese, and asked, "We can accept letting a beautiful lady cut the queue, but can you at least give us a reason? You brought gifts to visit the widow, and the widow wants to see Priest Layla. Is this reason enough?" The blond youth was stunned and understood the meaning of the slave girl's words. Soon he smiled again and looked at Danny. "So your name is Layla, and you're a priest." Danny glanced at Beristan, whose face was hidden under the hood, and guessed that he must have known that the three people opposite him were from Westeros. "You're Dornishman?" She took a bite of the fried locust wrapped in fine flour and asked vaguely, "In this other world, other than the moon at night, there was a bright white star in the northwest direction that was the most eye-catching. When Danny had nothing to do at night, she could only look at the stars and the moon. She even suspected that it was a distant star in the three-body system, just like the ginseng of the seven mansions of the western white tiger mentioned by the ancient astronomers in China. The Greeks classified it as Orion. It was the same in this world. The races were different, the cultures were different, and the names for the white star were different. Chichi called it Maid Star. Well, the sun was horse god, the moon was horse god's wife, and the white star was the maid who served Calixi, just like Chichi herself. The Undals chose the 7 brightest stars in the sky other than the moon, and named them according to the names of the 7 gods. The white star was called Crone's star, and it guided the lost in the night. Dornishmen were the most influenced by Loiner culture. The white star was called Nymeria's star, and the milky white ribbon at its tail was the 10,000 ships led by Nymeria. I'm the son of a Dornishman wine merchant. The black-haired youth glanced at the slave girl before explaining to Danny. Jaskari wine is recognized as a bad wine in the world. Our family's good Dornishmen may be able to sell it for a good price in Astapor. You have an idea. Danny nodded, picked up a fat locust, and stuffed it into her mouth. She whispered to the white knight next to her, "Try it. It tastes like chicken, but it's more fragrant and crispy." The slave girl held back for a while and finally said, "Things are different now. Dragon, that woman brewed a kind of best wine, and even the Volantis wine merchant secretly went to buy it." "Oh, then we should go and have a look." The blonde youth smiled. "Up to you." The slave girl turned her head and glanced at the northwest corner. "It's your turn next. Remember, prepare the gifts." Danny and Beristan stood up and saw a maid waving to Reese's slave in the corridor. They knew it was time to meet the widow. "Do we need to prepare gifts too?" Danny took out a silk handkerchief and wiped the grease from her mouth as she asked. The slave girl thought for a moment and said, "Most people have something to ask of the widow, but the widow is not greedy for the guests' money. Many people bring gifts that are not worth 10 copper coins." I understand." Danny was deep in thought. The gifts showed more respect to the widow by the water. The widow, who was a bed slave, inherited her husband's family property. She had more money than she could spend, and what she lacked was respect. Thinking of this, she could not help but quietly untie the cat's stone bracelet on her left wrist. After a few steps in the corridor, a girl's scream suddenly came from the west corner of the hall, followed by the laughter of a group of drinkers. Short Winter Melon, beat her up. Wow, dwarfs fighting. A sailor whistled and clapped. Entering the hall, through the gap between the sparse crowd, Danny was shocked to see the mess on the bluestone floor. Tyrion was covered in grease and rolling in a ball with another dwarf. A female dwarf dressed as a man. Her gray clothes were wet with wine, and the shadow of a small steamed bun was printed on her chest. The other small steamed bun was exposed in public because Tyrion pulled her clothes. Enough! A tall, middle-aged man rushed out from behind the counter. He should be the owner or the lobby manager. He held a stick and knocked on the heads of the two dwarfs a few times. He then lifted the little devil who was holding the female dwarf in the air. The dwarf's neck was strangled by the collar. His face was red, and he struggled to kick his legs. Tyrion's companion, Haldon, who looked like a scholar, hurried over and shouted, "Put him down! Do you want to kill him?" But just as the Volantis man put down the little devil, the female dwarf on the ground got up. Like a crazy heifer, she headbutted Tyrion's chest, knocking him over a table. The bowls and plates fell to the ground. The poor little devil's blonde hair was wet with soup. The female dwarf did not intend to let him go. She got up with both hands and rushed over while screaming. She rode on the little devil's chest and punched his cheeks, eyebrows, and forehead like raindrops. His lips were broken, and his eyes were swollen. His ugly face without a nose became more deformed and ugly. Chapter 206. The owner walked over to the two of them and grabbed the female dwarf's neck like a chick. He lifted her up in the air and cursed. "Who can tell me what happened? Damn it, let Bonello burn these two freaks to death. My porcelain bowl and wine jug are all over the floor." The noseless, ugly bastard probably did the female dwarf, but he didn't want to take responsibility. Then the female dwarf came over with a dagger to kill the heartless bastard. A purple-bearded Tyroshi sailor said, "Seriously, yes, I didn't take responsibility for your father's wife. I've let you down." The little devil struggled to get up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Let me down for what?" The large sailor was at a loss. "Ha!" The people around him laughed out loud. The atmosphere was extremely joyous. "Save it, Hugo Caesar." "You really want to die here?" Haldon slapped Tyrion and walked to the opposite side of the owner. He looked at the writhing female dwarf and frowned. "Why did you assassinate my companion?" "They killed him." "My brother," sob, sob, sob. The dwarf girl seemed to have lost all her courage and strength. She hung on the owner's hand like a doll as she wailed. "Who killed your brother?" "Me." Tyrion limped over and asked with a frown. "Sailor, a sailor from the Seven Kingdoms. My brother and I were sparring in the square. They followed us, and when they realized that I was a girl, they let me go, but Ope was caught and beheaded. You killed your own brother. You deserve to die. But my poor brother died in your place." The girl sobbed. The others, including Danny, were confused. Tyrion suddenly had a look of realization and shock. He clearly understood the whole story. "That's the one who rode the pig," he said with a complicated expression. "I rode the dog. Ope rode the pig." The female dwarf said with tears in her eyes, "Innkeeper, please put her down." Tyrion sighed. "Who will compensate for my loss?" The tall middle-aged man asked. "That's enough. How much is a few porcelain bowls worth?" An old woman a few steps away scolded. It was the waterside widow. She sat in a small alcove in the stone wall. Although it was less than 5 meters away, the vines and potted plants with large green leaves covered the wall next to her. The small alcove in the shadows was easy to overlook. However, for the widow sitting on the tall stone chair in the alcove, she could see most of the public resting area on the first floor at a glance. Danny looked over and found that there was also a stack of fried grasshoppers on the stone table in front of the widow. Noticing her gaze, the old widow grinned at her. "What is your name?" "Poor child," the widow asked the weeping gnome. "Fanenai, my name is Fanenai." "Big Eva, bring the dwarf girl back to her room. Give her some wine and a change of clean clothes." The widow ordered the maid beside her. There were 2 red-haired, round-faced maids on his left and right. They were twin sisters with wine cups on their faces. The slave on the left the alcove and silently took Fanenai away, except for Danny and Beristan. The rest of the crowd consciously dispersed. The widow looked at Tyrion from head to toe and smiled. "Shorty, it seems that I have to help you this time. Volantis is not a place for gnomes to settle down. You go back and wait. I'll send someone to inform you as soon as I have news." "You are a kind person." The gnome bowed and thanked the widow. "Thank you." Halden also bowed excitedly. "All right, my guest is here. You can leave now." The old widow waved her hand. Tyrion also noticed Danny at this time, but he only looked at her in confusion and left. As for the white-bearded Beristan, he directly ignored him. Well, there were too many silver-haired, purple-eyed girls in Volantis. "This thing is better than delicacies after it's cleaned." The old woman picked up a fried grasshopper and pushed the plate towards Danny. Danny gently put the golden blue cat's eye bracelet on the table and said, "This is a gift for Madam." In addition to the pile of fried grasshoppers, there were 7 or 8 other gifts piled on the stone table. There was a pure wine flask, a luxuriously decorated, thin and transparent emerald flower fan, an ancient bronze dagger engraved with runes, and even a shiny bronze music box the size of a wash basin. It was from Astapor. As the music played, the bronze ship above would move in a circle. When the old widow picked up the bracelet and looked at it carefully, she took a grasshopper and chewed. Well, it's mixed with the unique black pepper of Volantis. It's crispy and refreshing. A glass of wine would be even better. Without the widow's order, the remaining twin girls immediately took out a pot of wine and 2 glasses from the alcove. The wine was as bright as the sun. "This is the most precious gift I've received today." The old widow put the bracelet on her right hand and looked at it. She sighed and said, 30 years ago, I had a pair of jade hands worthy of it. Now, I'm old." Danny took a sip of the wine and asked, "Madam, do you have any orders for me?" "I wasn't the one looking for you, but now I'm happy to talk to the priest." The widow smiled. "Who's looking for me?" "The shadow-binding warrior, Tam." "Her?" Danny was puzzled. "What's the matter?" "The shadow-binding warrior is from Asia. She's a great wizard that Malakir found. Her purpose—" The old widow's black eyes flashed. "To hatch a dragon." "I know that too. The shadow-binding warrior thinks highly of you. After the death of the fire wizard Lisbon, she wants you to take his place. Lisbon is dead. The fire wizard Lisbon, who attended the gathering last night." Danny was so shocked that she interrupted the widow. It's him. He's too greedy." The old lady nodded and sighed. Through that magical witchcraft technique, 3 gods returned to cave. The wizard won 3,000 gold coins from the merchants and tourists in just one morning. He cashed all of them in gold coins and carried them out of the house just like that. I heard that because the dragon queen miraculously hatched a dragon, magic has begun to recover in recent years. I'm an ordinary person and don't even know the simplest witchcraft. However, I have many wizard friends and am very clear about the limits of a wizard's power. Under normal circumstances, it's not even as useful as a rusty dagger. The fire wizard proved this once again. He was in an alley near Sweetwater Street. His throat was slit, his lower abdomen was pierced, and even his clothes were stripped. So unlucky. Danny didn't know what to say. The number one genius of the Western continent, the number one person of the younger generation, died in a stinky ditch just like that. Why did he carry a big bag of gold coins to such a remote place? Danny asked curiously. Priestess Layla isn't a local and might have misunderstood. Sweetwater Street isn't remote at all. There are many banks there, including a branch of the Iron Treasury. The fire wizard won so much money in public. He must have felt uneasy and wanted to save the money. Did you catch the culprit? Danny asked. Not yet, but the old widow pouted at a few mercenaries who were drinking not far away. Did you see the mercenary recruitment table outside the door? Recently, Volantis has recruited almost all the wild mercenaries in the Western continent. They're most likely the culprit. Sigh, what a loss. Lisbon still owes me a Valeglia steel dagger. Danny lamented. Oh, there's such a thing. After Danny roughly explained the transaction between the two, the old widow said thoughtfully, No wonder great wizard Tam gave that place to you. What place? Lisbon was the most outstanding extraordinaire in Volantis. He was one of the members of the Dragon Hatcher Wizard Legion that Miraggio formed. Now that he's dead, Tam, who's in charge of this matter, intends to let you replace the fire wizard, the old widow explained. But I'm just, a Seven Gods priestess, Danny said awkwardly. Perhaps the Shadowbinder just wants to make it up to you. When she returns in the evening, you can ask her yourself. After explaining Tam's request, the old widow didn't let Danny leave. Instead, she started to talk about other topics. I heard that Priestess Layla just came from New Guise. You're quite familiar with the Dragon Queen's policies. The old widow stared at Danny with the shrewd eyes of a fox. She didn't want to miss the slightest expression on her face. Look at me. I have the purple eyes of the Milky Way, and I look pretty good too. I almost look exactly like the legendary Dragon Queen. Of course, I don't look like the one in Guise's opera. How can I not be curious and admire that legendary character? Danny spread out her hands and said generously, That's true. If it wasn't for your temperament, you're a pretty girl from a humble family. You don't have that kind of decisiveness and valiance. I almost thought that I'm looking at the Dragon Queen. The old widow nodded. Hee, even if you're knowledgeable and sly, you don't know the saying, a dragon can be big or small. It can rise or hide. If it's big, it can rise and spit out fog. If it's small, it can hide. If it rises, it can soar in the universe. If it hides, it can hide in the waves. I thought that everyone was misled by the opera. They thought that the Dragon Queen has a big head. She's 10 feet tall, and her waist is also 10 feet wide, Danny said with a smile. After joking around, she asked again, I do have a deep understanding of the Dragon Queen. Madam, what do you want to know? I heard that the Dragon Queen is very strict with the merchants who use slaves. If she takes over Volantis, how will she deal with people like me? To tell you the truth, although I was born a slave, I have a large number of slave workers under me. I accumulated a lot of wealth through the slaves. The old widow blinked her eyes and asked nervously, Madam, you will lose a lot of money. First of all, the slaves will definitely be released. They will also receive a salary from you. They have the right to decide their own future. They can take the money and start their own business. They can also sign a labor contract with you and continue to serve you. Secondly, the Dragon Queen will give you a fine based on your evaluation among the slaves. Those with a bad reputation may lose their heads. Finally, the Dragon Queen will count the number of citizens in the city and forcibly buy a batch of land and houses from you. At least, she has to ensure that every new free citizen will be allocated 15 acres of land and their own house. As Danny spoke, the old widow nodded. Although she did not look unhappy, her eyebrows were furrowed so tightly that they could squeeze a mosquito to death. Hee, very strict, right? Danny said with a smile. The Dragon Queen is not acting out of sympathy. She really wants to abolish slavery. The old widow sighed. Danny nodded and said, "No one can shake her determination." Then will the Black Wall nobles who oppose her and the merchants who support her be treated differently? Of course, Danny said with certainty. The Dragon Queen abolished slavery, but she did not abolish the system of officials and nobles. Everyone who owns slaves will lose part of their wealth, but those who oppose her will lose their privileges at the same time. Those who support her will be rewarded and become new nobles. It's that practical and utilitarian. Very smart. The old widow's eyebrows relaxed, and she smiled. Chapter 207. After that, the old widow asked Danny some detailed questions, such as the Dragon Queen's character, the intentions of some of her policies, the current situation in Slaves Bay, and the strategy to deal with the Allied forces. As long as it was about the public information in Slaves Bay, Danny answered in detail. She also made it clear that she didn't know about some private matters that normal people wouldn't know. The widow got a lot of useful information from her, and she also understood the widow's character from their conversation. The waterside widow was very realistic. She did have a strong inclination to abolish slavery, and she didn't even hide her hope for the Dragon Queen to liberate Volantis. But her goal was completely different from Danny's. Danny simply wanted to liberate the suffering slaves. The whore of Wagoro and the slaves were already two different classes. She only cared about whether she could go one step further and obtain an increase in status from the slave liberation movement. Danny didn't feel indignant about this. She didn't even think that there was a problem with the other party's way of thinking. The two chatted for more than an hour, and they only ended their conversation when the maid came to tell them that the Shadowbinder had returned from the east side of the city. The waterside widow arranged a small alcove for Danny and the Shadowbinder to talk. Before she left, she even asked the maid to wrap a paper bag of fried grasshoppers and gave it to Danny. Lisbon is dead. He was murdered by the new Second Sons. The Shadowbinder's voice was cold. It was obvious that she was very angry. New Second Sons? The illegitimate son of Bravos's illegitimate son, Zidane? Danny was surprised. The new Second Sons was much luckier than the wind-blowing group. At the end of the Battle of Yuan-Kai, they rushed into the city with the Gith cavalry. After discovering that they were ambushed, they didn't resist like the wind-blowing group did. Danny also didn't target the new Second Sons because the illegitimate son of Titan had insulted her. She was too busy at that time and didn't have the energy to care about those small fries. Of course, the new Second Sons was newly formed and had a weak foundation. They didn't have the money to pay the ransom, so Danny threw them into the labor camp to farm. But when Danzo of the wind-blowing group came to redeem his own members, he also paid the ransom of the new Second Sons and the small mercenary groups. The Zingis people paid for it. It has nothing to do with Zidane. The shadow-binding knight shook his head and sighed. Did you see the recruitment point outside the door? All the mercenary groups were expanding. The new Second Son mercenary group now had 1,500 members, which was 3 times the previous number. Although mercenaries were not trustworthy, at least the leader could manage his subordinates well. Now he had completely lost control. Lisbon died on Sweetwater Street, where people came and went, so he was discovered immediately the body was still warm. The Tiger Cloak army asked the passersby a few questions, and they roughly knew who the murderer was. After I went to look for them, Zidane immediately gathered his subordinates and found that nearly 100 people were missing. Excluding those who were fooling around and hiding, at least 20 mercenaries had escaped. What's up with the dragon incubator mages? There are 3 archons in Volantis, and they also think that the cooperation of multiple mages is the best choice. There is no limit to the number of mages, but there are only 3 commanders. Apart from me, there is also a necromancer and a black goat blood priest. You're looking for me. Danny hesitated. I'm afraid I can't help you. She somewhat understood the current situation. There were 3 big shots in the mages group, and they each occupied a mountain. The fire mage Lisbon was originally a subordinate of the Shadow Binding Knight. The Extraordinaries gathering last night was most likely the Shadow Binding Knight selecting a new batch of subordinates to test the quality of this group of rogue cultivators. Just like the mercenary group, the 3 big shots in the Dragon Incubator mages were also crazily recruiting people. As the recognized number 1 genius of the younger generation in the Western continent, and having received the inheritance of Alleglia's witchcraft, Lisbon was undoubtedly a great help to Tam. However, he died in a cowardly manner. The Shadow Binding Knight was a little weak, so he prepared to recruit Priest Layla into his group. You are talented, more talented than Lisbon, and you also received the inheritance token of Valleglia from him. Your future will not be worse than his. Was this a compliment? No matter who it was, their future would not be worse than that bastard's. By the way, I heard that the Red Priest can revive people. Danny's eyes lit up, and she suggested, we can ask the Red Priest to revive Lisbon. The Shadow Binding Knight shook his head. Impossible. Lisbon is not someone that Lalo needs. You don't want to participate in this gathering? The eyes behind the red mask were filled with doubt. Let's not talk about the reward first. At least you can learn a lot of mystical knowledge. I thought you were very interested in the world of extraordinary. Of course I want to learn witchcraft, but Danny was expectant and hesitant. She asked, are there many extraordinary people in the mages group? I'm not a native of Volantis, and I won't stay here for long. The Shadow Binding Knight did not force her. He thought for a while and said, how about this? Tonight, Malachar will receive the mages group at the Cloud Tower. You can come with me and have a look. There's also a chance to see the dragon egg. After that, you can decide whether to stay or not. Okay. This time, Danny did not hesitate and agreed. Then, the 2 of them talked for a while about the future career plans of Priest Layla. It was not long, only about 10 minutes. After they agreed on a time and place, Tam got up and left. I'll have to postpone my departure from Volantis for a night. Danny did not leave the small alcove in the stone wall of the West Hall. Instead, she pulled White Knight in and talked about the banquet at the Cloud Tower. Well, Danny had just noticed that there were many similar alcoves in the 4 walls of the public rest area. Potted vines covered half of the doors, which were similar to the private rooms in modern hotels. However, from the alcoves, one could see the situation in the hall clearly. It was very suitable for sea merchants to talk about business in private. Well, killing and robbing would have to be discussed in the basement under the rockery. White Knight was worried. Won't it be too dangerous for you to enter the Black Wall alone? Too many people have seen you. Those Volantis merchants who went to Astapor to buy goods, the mercenaries who were captured and ransomed the slave owners of Gith. Haha, don't worry. Danny waved her hand and asked with a smile. You know what Kuei she looks like and what Tam looks like. The old knight was stunned. When he came back to his senses, his mouth twitched. Are you going to become a shadow binding knight? Danny laughed and said, why not? Everyone knows that the Seven Gods priestess has no future, and Priestess Layla yearns for mysterious power. Shadow Binding Knight is the most powerful and mysterious extraordinary class. What's wrong with me wanting to become a Shadow Binding Knight? Tam even praised me for having good taste. She promised that whether I join the mage group or not, she will introduce me to a few devils. Introduce you to a few devils? White Knight's eyes widened. Yes, the devils' real names and portraits. They are considered evil gods. Danny nodded and said with a complicated expression, "The east is further away than the Shadow Land. It is shrouded in darkness all year round. It is said that that place is connected to hell. Regardless of whether the rumors are true or false, many devils have been born there. They have real power. Mortals can get their response through blood sacrifice and prayer." "Do you really intend to?" She raised her hand to interrupt him and laughed coldly. "I intend to bring the dragons to visit them one by one when I am tired of living. I will kill them all and feed them to the dragons." The old knight's face twisted. He did not know what to say. He was worried that the queen would be tempted by power and worship evil gods. He did not expect the queen to be so fierce. He could not stop her. She had said clearly that she would wait until she was tired of living. Sigh, I would have been dead for many years by then. Let the other white knights worry about it. The old man sighed in his heart. "Right, there is something that requires you to leave the city." Danny suddenly smiled slyly and whispered to the old knight, "I am not that kind of person. I am not used to it. All right, I am a little used to it." The old man's expression changed a few times, as if he had accepted his fate. He sighed and got up to leave. Then Danny called the waiter over to settle the bill and entered the hall. Just as she was about to go upstairs to rest, someone called her, "Priestess Layla." "Hey, wait, Priestess Layla." When she turned around and saw who it was, Danny was amused. She greeted him with a smile. "Wizard Pogba, are your injuries better?" "I am used to it." The skinny fire wizard supported himself with a walking stick. His legs were wide apart as he walked in strange steps. With every step he took, his monkey face would twitch as if he was enduring an unbearable pain in his life. Danny pulled him to an empty table and sat him down. Then she opened the paper bag and said, "Fried grasshopper, high protein. Sigh, it is good for your body. It tastes good too. Try it." The skinny man looked over and frowned. "It is too oily. Also, I can't eat meat." "Why? Did the doctor tell you to?" Danny asked, puzzled. "I am on a diet." "On what?" Danny widened her eyes and looked him up and down. The monkey skeleton was covered in a layer of human skin. "What fat do you have to lose?" she said with a grin. "Sigh, Priestess Layla, you don't understand. Wizards like us who practice fire escape have to reduce our body weight as much as possible. Did you see it last night? If I were 7 or 8 kilograms lighter, I would not have fallen. If you were 7 or 8 kilograms lighter, you would be blown up by a gust of wind even without fire escape. Must it be like this? Can't I increase my magic power?" Danny asked. "Fat is easy to lose, but magic power is hard to find." The skinny man looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle and lamented. "Oh, right. This box of ice skin jade cream is for you. Thank you for paying to treat my injuries last night." The skinny man leaned his walking stick against the table. His right hand struggled to take out an ebony box the size of a spectacle box from the cloth belt hanging on his waist. He put it in front of Danny and explained, "I often get burned, but I am never afraid because I have this miracle medicine for burns. I heard that Priestess Layla and Lisbon. Sigh, poor guy. There are too many wild mercenaries in Volantis. If Priestess Layla practices fire witchcraft, she will often encounter situations similar to mine. Although you are reminding me out of kindness, it is more like a curse to me. The mother of dragons will not be as miserable as you, Danny complained in her heart, but she still took the box. She looked at him carefully. There were indeed many layers of bright wrinkles on the skinny man's skin. The treatment didn't leave no traces, but considering the severity of the skinny man's injury, this kind of effect could be considered magical. "What are your plans for the future?" she asked. "That's it. I heard that the Blackwell nobles formed a dragon-hatching wizard legion." The skinny man suddenly understood and shook his head with a bitter smile. "I am not qualified." Danny rolled her eyes and said, "Are you familiar with Wizardwood?" Chapter 208. Wizardwood was the old black man from the last Transcendent Gathering. "We often go to the docks to perform together. We're old acquaintances." The skinny man, Pogba, nodded. "He's preparing for a big project. Recently. Do you know that?" Danny asked again. "How big?" The skinny man's tone was casual. Obviously, he did not think that his old friend could suddenly become successful. "A mega project of 1,000,000 gold radiance coins," Danny whispered mysteriously. The skinny man ignored the pain in his balls. He jumped and exclaimed, "What? What's he going to do? Which idiot has 1,000,000 gold coins for him to cheat?" Danny's face darkened. "Just because of this sentence, I'll punish you with 200 pounds of wildfire." She put her hand to her lips and whispered, "Mother of dragons." He's going to Slaver's Bay to seek refuge with the Mother of Dragons. That woman has at least 1,000,000,000 gold coins from the slave owner's house. 1,000,000 is just a drop in the ocean. 1,000,000,000? How many? The skinny man asked blankly. If there are 1,000,000 people, each person can get 10,000 gold coins. The skinny man's eyes bulged, but he quickly recovered and said doubtfully, "That's impossible, right? Even the Iron Vault doesn't have that much gold." Of course, Danny was bragging. Not to mention 1,000,000,000. Even without silver coins and jewelry, there was not even 100,000,000 gold royals. A 50% discount is not a small amount. Danny waved her hand. "That's true." The skinny man nodded and asked curiously, "Is Wood not afraid of death?" "The allies won't let him go." "Don't you know that wealth comes from danger? It's 1,000,000 gold coins. How much can you earn in a day by performing at the docks?" 700 to 800 copper coins. "Not bad. If you live frugally, you can save 2 gold radiance coins in half a month. If you work hard for 20,000 years, it's almost the same as Wizardwood's big project. 10,000 years. The skinny man seemed to be in a daze. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said firmly, "I'm going to Slaver's Bay too. I'm not worse than Wood." "Well, you can go with Wizardwood. It's best to find a group of wild wizards. You know the situation with the Dragon Incubator mages? I think you have the potential to become one of the top 3. Yes, the top 3 of the Mother of Dragons mage squad." Danny encouraged. I think so too. After all, I'm considered an extraordinary. I'm much stronger than those fake fire mages on the streets." The skinny man laughed foolishly. Pogba left excitedly. Before they left, they tried their best to invite the fire mage in turn, Layla, to work on that big project with them. Well, with Wood, the 3 acquaintances just formed the big 3. The skinny man was too enthusiastic, so Danny could only tell him that TMU had recruited her. Before going upstairs, Danny suddenly remembered something. She went to the front desk and asked the clerk behind the desk, "Do you remember me? I'm staying in VIP suite number 8 on the 2nd floor. Yesterday evening, you were the one who brought me without waiting for her to finish. The registrar with a book tattoo on his face bowed and said, 'Priest Layla, of course I remember. What can I do for you?'" Has anyone come to look for me? Well, the widow by the waterside came to look for you. I've already seen her. Is there anyone else or a slave? No. Danny frowned and thought for a moment. Then she said, If someone comes to look for me when I'm not here, you have to remember it and find a chance to remind me. Of course. She was waiting for the Cadillac, the elephant coachman who had sent them into the city yesterday evening. But she didn't have to wait for him. This was a test, a choice. Yesterday, Danny grabbed 2 fistfuls of yellow copper coins and stuffed them into the Cadillac's pocket. At that time, no one noticed that there were 5 gold radiance coins mixed in. The clever young man had been looking forward to the Mother of Dragons, hoping that the Mother of Dragons would bring him freedom. In this way, the Mother of Dragons gave him a great opportunity. Slaves had the opportunity to become free people and could be redeemed. 5 gold radiance coins could buy 10 Cadillac, even if he had very good elephant training skills. But slaves were not allowed to own property, and it was impossible for them to save money to redeem themselves. Danny wanted to know how smart the young man was. As dusk approached, the red sun in the west looked like the background curtain behind the stage. It was rounder and bigger, and the dim gray square seemed to be draped with a layer of red and gold. It was like a noisy giant beast waking up from a deep sleep. The fishmongers shouted loudly, and the women and girls with baskets haggled with sharp voices. The white steam above the barbecue stall was dyed red by the sunset. The fishy smell of the fish, the rancid smell of the mercenaries, the fresh smell of the teppanyaki steak, the spiciness of the roasted pepper, and the sweetness of the honey wine attacked Danny one after another. If it was in the past, she would take out a silk handkerchief to cover her nose. Now that there was a red lacquered wooden mask on her face, Danny could only hold it in. Her face was pressed by the lacquered wood, and she felt a little uncomfortable. But she also found a good thing. The people coming and going were like river water that met a big rock, automatically avoiding her. Even the boldest and bravest mercenaries didn't dare to come close to her. For example, the wind-blowing group, Danzo lay lazily on a high-backed chair with his legs on the table. He played his guitar and sang leisurely to the people coming and going. He had the demeanor of a suave swordsman poet. Danny walked down the stone steps and stood beside the wind-blowing group. She was purely bored, and Danzo's skills were also very good. In the end, the old mercenary turned his head to look at the shadow-binding knight beside him a few times. He wanted to say something, but he held it in. In the end, he just sighed, put his guitar aside, and began to instruct his subordinates to move the table. Yes, the wind-blowing group stayed 7 or 8 meters away from Danny. The shadow-binding knight's evil warding effect was that good. Fortunately, the awkwardness didn't last long. Soon, a huge white elephant stopped in front of Danny. "Layla, come up!" Tam shouted from above. It was an exquisite castle. The golden railings glowed with a bright red halo under the setting sun. At the same time, 5 slaves wearing thick red blankets jogged over and silently knelt below the elephant in order. The first one was a sturdy dwarf who was more than 1 meter tall. The second one was 3 meters tall. The third one was 6 meters tall. The fourth one was 9 meters tall. The fifth one was 2 meters tall. They looked like a small giant. They knelt close to each other like a flight of stairs. Danny only needed to hold on to the reins that dangled beside the white elephant, and she could easily climb 1 step at a time to the metal ladder at the bottom of the castle. "Move away. I'll do it myself." Danny frowned and waved her hand to let the slaves leave. She held the rope ladder hanging beside the elephant. Her movements were as light as an elephant coachman. The castle was very spacious. It had a space of 5 square meters. Danny took off the long sword from her waist and sat cross-legged at the small round table in the center like Tam did. When she sat down, there was a sound of metal colliding in her clothes. Tam frowned and said, "You're not only carrying a knight's sword, but you also have armor under your robe?" Dani lifted her sky-blue robe and revealed the silver chain armor outside the leather armor. She said, "It's just chain armor, not plate armor." "You're now a mage, a shadow-binding knight," Tam reminded her. "So, an elegant and wise person shouldn't wear a barbarian knight's costume." The shadow-binding knight's voice was sonorous and powerful, as if he was explaining a truth. Lisbon thought so too. Then he was stabbed to death. Dani shrugged and said coldly. The giant elephant began to move slowly. The castle shook slightly. Just when Dani thought that the topic of armor had ended, Tam sighed and said faintly, "Metal affects the wizard's witchcraft. Wearing armor can't cast witchcraft, even if it's Valeglia's steel." "Bullshit. When I was still a rookie, I wore a thick armor and used an immature soul strike to defeat Faceless One. The whole process was very smooth. There was no delay." "Really?" She doubted. The shadow-binding knight said, "If the armor doesn't affect the casting of spells, the wizards of Valeglia would have a Valeglia's steel armor. But the fact is, they would rather use Valeglia's steel to make the Sphinx statue than to forge a steel sword and a set of armor. Why would they be stingy? Even if the wizards don't use it, the warriors can wear it." Dani was puzzled. "So they let the warriors wear the anti-magic Valeglia's steel armor and wield the Valeglia's steel sword to kill the wizards?" Tam sneered. This, thinking back to the Valyrian steel sword's terrifying anti-magic effect, especially the last time they went to Orlos, where Barristan killed a large number of fire roundworms with a swing of his sword, Dani came to a realization. So that's how it is. "Hey, Westeros Knight!" A loud shout came from beside the giant elephant, waking Dani, who was deep in thought. She turned her head in confusion and found that the elephant was still wandering in front of the merchant's house. It had stopped in front of a mercenary recruitment counter. There was a flag of a bearing black cat next to it. It seemed to be Bloodbeard's cat group. "Waiting for someone?" Dani asked. The shadow-binding knight nodded. "Moon, Singer Kaza lives in the upper house." The upper house of the merchant's house was prepared for rich merchants. It was a small independent courtyard with beautiful scenery. It was clean and tidy. Dani naturally could afford to live there. There were more people in the middle house, so it was easier for her to ask for information. "I'm from Dorne, the son of a wine merchant. I'm traveling along the summer sea. Of course, I'm also helping my family find out about the wine market in the cities." It was a familiar voice and a familiar face. It was a Dornishman whom she had met twice. "Traveling along the summer sea? Idiot!" The mercenary from the cat group muttered. He then shouted, "You have a two-handed sword hanging at your waist. You should be a good swordsman, right?" The black-haired young man nodded and said, "I've learned swordsmanship for a few years." "Then what are you waiting for?" "The next stop of the tour around the summer sea is Slave Bay. Hurry up and sign your name, and become a brave little wildcat under Bloodbeard's command." The mercenary waved a stack of parchment contracts and said in a loud voice, "Not only will you be able to see the scenery of Slave Bay for free, you will also have countless gold coins and beautiful girls and boys. You might even be able to defeat the Dragon Queen and become a dragon slayer." After saying that, the mercenary actually started singing. "We are the cat group fighting our way to Slave Bay. Slave Bay, first kill the Count of Shattered Shackles, then kill the real Dragon Queen." The two mercenaries beside him also sang. Their voices were loud and clear, and their expressions were heroic. Dani's mouth twitched. At the same time, she remembered Bloodbeard and the cat group in her heart. "Kid, if you want to die without a complete corpse, sign it. Danzo, who was a few steps away, strummed his guitar a few times. The sharp sound disrupted the rhythm of the cat group's chorus. "Damn old man, you want to snatch our people again." The cat group's mercenary scolded angrily. "I just don't want a kid who craves honor to die without honor," Danzo said calmly. The Dornishman could tell that there was a hidden meaning in his words. He immediately put down his ink brush and took a few steps back. He asked in confusion, "Old man, what do you mean?" Chapter 209. The Cat Regiment has almost 8,000 people. "Young man, do you understand what this means?" Danzo smiled meaningfully and answered his own question. "It means that they have the determination to lose 5,000 people. 3,000 members is the norm for the Cat Regiment. Child, do you think you will be one of the 5,000 dead?" "Humph, anyone can say that, but you wind-blowing team have no right to say it. Last time in Yuan-Kai City, only a few dozen of your 2,000 members escaped. The remaining 300 were also redeemed from Dragon Queen. Tell me, what is the casualty rate?" The Cat Regiment sneered. "That's why we have a lot of experience." Danzo was not angry. He smiled faintly and asked, "If we meet the Mother of Dragons again, which of our 2 mercenary regiments has a higher survival rate?" "The strong will survive. Not only will they survive, but they will also return with a great victory," the Cat Regiment said proudly. Danzo shrugged and said to the Dornishman, "Now you know which mercenary regiment to choose. How about we join the wind-blowing team?" The black-haired man asked his companion. "Why?" The bald man was puzzled. The wind-blowing team was almost wiped out last time. So if there is a wipeout situation next time, it will definitely be another mercenary regiment. The blond man smiled. "Hey, what are you talking about? Why is it not the Alliance army that wins? Why must there be a mercenary regiment that will be wiped out?" The Cat Regiment shouted angrily. This kind of overly optimistic thinking is extremely dangerous. Last time, with the power of Astapor City, Dragon Queen destroyed Githa's army of 100,000 without any losses. Now that the forces of Mirin, Yuan-Kai, and Astapor have been integrated, the Alliance army may have a Pyrrhic victory, but it will not be a complete victory. The blond man sneered and pulled his companion directly to the wind-blowing team. "Sorry, I'm late." At this moment, the moon chant in a floral dress also trotted to the side of the giant elephant. She habitually stepped on the human ladder and explained as she climbed, "I didn't mean to waste everyone's time. After receiving the news of Lisbon's death, I have been prophesying in my bedroom all afternoon. The result, it's not clear." Danny moved to the side and asked curiously, "What are you prophesying? Dragon hatching?" "Ha! Things like creating miracles like hatching dragons are too far away from me. I just don't want to become the next Lisbon and predict whether or not there will be any danger in tonight's banquet." Moonsinger smiled bitterly. "Pa!" Danny slapped the big shot's shoulder and laughed. "There's no need for a prophecy for such a simple question. Let me tell you, just wear a layer of armor under your mage robe. But the armor will obstruct." "I know." Danny waved her hand and said, "Why don't you wear your armor when you go out and take it off before you go home to cast your witchcraft?" Witchcraft's lethality is too low. I need to learn a guardian skill." "Oh, not the kind of guardian skill that can support a family. It's a combat skill that's similar to that of an assassin or a knight." "Wouldn't that be too?" Moonsinger's expression was conflicted. She did not know what to say. Too indecent? Could it be more indecent than using a guardian skill to sell his skills? Too difficult? Could it be harder to learn than witchcraft? Seeing the longsword beside Danny, Moonsinger seemed to see an illusion in front of her. It was a blue-robed great wizard who was slashing people with a two-handed greatsword while casting fire witchcraft. "Seems like a good idea." Why don't you work hard to earn money and use the money you earn to nurture a few trustworthy guards? Shadowbinder Tam said calmly, "This is really a good idea." As expected of one of the three great wizards, Moonsinger immediately tossed the strange idea of a great sword wizard to the back of her mind. She started thinking, which big shot should she find to cast her guardian skill on? Living in the upper house was too expensive. What she had on hand was not enough to hire guards. Just as Moonsinger was deep in thought, the Shadowbinder passed a small booklet to Danny. "This is the Illustrated Handbook of Gods and Devils. Since you have the intention to become a Shadowbinder, it's impossible for you not to have dealings with devils." Danny flipped to the next page. There was a drawing of a three-headed, black-scaled monster with a twisted shadow on the top half of its body. There was also a note in Veleglia at the side, Ascarzon Modsis. Magic could stimulate the most primitive desires of humans. In blood witchcraft, desire was the source of power. To complete the sacrifice, the liver of a red carp and the heart of a ram had to be burned to ashes and smeared on the body to expel the remaining evil god's power. What's the use of this lustful demon? I remember that many apothecaries can concoct green potions, Danny said in confusion. Potions can't activate the power in the blood essence. Just like the blood witchcraft I cast last night, before taking the blood, I had to use green lust to activate the magic in the noble's blood. You keep emphasizing noble. Can a normal person do it? It's a simple example. Can the bloodline of the dragon queen be the same as that of a mercenary on the streets? Danny nodded. This was another world. There were differences in bloodlines. Layla, remember this. The shadow-binding knight warned her seriously. You can sacrifice to the evil god and borrow their power, but don't believe in them. This is the fundamental difference between a shadow-binding knight, a priest, or a witch. Tam's ability was probably much weaker than Koeishi's, but she was much easier to get close to. She enthusiastically explained to Danny the common knowledge of the supernatural world and the taboos of a shadow-binding knight. Other than not teaching her witchcraft directly, Tam was almost fulfilling her role as a teacher. "We're here," the Moonsinger reminded her. While talking to Tam, the elephant crossed the long bridge and arrived at the east of the city. Soon, it entered the Black Wall. After walking for about 10 minutes on the ancient black stone streets, they finally arrived at the entrance of a black stone tower on the south side of the Black Wall. Unknowingly, the golden-red sunset dimmed. Torches and lanterns started to light up nearby. There were 7 or 8 white elephants in the elephant pen. In front of the Black Tower, there were more than 100 beautiful palanquins neatly arranged on the lawn. It was obvious that the 3 of them weren't the first guests. Danny hung her longsword on her waist and was the first to climb down the rope ladder. Then the shadow-binding knight and the Moonsinger stepped on the human ladder and steadily walked down the elephant's back. An old butler with silver hair and blue eyes was waiting at the entrance. His face was very clean and tidy. He was wearing a very exquisite purple suit. Together with his meticulous expression, he gave off an ancient sense of solemnity. "Great Wizard Tam, the master has been waiting at the top of the tower for a long time." "Sorry, we're late." The shadow-binding knight bowed, slightly. The butler nodded and gave a look to a blond youth in a pure white robe. The youth immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the 3 magicians. "Please follow me." Then he led the way to the staircase at the side of the hall. The master of this Tower of Heaven completely followed the traditions of ancient Veleglia. The higher the floor, the higher the status of the people who lived there. The hall at the bottom was very spacious, about 500 square meters, but it was only a storage room. It was filled with beautiful wine barrels. The second floor stored rice, flour, and other food. The third floor was the kitchen. The fourth floor was the servant's bedroom. The fifth floor was the upper servant's bedroom. The sixth and seventh floors were the residence of the Valeglia servants. From the eighth floor, it was the master's opera house, library, swordsmanship hall, bonfire hall, dining room. The Tower of Heaven belonged to the Megara family. There were 20 floors in total. Miraggio's bedroom was on the highest floor, but he didn't live there often. There was also a villa with a garden near the Tower of Heaven. That was his daily residence. After all, even in the Valeglia period, the nobles of Volantis didn't have dragons. They built the Black Tower only to welcome the visiting Dragon King. At this time, the top of the Tower of Heaven was covered with a layer of colored glass dome. It became a place for large-scale banquets. Exquisite colored lanterns hung on the dome, emitting colorful light under the night sky. The colorful light was reflected by the colored glass, and the whole venue became a dreamy stage. There were no extra buildings under the dome, only a circular fountain pool in the center. It was 20 square meters. As the lanterns swayed gently, the umbrella-shaped crystal water curtain flashed with different colors. It was so beautiful that people were intoxicated. The platform on the top floor was wider than the foundation. It was about 800 square meters. But at this time, no less than 300 people gathered here. The atmosphere was very lively. Well, most of them had silver or bright blonde hair, purple or blue eyes, and wore exquisite Valeglia silk robes in a classical style. Except for the old and fat people, no matter men or women, they all had beautiful colors. An arc-shaped stage was built near the glass wall in the north. It was covered with a warm green carpet, and more than 20 musicians were playing soothing and lively music. Such a dreamy environment, such handsome people, and such pleasant music only made people feel intoxicated. It was as if they had come to heaven. The shadow-binding knight and moon singer were obviously a bit reserved. Only Dani looked left and right. She even stood on her tiptoes to take a look. After looking around, she complained, "The lights are dazzling my eyes. This place is only suitable for dancing." "Great Wizard Tam, over here." Someone waved. In the corner where a knight's armor stood, there were 6 strange people in strange clothes. Well, they were as strange as Dani and the other 2. "It's Bo Chung and Corbett." Tam whispered to Dani and led the way. On the way, the shadow-binding knight had already explained to Dani the situation of the other 2 giants. They were the necromancer Bo Chung from the Barren Land and the black goat priest Corbett from Kal. They also brought 2 trusted mages with them. Bo Cheng's outfit and aura surprised Dani. He had a square face, a high hat, a wide belt, a red robe, a long beard, and a short sword at his waist. He was almost a westernized Ming Dynasty scholar. Yes, he was also wearing dark gold shoulder guards and a golden silk vest on his upper body. It would not be strange if he took off the shoulder guards, vest, and short sword at his waist and directly entered the Ming Dynasty's Fenghua. Bo Chung, who had an extraordinary temperament, seemed out of place when the 9 evil people gathered together. However, his profession was even scarier than the shadow-binding knight. A necromancer. Except for Dani, she had already seen the other 8 people many times, so Tam only introduced Dani once, and then the others. After Lisbon's accident, I thought Priest Layla would choose to become a fire mage. I didn't expect her to change her profession to a shadow-binding knight. Bo Chung stroked his beard and said, strangely, the 2 big shots brought 4 younger brothers, 3 fire mages, and 1 alchemist. Well, the alchemist was from Dani's hometown. He was from the Westeros King's Landing Alchemist Association. However, although they were alchemists in name, they were more appropriate to call them fire warlocks. They were the ones who helped the mad King Aerys roast Duke Stark. They were also the ones who helped the Mad King bury the wildfire in King's Landing and prepare to burn down the city. Chapter 210. Shadowbinders can wield the power of fire and shadow at the same time. Tam said calmly, "That's true." Bo Chung nodded and turned his head to look at Danny strangely. He found that her body was slightly bloated and could not help but ask, "Are you wearing armor?" "Chain mail. Other than being a priest, I'm also a knight." "Hee, we're really alike. I'm also a swordsman." Bo Chung patted the short sword at his waist and said with a smile, "After that incident, it's safer to carry a sword when going out. Lisbon is an exception. Too many people have seen the gold coins on him." "Death," Priest Corbett from Call said calmly. "Almost every race that didn't have a single god had their own death god. For example, the Stranger of the Seven Gods, the Wild Lion of the Barren Land, and the Black Goat were the death gods worshipped by the people of Call. For the Church of the One God, such as the Red God Church, Lalo was the god of all creation, the King of Light. He was also the death god, the Shadow Lalo." Speaking of Lisbon, Bo Chung stroked his beard and asked the Shadowbinder, "Wizards' corpses have magic power. As the number one genius of the younger generation, Lisbon's corpse is even more valuable. Can I buy his corpse? I might be able to create a fire wizard corpse demon." "Damn, I was just praising you for your magnanimity. You've revealed your true colors in just a few sentences." Danny was infuriated by the Shadowbinder's refusal. However, Tam nodded without hesitation and said, "Sure, as long as you pay your family a reasonable price." Hee, even Westeros know that Prince Bo is never short of money. The fire warlock behind Bo Chung laughed. "Well, Bo Chung came from the Bo dynasty of Barren Land, a branch of the royal family. Calling him a prince was an exaggeration, but he was definitely rich." Bo Chung nodded proudly and said, "I'll buy Lisbon's corpse at twice the market price." "Ah, isn't Lisbon our companion?" She couldn't help but interrupt. "That's why I'm paying twice the price." Bo Chung glanced at her and said calmly, "When we're alive, we study others. When we're dead, we'll be studied by others. That's our fate." The shadow-binding knight's tone was casual, as if he was saying something like, "If you're alive, you have to eat." Danny fell silent when she thought of the dried corpse of the wizard, her husband, that Widow Queers had given her. However, after a short while, she was driven by curiosity and asked, "What is a corpse ghost?" Bo Chung thought for a moment and explained. After 10,000 years of research, the Barren Land Necromancer Association discovered a natural truth. When a person dies, the body will lose part of the yang spirit, and at the same time give birth to some yin spirit. The so-called spirit could be seen as the unique active factor of living beings. It was an important factor that differentiated spiritual beings from non-living beings, such as stones, seawater, and soil. When a person is alive, the spirit in his body is all yang spirit. When a person dies, part of the yang spirit transforms into yin spirit, and the yin spirit and yang spirit mix together. As the corpse slowly decays, the amount of yin spirit and yang spirit will decrease, and finally return to nature completely. After explaining a lot, Bo Chung was dismayed to find that the 6 people in the audience were all confused. Danny and Tam were wearing masks, so he couldn't see their expressions. He sighed and turned to Danny and asked, "Can you understand what I'm saying?" "You're saying it clearly. I'm not stupid. How can I not understand?" Danny said in a light tone. The other 8 people looked at her strangely. This girl might be very talented, but she didn't have any magic power. She didn't even know a single spell. She was quite thick-skinned. Although they thought so, Tam and the other 6 people in the audience nodded slightly. They even looked as if they understood something. After all, the novice shadow-binding knight had said it. Anyone who wasn't stupid could understand. No matter what, They didn't want to be treated as a fool. However, Danny dragged her tone and said hesitantly, "Master Bo, you seem to have made a mistake. The loss of a corpse's internal spirit isn't linear with the degree of decay." "Oh, what do you mean?" "At the moment of death, a person will lose more than half of their spirit. After that, it will stabilize at a certain level. After that, it will start to decrease linearly." Danny indeed understood. Although she didn't know how the people of the East Continent researched it, their 10,000 years of research didn't go to waste. The so-called spirit should be spiritual quality. The Yin spirit and the Yang spirit should be referring to the different colors of the spiritual quality. Before meeting Bo Chung, she had always thought that the colorful particles were essentially the same. It was just like how sunlight was divided into red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple by a prism. However, they were all part of sunlight. After hearing the necromancer's words, Danny finally understood. Even if the purple and red light were part of sunlight, their wavelengths were different, and their effects were different. "How do you know?" Bo Chung asked suspiciously. He personally experienced it from burning corpses. "St. Bailey's ravings," Danny said proudly. "What's that?" Bo Chung and the others were confused. However, the fire warlock was stunned for a moment. He said in shock, "The ravings that St. Bailey said before starving to death. What's going on?" Bo Chung looked at his followers. The fire warlock pondered and said slowly, "Have you heard of Bailey, who was blessed by the gods? After discovering that his wife and cousin were having an affair, he had been fasting and praying in the Holy Church, hoping to get help from the 7 gods. Perhaps he was confused by hunger and said a lot of nonsense during that period. However, the monks insisted that St. Bailey was enlightened by the 7 gods. That's right. His wife was stolen, and he starved to death. It would be terrible if word got out. Of course, the 7 gods would help their own sage to cover it up. In short, some monks recorded some of the words that St. Bailey said before he died. The manuscript was called Bailey's Ravings. However, after Aegon, the mediocre king, the cousin who stole his virgin wife, ascended to the throne, he burned all the information that defamed the Targaryen royal family. No one knew what Bailey said before he died. However, some people also said that some of the manuscripts were hidden by the monks of the old town. My fellow townsmen, you're awesome. You've solved this problem and saved me a lot of effort. Thank you, Danny echoed. I only saw some broken pages. Unfortunately, I didn't understand what they were saying. Now that I heard Master Bo Cheng's explanation, I immediately understood. She didn't spill the beans, but she had revealed information that she shouldn't have. The key was that if she pretended to be confused, the expert wouldn't talk to her in depth. But the 7 gods are fake, Corbett said with a frown. The Targaryen bloodline is real. Perhaps Bailey really communicated with a god of wisdom from another dimension. The Shadowbinder said calmly. Master Bo Chung, please continue. What's after the Yin-Yang spirit? Danny urged. Bo Chung didn't want to talk about it anymore. After all, no one could understand it. What was the point? However, he found that not only could Danny understand it, but she also gave him a new theory. He couldn't help but be interested. Before the Necromancer Association was established, we scholars only hoped to solve the mystery of life and death. We never thought of creating ghosts or other undead creatures. You also want to live forever? Danny asked strangely. Also, Bo Chung asked doubtfully. He then shrugged and said matter-of-factly, Who doesn't? That's right. Master, please continue. At first, the scholars didn't notice the difference between Yin spirits and Yang spirits. They only had one thought. After death, one would lose their spirit. But if they added spirit to a corpse, could they bring the dead back to life? Or even live forever? Bo Chung was excited, as if he had transformed into a scholar who explored the mystery of life and death 10,000 years ago. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult. Danny sighed. She had thought of this before and had even tried many times. Unfortunately, not to mention corpses, even living people couldn't accept her spirit. Sigh, it's not difficult, it's impossible. After all, the association didn't succeed even after 10,000 years of research. They only created a bunch of byproducts. Bo Chung sighed dejectedly and said slowly, during the research, the scholars gradually discovered the difference between yin and yang spirits. Living people can only accept yang spirits, while corpses have a stable entangled yin and yang spirits. When the scholars tried to break the balance between yin and yang and extract all the yang spirits, the scholars became necromancers, and the corpses became zombies that could move and listen to orders. So that's how it is. Danny was very happy. She didn't come to this gathering for nothing. Or rather, Koeishi's prophecy was very accurate. She should go to the East, to Asia, to understand the truth of the world. Of course, Danny also realized that Asia wasn't the main point. The main point was to communicate more with supernatural people, although this world's supernatural power was a bit weak. And there was an embarrassing incident where a mage was stabbed to death by a thief. The wisdom accumulated over thousands or even tens of thousands of years couldn't be underestimated. It was all because this world's magic was too low and the mysterious professionals were too miserable. I wonder if Master Bo Chung is interested in exchanging protective skills with me? Danny asked shamelessly. You want to learn necromancy? Bo Chung smiled faintly. Ahem, Layla. Shadowbinders control the power of fire and shadows. You can learn the fire wizard that you got from Lisbon, but necromancy can't coexist with it. Tam reminded. Hey, I haven't officially become a shadowbinder yet. Danny shouted. Tam turned around and stared at her coldly, as if asking, I've invested so much effort in you, and you want to betray your master? Bo Chung waved his hand and smiled. Priest Layla, I'm sorry, but you're not a native, and necromancy's secret arts are rarely taught to outsiders. Why? A rule left behind by our ancestors. Tam was silent for a while and said slowly, there are necromancers from other schools in Asia. Layla, if you really want to learn necromancy, I'll introduce you to a few corpse robbers. Corpse robbers? Necromancers need corpses, and corpse robbers know where their customers are. You're a good person, Tam. Danny said affectionately. Necromancers and shadowbinders can help with dragon hatching. The shadowbinder said faintly. Bo Chung frowned and said, necromancy originated from the Barren Lands, and only the wizards from the Barren Lands Undead Association are accepted. As for the other wild wizards, even the tolerant Asia doesn't allow necromancers to move around openly, and some places even kill them. Miss Layla, you have to be careful. Why? Danny asked curiously. Wild necromancers have no restrictions, and their witchcraft theories are incomplete. They pursue power over wisdom, and their actions are too inhumane. You have to understand that the Undead Association doesn't want to create terror, and our most fundamental pursuit has never changed immortality. Moon, Singer glanced at the entrance of the hall and said softly, Malacho is here. Everyone looked over and saw a muscular man in black armor walking toward the stage with heavy steps. The muscular man was wearing a full body armor, which was matte black in color. His steps were steady and powerful, and he looked very heroic and domineering, like a victorious general who had just returned from the battlefield. He's Malacho, the leader of the Tiger Party who's been in the limelight recently. At the same time, he's also the commander-in-chief of the Allied army in Volantis, so he often wears armor to attend meetings and put on a show. There are hundreds of Volantis here, and all of them have the right to vote, Moon Singer whispered to Danny. Yeah, Danny's gaze was fixed on the Gith people behind Malacho, who were wearing golden tasseled toga robes. Why are the Gith people following Malacho? I heard that Malacho has always rejected the Gith people's invitation, and the Gith people are also staying in the Elephant Party's Nessisur mansion, she said doubtfully. Chapter 211. The Elephant Party is made up of sea merchants and moneylenders. The real war depends on the old nobles of the Tiger Party. Now that the alliance has formed the three major forces of Volantis, Queers, and Zingis, Marazzo is the military representative of Volantis. If Zingis wants to take back Slave Bay, they can't do without his support, Bo Chung explained softly. Danny had thought that the main characters of the banquet would be the Dragon Hatcher mages, but the 9 of them had been talking in the corner for more than half an hour, and not a single guest came to greet them. After Marazzo entered the hall, he walked directly to the Volantis nobles near the orchestra stage. He didn't even notice the mages. "Didn't you say you were going to show the dragon egg?" Danny asked with a frown. The shadow-binding knight looked away from Marazzo and shook his head. "It's still too early. What's your attitude towards the mother of dragons?" Danny asked Bo Chung. Now that the 3 kingdoms of Barbarian are established, the 3 sides probably don't want to participate in this matter, and there are no slaves in Barbarian. Well, the 3 kingdoms here weren't Shu Han, Chao Wei, Sun Wu. The Golden Dynasty of Barbarian was named after the color of the dynasty. The history of the land of barbarians was divided into 3 stages. 1. The Kingdom of Dawn before the Long Night. 2. The Long Night during the Ossower and High Period. 3. After the Long Night, the Golden Heavenly Dynasty or the Rainbow Heavenly Dynasty. In the legends, the Dawn Kingdom's emperor was almost always a god or the son of a god. It was uncertain whether it was true or not, but the Dawn Kingdom had existed for a very long time. It could almost be considered a previous mythical civilization, along with the Children of the Forest. After that, the Golden Dynasty went through 10 dynasties: the Hai's Gray Dynasty, the Chang's Indigo Dynasty, and the Murong's Emerald Dynasty. Well, the last 3 dynasties were more strange. Cha Gang, Pearl White, and Huazi. Similar to the Western Han and Eastern Han dynasties, the royal family of the same surname extended their lives twice. The strange thing was that after 2 consecutive revivals, the emperor cut off his manhood. The crown prince could get married and have children, but once he ascended the throne, he had to cut off his male root to help the emperor get rid of all distracting thoughts and dedicate himself to the country. Needless to say, this policy was quite effective. The barbarian lands turned from a weak country that was bullied by everyone to a prosperous second largest country in the world. The people lived and worked in peace, and the empire expanded its territory. Even the people of Valeglia did not dare to provoke them. What was even more amazing was that they had also completed the first infrastructure project in the world of Song of Ice and Fire, which was to build a network of stone roads all over the land. Similar to Valeglia's Avenue, the 1,000-year-old immortal stone path connected all the cities in raised land. It was ridiculously powerful. After a few thousand years, the barbarians were still using the stone path built by the eunuch emperor of the Huazi dynasty. Unfortunately, the eunuch dynasty did not have a third chance to extend its life. After that, there was the Jia clan Green dynasty and the Luo clan Scarlet dynasty. It was the Luo clan dynasty of Luo Bao, who wanted to become Emperor Wu of Han, but had his head chopped off by the zebra people and made into a wine cup. The 9th dynasty was the Chai dynasty. This was the 10th dynasty, the Bu family's Azure dynasty. However, the Bu family's dynasty seemed to have reached a period of decline. Although the zebra people did not attack them, there were warlords in their own country. A general with zebra blood, Bo Xiong, occupied a trade town in the northwest, the Silk Road, that connected the Western world. That Bo Xiong looked a little like in Lushan. There was also a remnant of the previous dynasty who learned a lot of witchcraft. He occupied a piece of land, and raised the flag of the Chai dynasty. It was similar to Murong Fu, who had successfully recovered the Great Yen. With Murong Fu and Lushan eyeing them from the side, it was no wonder that the son of the Bu family did not want to participate in the Mother of Dragons crusade. However, the barbarians have joined the United Nations, and the income from the sea trade is almost the same as the land tax. The imperial court is unable to cut ties with the sea trade city-states. Bu Chung sighed and said, "Without a doubt, the Dragon Queen is the enemy of the entire world. However, the Alliance army without dragons might not be her match. I really do not know how long this world war will last and how many people will die." Then, Danny looked around and asked in a weak voice, "What are your plans for the dragon hatching? Do you really have the confidence to hatch a dragon, or are you using your protective skills?" The moment she said that, the air in the small corner seemed to freeze. The atmosphere was awkward and heavy. Danny acted as if she did not know and continued, "It has been almost an hour since we entered the hall, and not a single guest has come to greet us. What does this mean? The Volantis people look down on us. But according to the popular saying, the dragon hatching needs to be sacrificed to the loved ones of those with noble bloodlines. The dragon granny of the new JAS burned 2 small noble families, hundreds of people, men, women, and children, but she did not even hatch a single dragon scale. What kind of future do you think she will have? You will not give her a sum of money and send her out of the country, right? If you cannot hatch a dragon, I am afraid that your ending will be 10 times, no, 100 times worse than hers. We have signed an agreement, but there is no guarantee that we will succeed." The Fire Warlock said nervously, "You are talking about an agreement with a person whose entire family has been wiped out?" Danny sneered. "Then what do you think we should do?" The Call people frowned. "Let's have a good time tonight. Tomorrow we will just break up." Bo Cheng's 2 eyebrows almost stood up. He suppressed his anger and scolded, "You have not joined us yet, and you are already encouraging us to break up. What are your intentions?" "What intentions can I have? I want you to work on that 1,000,000 gold coin project after breaking up. Every one of you is powerful and knowledgeable. You are all talents." Danny stared at him without backing down. "Before I came, I thought that even if I would not be respected by the Volantis people, I would at least be able to talk and laugh with Mirajo. When your status is high, you naturally have the right to speak. But when I came over and saw it, my heart sank. Obviously, if there is a slight setback in the dragon hatching process, we will all be finished. Although it was unpleasant to hear, it was the truth." Everyone's face turned ugly and became silent. After a while, Bo Chung breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Hatching a dragon can help me analyze the path of life and death. For the truth, I am not afraid of death. Yes, I am afraid of death, but I am more afraid of missing the opportunity to learn the truth." The Fire Warlock said seriously, "Makes sense." The Black Goat Priest smiled and nodded. "Damn, they are all so brave. For the truth, they are not even afraid of death." Finally, the Shadow Binding Knight said slowly, "We are already the top group of people in the extraordinary profession. We are irreplaceable. As long as the Volantis people do not want to lose to the Mother of Dragons, they must have their own dragons. To hatch a dragon, we must live well." "Someone is coming," the Moon Singer whispered. A handsome blonde young man walked over and said politely, "Mages, Senator Nisisir has arrived. Senator Mirajo invites you over." When they were whispering, Mirajo stopped the orchestra and gave a campaign speech on the stage. His voice was full of passion, but the content was very boring. Even Danny, an outsider who had just arrived in Volantis for less than 2 days, could tell his campaign outline. In fact, when she passed by the park in the afternoon, She had already heard Mirajo's speech and seen too many elephants with slogans on their bodies. In summary, there were 2 points. 1, I want to fight against the mother of dragons. 2, I was born in the old nobility and my ability to lead troops in war is the best in the world. After Mirajo finished his speech, another senator led a group of people into the hall. Then, the blond young man came to look for the dragon hatcher mages. Danny stood behind the moon singer obediently and looked at the 3 mages on the stage chatting with Mirajo, Nisisir, and the other dignitaries. Suddenly, she narrowed her eyes and said in disbelief, "Valeglia Steel?" Her voice was really soft, and it was blocked by the wooden mask, but the moon singer still touched her. "Don't be rude. No one is paying attention to us. The Volantis people are all surrounding the 3 mages," the pyromancer said sourly. Well, the 3 mages went up the stage, and the 2 senators were like hosts introducing the 3 guests to the Volantis people. From time to time, they would ask a few questions about the dragon hatching. It was very lively. Danny and the rest were also standing on the stage, but they were very far away, on the left side of the small stage. "Mirajo is wearing the Valeglia steel armor?" Danny asked in a low voice. "The Ararathon family doesn't know about this." Moonsinger's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. "Ararathon has left Volantis for hundreds of years. I only know that the Mega-Ya family belongs to the 14th Fire Peak family." Danny smiled bitterly. "Damn, I almost exposed it. Is this a secret that everyone knows?" Moonsinger did not think much and explained in a low voice. "You are not wrong. The Mega-Ya family has the only Valeglia steel armor in the world." "How lucky," Danny murmured. "Yes, there are many branches of the 14th Fire Peak, but only his ancestor got a set of armor." Danny's eyes flashed with a smile. "You misunderstood. I am the lucky one." Seeing Mirajo scolding the mother of dragons emotionally and waving his arms up and down, she could not help but wonder. In the afternoon, Mirajo's arm was still in a sling. How did he recover so quickly? "Have you forgotten?" Moon Singer glanced at her and said strangely, "Wasn't his arm broken by you?" "You mean—" Danny was shocked. "Tam slept with this consul?" "Yes, Mirajo is the noble. When he woke up in the morning, his right hand was in pain as if it was broken, but the arm itself was not injured. When the residual blood wizard power dissipated, it was restored to its original state. He and Tam have an affair." Danny said strangely. "So?" Moonsinger did not understand why she was surprised. "Mirajo is a man, and Great Wizard Tam is a woman. It is natural for a man and a woman to be together. Is it normal?" Danny turned her head abruptly, and her eyes behind the wooden mask were full of disbelief. "It's strange for you to say such things." "How is it strange?" You are wearing women's clothes. Don't you prefer men?" Danny stammered. "You like men? Oh, no, you have a strange fetish. You like women." Moonsinger's sallow face flushed red, and she could barely suppress her anger. Everyone nearby looked over. Well, they looked at Danny and Moonsinger curiously with gossipy eyes, as if the 2 of them had performed a strange fetish in public. "Calm down. I am not discriminating against you. Why are you so agitated?" Danny was very calm with the wooden mask covering her face. She was not afraid of being seen at all. "You are ignorant." Moonsinger took a step back and avoided everyone's gaze with shame and anger. "Moonsingers are mostly women. If a man wants to become a moonsinger, he must wear women's clothes and dress like a woman." "Oh my God, you zebra people are really, really big shots." The Shadowbinder noticed Danny's movement and frowned. He whispered a few words in Mirajo's ear. Then the consul said loudly, "Members of the wizard group, please come to the stage and help us verify the authenticity of the dragon egg." Chapter 212. You're not even sure if it's real or fake. Danny was shocked. She tugged at Moonchant's sleeve and asked, "Have you never seen a dragon egg before?" Moonchant did not seem to want to talk to her anymore. She pulled up her sleeve and walked forward without saying a word. "All right, I apologize for my ignorance. I'll treat you to a big meal when we get back to the merchant's house," Danny begged. Moonchant snorted and explained with an awkward expression the dragon incubator mages were formed 2 months ago, but Mirajo or Volantis only got the dragon egg today. After a few words, the 6 followers came to the stage. According to their status, Danny was not in the center position. She stood at the side. She saw 2 attendants place a 2-foot square round table with long legs in the center of the stage. Another gray-haired, long-faced middle-aged man came out of the crowd with a black lacquered wooden box the size of a medical box. Without saying a word, he put the box on the table and pulled out a key from his collar. As if he wanted everyone to see clearly, he raised the key up high and shook it before finally inserting it into the red copper keyhole of the wooden box. Opening the lid, the long-faced man took a look and nodded to Mirajo and Nessie, sir, saying, "Please check it." "Bravosi!" Danny exclaimed softly. The long-faced man's accent was exactly the same as hers, or rather, Priest Layla's. It was like they were all from China, but when they spoke in Northeastern, Sichuan, Wuhan, and Wuxi dialects, experienced people would be able to tell the origin of the other party. The 9 free trade city-states, including Slave Bay, and New Guys, all spoke Valeglia. It was just that there were local accents mixed in every place, so it was easy to tell. Color, texture, scale, weight. The shadow bind touched the box for a while and nodded to the 2 consul, saying, "It's a dragon egg." The consul was a descendant of Valeglia's nobles. Of course, he knew some techniques to identify dragon eggs. After the 3 big shots looked at it, the consul personally checked it again. After that, it was the turn of the 10 old nobles of Volantis. Dozens of people surrounded the small round table. For more than half an hour before it was the turn of the 6 young mages. It was a dragon egg that was as red as the setting sun. "It's a bit small," Danny commented after seeing it for the first time. "Small." The fire warlock put down the dragon egg doubtfully and said, "It's exactly the same as the dragon egg in the records. It should be real." Before the other 3 fire mages could do it, Danny stepped forward and took the dragon egg. As soon as she touched the dragon egg, her expression abruptly changed. "Oh my God, it's true." "Of course it's true," the Bravosi said, unhappily. Danny looked up at the Bravosi and said, "This is not a stone egg, not a fossil dragon egg from Asia. You can even tell. Not simple." The long-faced man revealed a look of shock. "I've seen stone eggs in Kyle's." "I see." The long-faced man came to a realization and turned to the 2 archons. "It comes from the Westeros, the Targaryen family's dragon egg. It has a history of only 250 years. Compared to a stone egg, it's more likely to hatch a dragon." "Very good." Mallocker nodded expressionlessly. "Is the contract complete?" the long-faced man asked. "As long as the dragon hatches successfully, we will definitely teach you all the secret arts," Nisi Sir said. The long-faced man looked around and hesitated. "Only 2 archons. Dofus will be eliminated, so there's no need for him to come. I represent the elephant party, and Mallocker represents the tiger party. There are hundreds of nobles around as witnesses." "It's enough," Nisi Sir said. "Has Bravos and Volantis formed an alliance?" Danny asked the Moon Singer in a low voice. "I'm not sure." "Sigh, really?" Danny glanced up at the dome. The huge black shadow fell rapidly. "What a pity." Boom. Colorful fragments scattered in all directions. A bright pillar of fire suddenly descended like a divine punishment, like a missile hitting the dome. Crash! The magnificent glass palace was like a toy that had been slapped by a titan. It exploded into pieces, and colorful pieces fell like a storm. Before the people below could recover from the shock, a loud roar resounded through the entire place. Hiss, the demonic sound from hell, made the people who reacted to it change their expressions. Dragon, Archon, Nisi, sir, screamed like a woman. Malacker's face was expressionless like a granite relief sculpture. Now, his face was extremely distorted as he looked at the black dragon descending from the sky in disbelief. 400 years later, a true dragon descended on the Tower of Babel again. If this was during Valeglia's time, it would be a great honor for the Tower Master to receive a Dragon King. But now, no, boom, the bright red dragon flame with black smoke fell directly on the head of the Volantis Land army commander. It was like throwing a pencil box with ice cream into a charcoal furnace. A brown liquid with a strange, meaty aroma seeped out from the gaps of the iron boots. Demon dragon. The mother of dragons is attacking. The Volantis nobles shouted crazily as they ran around without thinking. They dove into the flames, rushed into the dark space around them, rushed out of the platform, and fell to the ground. The glass dome shattered, and the wind howled at the top of the tower. The dragon flame was like a plow of death, flipping through the crazily shouting crowd, taking away lives one by one. Hiss, another white dragon, fell from the sea of fire. It seemed to be competing with its elder brother, venting its scorching heat and terror without restraint. Volantis had long been prepared for an expedition to the east. Once the election was over, they would publicly declare war on the Slave Bay and the Dragon Queen. But this peaceful city itself was not prepared to accept the baptism of war. The two dragons were like demons that crawled out from hell, wantonly hunting the noblest people in the city on the platform. There was no mercy, no mercy. The handsome faces of the gods and goddesses melted in the dragon flame, and the dreamy heaven-like venue cried in the fire. The roofless platform of 800 square meters was big enough for a banquet, but in the face of two megalosaurus running back and forth with the dragon flame, the shortest dragon flame was at least 14 to 15 meters long. In 5 minutes, they swept 7 to 8 rounds back and forth, and there was not a single groan in the entire venue. Everyone was dead. The black dragon seemed to have intelligence. After burning Miraggio to death, it had been blocking the entrance of the stairs. Hiss, hiss, the dragon's roar gradually disappeared into the sky, leaving behind a crackling inferno. Another 3 minutes passed. Plop! In the center of the venue, where the fountain used to be, a few stacked burning corpses were pushed away. The pointed head of the moon chant popped out, shaking his wet hair vigorously. His chest was like a bellows that was being pulled at high speed, and he was gasping for air. Cough, cough, cough. The thick smoke and the burnt smell made him cough violently. Cough, cough. Gone. The demon dragon cough flew away, cough, cough, cough. Plop, plop. The corpses seemed to come alive and rolled to the side. More than 10 black figures sat up in the pool. Ouch, my hand is burned. Bo-Chung hugged his right elbow and wailed. It's good enough that you're still alive, cough, cough. Danny shook her head, looked around, and coughed. The corpses are burning like candles. We can't stay here for too long. The binding knight Tam struggled to get up, and luckily said, Thank goodness you were smart enough, Layla. You pulled us straight to the pool, and didn't try to rush to the stairs like the others. Come and help me. Ouch, my leg was broken by someone. Danny looked closer, and said in surprise, Consul Nisi, sir, you're not dead. This was not an act. At that time, she did not even think of saving any Volantis. She pulled Tam with one hand and Bo-Chung with the other, and ran straight to the pool in a snake-like manner. Oh, I didn't pull the moon chanter away, because that fellow had grabbed onto my robe in a death grip. Help, cough, cough. I can't breathe. Help me get out of here. He only cared about wailing. Danny did not help him, but grabbed the moon singer who was about to run to the stairs and pushed him over. The consul immediately hugged the skinny zebra man like an octopus. The binding knight walked over to support the other side of the consul and asked curiously, "Your Excellency, why didn't the mother of dragons burn you to death?" Danny still had a long sword on her waist, and she took it down along with the scabbard. She pushed aside the burning corpses on the way and moved step by step towards the stairs. Other than the 5 of them, there were 8 people who survived. After all, the pool was 20 square meters and more than half a meter deep. As long as they did not faint or suffocate, the people at the bottom would be half alive. More importantly, the 2 dragons adjusted their angles, and most of the dragon flames flew over the pool instead of directly burning it. I'm not stupid. If I don't run when I see Malacho melting beside me, am I going to wait for the dragons to burn me? Narcissus groaned. Why did you think of running to the pool? Moonsinger asked curiously. Hee, this is wisdom. Narcissus grinned and said proudly, that black dragon clearly has a rider, which is that vicious woman. Her heart is like a poisonous scorpion, but she's not stupid at all. If I were in her shoes, if I was riding the dragon, I would also let the dragon block the stairs as I plan to attack the Tower of Babel. Sure enough, that devil is as vicious as expected. She will definitely kill us all. Damn, even you thought of this. Are you a devil? An old man from Volantis looked up at the dark night sky, and then looked around at the corpses that were burning with bloody flames and smoke. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, and he came to his senses. He wailed, "Tragic, tragic, tragic, too tragic, sob, sob, sob. This is war." Danny sighed with a complicated expression. Priest Corbett is dead. Dark, Lincoln, and Mace are also dead, the Fire Warlock said with a sobbing tone. You are still alive. Danny glanced at him in surprise. The face and clothes of the Westeros were black, and there was a large burning hole at the bottom of his robe. Dead, dead, all dead, sob, sob. The Fire Warlock looked around numbly and started crying without warning. His crying was like the fuse of a firecracker, and a series of wails sounded in the dilapidated hall that was filled with the smell of meat. Stop wailing. Come and move the corpses. The stairs are blocked. Danny shouted, Is there anyone still alive? Her words alarmed the people at the bottom, across the pile of burning corpses. The people on the other side also started to shout and drag the corpses. It's Butler Fox, the Shadowbinder shouted. There are still people upstairs. Butler Fox, move the corpses away. Ah, the Fire Warlock who was sobbing was like a little girl who was being molested. With a sharp voice, he pointed to the northeast and said, Look over there. The Mother of Dragons hasn't left yet. She wants to burn the Black Wall. Chapter 213. Of course, there was more than one Tower of Babel within the Black Wall. Excluding the small nobles and merchants, there were more than 30 branches of the top nobles of Valeglia, including the 14 Fire Peaks. Almost every family in the 14 Fire Peaks had a black tower to welcome the Dragon King from the main family. Roughly speaking, there were 22 Tower of Babel within the Black Wall. Of course, like the Megara family in Maracho, the top floors of the rest of the Tower of Babel were remodeled, either with glass or with domes or with flower beds and swimming pools. But one thing was for sure. These families followed the tradition of the Son of the Sky of Valeglia, and the noblest people must live at the top floor. And in the room of the family master, there must be precious items passed down from the ancestors. For example, Valeglia swords, Valeglia books, statues, secret techniques. The Volantis never thought that the Mother of Dragons would cross 3,000 kilometers and launch a surprise attack on them. So there were no dragons slaying crossbows, no archers, and no strong guards. Many of the top floors of the towers did not even have servants. It was empty, waiting for someone of noble character to ride a dragon and steal it. They got used to it after a while. What is the mother of dragons doing? Bo Chung looked in the direction of the fire mage's finger. In the darkness, the dark red dragon flame flashed and disappeared, leaving only flickering flames burning slowly. Ah, what a vicious woman! She wants to clear out all the family masters of the noble families and break the spine of the Volantis. Nisisar was stunned for a moment and shouted in realization. There were people cleaning up the corpses in the stairwell. Danny also stopped and shouted at the console with her sword, "It's no use crying here. Hurry up and take out your trump cards. What dragons slaying crossbows, dragonhorn, witchcraft, and so on. Even at this time, you are still hiding it." "No, there is nothing," Nisisar said, almost crying. "How can there be nothing? You are going to attack Slaver's Bay. It's impossible that you did not prepare dragon slaying methods, right?" Danny doubted. If the real dragon is so easy to deal with, how can we Valeglia rule the world? Why should the Volantis cooperate with the Bravosi to hatch a dragon? The consul looked at the burning wooden dome in the distance and howled in despair. It seems like he really doesn't have any killing moves. Now, I can relax. What about the dragon-slaying crossbows? Even the Gith people have dragon-slaying crossbows. She seemed to be more anxious than the Volantis people. The Gith people use ballistae to defend the city. They are placed on the city wall and have a horizontal range of more than 300 meters. They are very powerful and can kill elephant soldiers. However, its vertical flight altitude is less than 50 meters, so it won't have much effect on the megalosaurus in the sky. "Let's disperse." Danny waved her hand and dejectedly said to the shadow-binding knight and the others, "Look, these guys don't even have dragon-slaying crossbows, and they're still planning to conquer Slave Bay." Hoo-hoo-hoo! A gust of wind blew from the ground, and the flames on the corpses not far away crackled. The staircase was opened, and a gust of wind rushed up. "Hurry, hurry, and rush over," the butler urged the servant loudly. Soon, more than a dozen slaves covered in wet sheets stepped on the scalding stairs and rushed up with a stretcher. "We have dragon-slaying crossbows, real dragon-slaying crossbows from the Westeros." Nessus climbed onto the stretcher and said, "Although Kor didn't join the Allied army, they are still a member of the United Nations. 3 months ago, they accepted an order from the Allied army to build dragon-slaying crossbows for us. Half a month later, the first batch of 1,000 ballistae will leave Kor and go south along the Rhone River to Volantis." Danny's heart tightened and asked, "Where did the Westeros get dragon-slaying crossbows? Did you bring them here?" She turned to look at the fire warlock. The slaves began to run down with the stretcher. Danny followed behind the consul, and the fire warlock and Moon Singer followed behind her. Well, other than Bo Chung and the shadow-binding knight, the other low-level mages didn't get a stretcher. The blueprint of the dragon-slaying crossbow is strictly kept in the royal library. How could I come into contact with it? The fire warlock's blackened face showed a bitter smile. "Ha! That woman is indeed very strong, but this time she's really going against the entire world." Nessa sneered and said with a twisted face, "The Westeros are even more anxious than us. If the Allied army fails, the sea merchants will at most go home to farm. It's a bit hard, but their families won't have to worry about it. However, Lannister, Theon, Stark, Tully, Aaron, the Dukes of the Five Kingdoms didn't even have the chance to surrender. With the Mother of Dragons' crazy, tyrannical, and cruel personality, how could she not exterminate their families?" "I'm crazy, tyrannical, and cruel? Good, very good. I see. Stark, Tully, Theon are all gone. The person who sent the blueprint should be Lannister, right?" Danny said with a smile. "No, The person who brought us the blueprint came from the old town. He represents the High Court's attitude. Nessus shook his head. When they walked out of the corridor, the doctors waiting in the palace immediately gathered around and cleaned the consul's wounds. High Court? Danny was shocked. What kind of fucking script was this? Riverbend originally belonged to the Gardner family. Riverbend's king's surname was Gardner. Tyrell was only the Gardner's butler and could barely be considered a mid-level noble in Riverbend. During the War of Conquest, the entire Gardner family died in the Blazing Fury battle. As the head steward of High Court, Tyrell opened the city and surrendered. Aegon Targaryen rewarded him with the title of Duke of High Court. For 300 years, Tyrion had always been a loyal follower of Targaryen. During the War of the Usurpers, Targaryen's only ally was Tyrell of High Court. Unfortunately, they chose the wrong commander. Duke Mace Tyrell's fighting skills were too advanced. If Rando Tarly, Jon's close friend and Sam Tarly's father, led the troops, the Targaryen dynasty might have been able to survive. At that time, even Rhaegar's brother-in-law, Dorn Martell, only stood aside and watched the battle. That was why Viserys, Dany, Barristan, and Jorah Mormont had always thought that Tyrell could be an ally of Targaryens. Dany had even planned to visit the Citadel of Learning on this trip to the Westeros. But now, was there not a single loyal official in the Seven Kingdoms? After thinking for a moment, she asked tentatively, "What's Lannister's attitude? I heard that Lannister and Tywin have a marriage alliance." High Court might be conveying Duke Tywin's intentions. Perhaps. We sent an envoy to King's Landing to invite King Joffrey to join the alliance. Tywin Lannister didn't explicitly refuse. He only said that the Westeros had many things to do and couldn't support a war thousands of miles away. The consul drank a cup of poppy milk and fell asleep. The healer took the opportunity to set his bones. "Let's go." The Shadowbinder pulled Dany's sleeve. "It's time to leave." Dany shook her long black sleeve that was dripping with water and said unhappily, "You didn't even give me a change of clothes." Hundreds of nobles died. Who would be in the mood to entertain us? Bochung shook his head. They chatted as they went down the stairs. "Where do you live?" "The merchant's house." We're going the same way." "I have something to do." Clang, clang, clang. As they were talking, a heavy and drawn-out bell rang above their heads. Is this calling for the Tiger Cloak Army and the city to be under martial law? The Shadowbinder looked in confusion at the Valantian servant who was leading them in front. The Black Wall alarm bell was used to welcome the noble Dragon King in Valeglia. Now it's mostly used to issue fire alarms. "It's burning up there." "It's a bit loud. It might attract the Mother of Dragons," the Fire Warlock said worriedly. "This place has already been burned. Why would she come?" Dany sneered. His boom. The dragon's roar pierced through the night sky like lightning. The bell stopped ringing abruptly. The sound of the house being burned by the dragon's flames could be faintly heard from the bottom of the tower. There was also the sharp wailing of the butler. Everyone looked at the Fire Warlock in unison. Their gazes were strange, making the Westeros shiver. "I was just guessing," he said with a trembling voice. "Sigh, let's just split up. The Megalosaurus is too fierce." Dany sighed. Poor Consul Nessosaurus. He managed to escape with his wisdom and courage, but he was implicated by the fire alarm bell. "It's too tragic. We can't split up. After witnessing the power of the Megalosaurus, the Valantians will need us more and value our strength more." Bochung shook his head. "Also, I came all the way from the Barren Lands to hatch the dragon. It's more than 10,000 miles and took a few months on a boat. I don't want to go back just like that. I heard that Master Wood is preparing to—" Dany caught a glimpse of the Valantians running in panic in the courtyard and immediately stopped talking. She trotted out of the tower quickly and stood on the lawn to look up. Sure enough, the windows of the palace on the top floor were spitting out tongues of fire. The entire floor was set ablaze. In the dark sky, the Tower of Babel was like a burning torch. On the ground, a team of Tiger Cloak Army had rushed over. A large group of Volantians, old and young, walked out of their houses. Some looked at the burning black tower in confusion. Some shouted in panic, "It's on fire!" There were also people who saw the figure of the megalosaurus in the fire and heard a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar. They screamed in fear. The mother of dragons is attacking. More people thought of the fate of their relatives who attended the Black Tower gathering and couldn't help but cry. In the midst of the chaos, the 5 mages climbed onto 2 white elephants and passed through the crowd that had gathered around them. They slowly made their way towards the Black Wall City Gate. Did you know that Master Wood is going to Slaver's Bay to seek refuge with the Mother of Dragons? Danny asked Bo Chung opposite her. She changed seats with the Fire Warlock. The Westeros Tam and Moonsinger sat on a giant elephant. Danny and the Barbarian Necromancer sat on a castle. Mother of Dragons? No future. The Barbarian shook his head. The sky is burning, the Megalosaurus is roaring, and her enemies are wailing in the fire. If I didn't pull you away, you would have been melted into a puddle of burnt grease by the dragon's flames, like those hundreds of dead people. Sigh, even if that's the case, the Mother of Dragons did not harm the foundation of Volantis. You also heard that in half a month's time, Khal will hand over 1,000 dragon-slaying crossbows to the Alliance. Danny thought for a moment and said, "I saved your life, didn't I?" "Yes. How are you going to repay me?" Danny grinned. Bo Chung was stunned and said, "I thought you were a warm-hearted good person." "I am a good person." Danny nodded and said with a smile, "A good person wants to learn necromancy. What do you think?" The Necromancer Association. Bo Cheng's expression changed a few times. Seeing that Danny was staring at him without any intention to ease the situation, he gritted his teeth and said seriously, "The basic meditation techniques must not be leaked. I can only teach you 2 techniques." "That's fine." Danny already had the most powerful inheritance of the great wizard. She didn't need the meditation techniques of other wizard schools at all. Chapter 214 Volantis was like a bright pearl at the end of the vast plain of the Rhone River. The night market was still brightly lit. The street vendors were yelling enthusiastically, and the pedestrians stopped to look at their favorite products. Only a small number of Volantis people gathered at the intersection, pointing at the dim fire on the other side of the black wall, laughing and guessing which noble was so unlucky to have his house on fire. The giant elephant moved forward slowly, and the castle on its back shook with every step. Bo Chung sighed. "I wonder how they will react when they know the truth tomorrow." "No matter how they react, it's useless. These people don't even have the right to vote." Danny shook her head and urged, "Tell me some taboos and common knowledge about necromancers." "Let me ask you a question first. Do you know what a necromancer is? Didn't you say that it's to study the mysteries of life and death?" "No, studying the mysteries of life and death is ideal. In reality, every necromancer has committed heinous crimes and should be executed. They should be beheaded and their bones ground to dust." Bo Chung said solemnly. What do you mean?" Bo Chung thought for a while and said, "I won't talk about playing with corpses, blood sacrifice, and summoning demons. Do you know how necromancers increase their magic power? Meditation? No, eating people. Babies are the best. Weird babies, like dwarf babies, are the best supplements. Wizard power is hard to come by, and the most common way for necromancers is to eat people." Bo Chung looked at Danny coldly, as if she was the evil demon who ate dwarf babies. Why are you looking at me like that? Danny shrunk her neck and shouted, You're the necromancer. You're the one who eats people. I don't eat people. Bo Cheng's expression softened a little, and he said slowly, When I joined the Association of Necromancers, I swore in the name of my ancestors that I would never use evil means to practice witchcraft. Of course, it's useless to just swear. I still have to take blood tests regularly. If the amount of evil spirits in my blood exceeds the limit, my status as a prince will be useless. I will be immediately arrested, doused in wildfire, and burned to ashes. You guys can even detect the Een spirits in the blood. Danny was truly shocked. She had the ability to collect and bestow spirituality. She could also see spirituality in her sea of consciousness, but she could not detect the spirituality in her blood and body, unless the blood was burned with fire. Because of this, she was even more certain that the humans in this world were one with their spirit and body. Yes, spirit and body were interdependent. It was invented by the people of Valeglia. Bo Chung had a troubled look on his face. He gestured with his hands as if he didn't know how to describe the object. In the end, he asked directly, Do you know about the witch lens? What? Danny suddenly stood up, and her head hit the roof of the wooden fort with a bang. However, she was too excited and completely ignored the pain. The witchcraft lens can detect Een spirits. Why are you making such a fuss? Bo Chung was shocked. Because I have a witchcraft lens at home. I was going to find a few blacksmiths in Kohler and have them melt it down to make armor. I thought the wizard lens could only observe large plant cells. Cells? Oh, it's genes. Have you heard of genes? I underestimated you. Bo Chung looked at Danny in surprise and sighed. Your knowledge is far beyond my imagination. In this era, the ancient knowledge of Valeglia has long been lost. I thought that other than the association, no one else knew about the secrets of genes. Danny sat down cross-legged and fell into deep thought. When she returned, she had to study the books she stole from High Priest Orlas's house. Valeglia's magic civilization and technology civilization were two completely different paths. She couldn't use the I'm a modern scientific person to look down on the ancient people of magic. Observing genes and Een spirits is only one of the many functions of the witchcraft lens. After a pause, Bo Chung continued, The people of Valeglia are very arrogant. Although they are unwilling to sell the witchcraft lens, they allow barbarian necromancers to work in the Sorcerer Tower as servants. They work for the sorcerers of Valeglia in exchange for the opportunity to use and research the witchcraft lens. In the next 2,000 years, countless barbarian necromancers rushed to Valeglia as servants and secretly learned their advanced technology. Finally, in the Huazi dynasty, when the barbarian empire was at its peak, after thousands of experiments, we invented our own witchcraft lens. Although the Necromancer Association's equipment isn't as powerful as the witchcraft lens, it's enough to observe Een spirits. Bo Chung spoke passionately and passionately. It was as if he had returned to the glorious era when many heroes shed their blood for the prosperity of the country. Huazi dynasty? Danny didn't empathize with him at all. With a strange expression, she asked, The era when the Emperor of Eunuchs was in power? Yes, that was when the barbarian empire was at its peak. They used up the last copper coin in the treasury and finally created the witchcraft lens before the Huazi dynasty was destroyed. Bo Chung sighed. So that's how it is. Such an awesome eunuch dynasty was actually destroyed by you magi. But the witchcraft lens isn't an atomic bomb. It has no benefits for the country. They even cut off Gigi to govern the country. What a price they paid. It took them so much effort to become the second empire in the world, second only to Valeglia, but it was destroyed by a witchcraft lens. No wonder the City of Knowledge invested hundreds of thousands of gold royals to research the witchcraft lens, but it didn't even make a splash. In the end, they even planned to scam the Mad King. Fortunately, the Mad King was crazy enough to not be fooled by them. Otherwise, the Mad King's kingdom would still be destroyed. The several million gold royals that Tywin had helped him accumulate over the past few decades all went to that damned fatty Robert. Sigh, it's better to invest in the City of Knowledge and research the witchcraft lens. How is it not beneficial for the country? Bo Chung glanced at her disdainfully and said, "Do you know about the Long Night?" "You know about the Long Night, too?" Dany asked curiously. The Long Night was caused by the bloody chaos in the Barbarian Empire. The bloody chaos was caused by the fallen necromancers, the king of necromancers, the Bloodstone Emperor. At that time, the Barbarian Empire was still in its Dawn Kingdom period. The real world's first empire, Valeglia, was still herding sheep on the hills. It can be said that the fallen necromancers destroyed the Barbarian Empire and almost ended the world. Yes, the Bloodstone Emperor was the last emperor of the Dawn Kingdom. At the same time, he was also a powerful necromancer. In the legends of the Barbarian Empire, the Bloodstone Emperor used blood witchcraft and caused the world to enter the Long Night. So, the hero who dispelled the Long Night and saved the world was also you barbarians. Barbarian Tar? Dany said coldly. What's so good about Yesor? Yahai. Almost every race wants to own him. You're not Koreans. Bo Chung didn't know what Koreans meant, but he knew that Dany was mocking him. The barbarian prince's face turned red and shouted. The history books of the Barbarian Empire are well preserved. It's written clearly in the books. Okay, let's say you're right. The Barbarian Empire has the witchcraft lens, which is beneficial for the study of necromancy. It can also prevent the birth of a devil like the Bloodstone Emperor. But the prophecy also said that the next Long Night is coming soon. How do you explain this? It's most likely that the red-robed priest is trying to mislead people, or the Huang dynasty's descendant is the second Bloodstone Emperor. Dany's mouth twitched. She didn't know what to say. The Barbarian Bu family was the first dynasty of the Azure dynasty. Before the Azure dynasty, there was the Huang dynasty. Now that the Azure dynasty was entering the end of the dynasty, the Huang dynasty's descendants took the opportunity to restore the country. The king was also a powerful wizard. He was called the successful Morong Fu. Now, Bo Chung was slandering Morong Fu as the Bloodstone Emperor who caused the second Long Night. Okay, don't talk nonsense. I know what you mean. Necromancy is a taboo and must be treated with caution. But I just want to know more about your theory of yin-yang spirit. I have no interest in witchcraft like eating people and blood sacrifice. Dany waved her hand. Only do theoretical research. Yes. You're not going to become a necromancer. Yes. Hearing her affirmative answer, Bo Chung relaxed and said, "Don't mind me. I'm worried that you'll go astray and be blinded by power. With your talent and wisdom, you have the potential to become the Bloodstone Emperor. If you really cause the Long Night, it'll be my fault." Dany stared at him with a wooden face. Then Bo Chung began to talk endlessly about the origin of necromancy, its development, its final form, its current research field, and his expectations for the future. He talked a lot and didn't stop until the merchant's house. But it could be summarized in a few words. We barbarians want to live forever. After discovering yin-yang spirit, we started to study yin spirit. As a result, we formed the necromancer system and created the Bloodstone Emperor. After destroying the Kingdom of Dawn and almost destroying the world, we became honest and didn't dare to study yin spirit anymore. After the Long Night, we tried to separate yin-yang spirit for thousands of years. Valeglia's shepherds suddenly rose, and invented the witchcraft lens. We were very jealous. After thousands of years and the price of a dynasty's decline, we finally created the witchcraft lens. After that, it became possible to separate yin-yang spirit. Since then, we tried to separate yin-yang spirit, extract it, and integrate it into our bodies to see if we can live forever. After getting off the car, Bo Chung asked for a room in the merchant's house and asked Danny to wait there. He ran back to the upper house and came back with a leather bag. He handed it to her and said, "This is for you." Danny opened it and saw 4 or 5 books. She looked up and asked, "What do you mean?" "To repay you for saving my life. One is the development of necromancers, one is basic incantations, one is Chai Jin's notes, one is Bo Yi's travels, and one is Bo Cheng's notes." He looked serious and warned her, "You have to be careful when using basic incantations. It's best if you only do research and don't learn them. Don't spread the contents of these 5 books. Don't even let other wizards, especially wild necromancers, know that you have them. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble." Danny nodded and solemnly promised, "I am the only one who can read these books." Bo Chung explained in a gentle tone, Chai Jin was the strongest necromancer in the Huang dynasty. He broke the limit of his lifespan and lived for 150 years. If he didn't die in a harem fight, he might have lived for a few more decades. Bo, he was my ancestor. He went to Asia and even explored the easternmost land. He saw all kinds of extraordinary jobs and evil witchcraft. My notes. Do you remember that I bought Lisbon's corpse? Yes. I'm researching the relationship between yang spirit and witchcraft. You can take it and have a look. After saying that, he got up and left. Although their clothes were dried by body heat, they were still sticky. Chapter 215. That night, Volantis wasn't peaceful. Danny had just finished showering and was about to go downstairs for supper when she was stopped in the corridor by a tiger cloak army. The shadow-binding soldier was carrying a brown leather case. She pulled Danny aside and explained with a serious expression, "The dragon egg was lost, and the Valeglia steel armor of the Megara family is also gone." "I didn't steal it," Danny shouted. Her voice was loud and confident, as if it really had nothing to do with her. The shadow-binding soldier ignored her and nodded. "I know, it's the mother of dragons. Not only did she steal the dragon egg and Maracho's body, but she also robbed 15 other Tower of Babel. She lost 12 Valeglia steel swords and some books and antiques. I already knew. It was because she knew that she had a great harvest that she was so excited that she couldn't sleep and wanted to go downstairs to drink some wine and have some fun. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many things on Blackie's back, White Knight would have continued to work hard. After all, there were 22 Black Towers in the Black Wall. The families that owned the Black Towers were all descendants of the great nobles of Valeglia. Naturally, they didn't lack 1 or 2 Valeglia steel swords. In other words, almost every family in the Black Wall had Valeglia steel swords. However, some people weren't generals and put their weapons in the Black Towers. Some people were skilled in martial arts and carried their swords with them. However, this kind of good thing could only happen once. If they went tomorrow night, the Black Dragon would be greeted with a barrage of arrows and ballistae. Moreover, even if they took the Black Tower, it would be empty inside. It would be even cleaner than a poor person's granary. So, Danny asked, Consul Dophis thinks that the Mother of Dragons might have changed her identity and hidden in Volantis, or even in the most crowded merchant's house. Therefore, the 5,000 Tiger Cloak army soldiers have sealed off this area and are specifically searching for the silver-haired, purple-eyed woman who deliberately changed her appearance, the shadow-binding soldier said. Damn, so smart. You guessed it all right. However, Danny was still very calm because she had prepared for the worst before entering Volantis. Even when she was shopping during the day, Big Black hovered in the clouds. At this time, Dahe was 500 meters above the roof. If things went wrong, Long Yen would fall. Moreover, Danny had an alibi. Everyone in the world knew one truth. Megalosaurus were intelligent, but their intelligence was limited. If one wanted them to do something delicate, such as burning down the Tower of Babel, one would either have to have a controller or train them for a month or so in advance. However, snatching Maracho's corpse and dragon eggs was a completely spontaneous reaction that could not be trained in advance. It was like if you suddenly told a dragon, "Go to Old Wong's house on the street and buy me a pack of cigarettes." They would never be able to do it. Controlling the Megalosaurus remotely was something unimaginable for the people of Valeglia. So, like everyone else in the Black Wall, the shadow-binding sorcerer was certain of one thing. Danny Rise was definitely on the dragon's back. The undead consul, Nessosaurus, even swore that he had seen the evil mother of dragons on the black dragon's back with his own eyes. Moreover, White Knight was not a white lotus. With Dahe's help, no one was left alive during the robbery. Look. The shadow-binding sorcerer took out a roll of parchment from the Tiger Cloak Army and handed it to Danny. There was a painted portrait of a beautiful girl with silver hair and purple eyes. She had a small heart-shaped face, exquisite facial features, sharp eyes, and a single ponytail hanging on the left side of her chest. She was also wearing a beige dress. Hey, is this Danny Rise? She doesn't have a big head at all. She's 10 feet tall and 10 feet in circumference. She's a bit like me. Danny said in surprise. Except for her fierce eyes, her facial features were not unique. In other words, the artist had never seen Danny with his own eyes. This was a temporary sketch based on the descriptions of other people. It was like the male lead in a neon anime. They all had a kiwi face, covered their hairstyles, and wore the same clothes. It was almost impossible to tell who was who. Yes, she looks like a lot of Volantis girls. The shadow-binding sorcerer returned the parchment to the Tiger Cloak Army's captain and said casually, "I heard that 300 noble girls suspected to be Danny Rise were found in the Black Wall alone. Whether it was to rob the treasure or to teach the Volantis a lesson, the Mother of Dragons has already achieved her goal. She must have left long ago. The so-called search is just to give an explanation to the families of the nobles who died tonight. After all, there are indeed a lot of people who died." "Then why are you looking for me?" Danny asked doubtfully. The shadow-binding sorcerer waved his hand and said to the Tiger Cloak Army, "Go and wait." After the guards left, she said, "I came to ask you if you want to join the Dragon Hatching Mage Group. It's already so late. Can't you ask me tomorrow? Also, the dragon eggs have already been lost. How can we hatch dragons? Why don't we all go our separate ways and look for other bigger projects?" The shadow-binding sorcerer shook the leather case in his hand and explained, "Half a year ago, I went to call with an invitation written by Marajo to bring High Priest Corbett to Volantis. Now, he has died tragically in the dragon flames, and even his body has not been found. It is reasonable for me to go to the Black Goat Church personally and explain this to the bishop. Of course, the more important thing is to find another high priest to replace Corbett's position. It just so happens that there is a riverboat called Summer Star heading north to call in the early hours of the morning. They are in a hurry. As for the dragon eggs, there is not only one dragon egg in the world. Elios promised me that he will find at least one more in the short term." "Elios Chihida, the Tiger Party candidate, you found him again." Danny's expression was strange. In the afternoon, the first group she met at the riverbank in the West City was the campaign team, led by Elios' son. The shadow-binding sorcerer was neither angry nor embarrassed. He nodded and said he took the initiative to find me. "Elios is also a noble. I have no reason to reject him. I think his son, is already in his 20s. Danny's mouth twitched. As long as you can use it, Tam said calmly. Okay, as long as you're happy. Then, do you want to join the Dragon Incubator team? If you do, pack your bags immediately and follow me to the dock. I will personally help you become a shadow-binding sorcerer on the way. To be honest, I'm a little scared. So many people have died. Danny's face was filled with fear. She hesitated and said, and if there is a first time, there might be a second or third time. We can't avoid it every time. The risk is too high, and there are no benefits at all. It's not worth it. I see. The shadow-binding sorcerer nodded. She squatted down and opened the leather case. She took out a golden mahogany box. It was 1/2 meter long and as thick as a wrist. She handed the box to Danny and said, "There's a glass candle inside. It contains a meditation technique. Try it." "Tam, you're so considerate," Danny said, touched. "Don't be so excited. It's only a level 3 meditation technique. You saved my life tonight." The shadow-binding sorcerer waved her hand. "Since you said so, then," Danny said shyly, "why don't you teach me your level 1 meditation technique?" Tam's green eyes looked at her with a complicated expression. He sighed and said, "I also cultivate this meditation technique. This glass candle was a gift from my master 20 years ago." Danny was touched and embarrassed. She stuttered, "It's been 20 years. I didn't expect you to be so old. I couldn't tell at all." The shadow-binding sorcerer stood up and swayed. He gritted his teeth and said, 20 years ago, I was only 8 years old." Danny felt even more embarrassed. She quickly changed the topic and asked, "But you're not weak, right? Compared to a level 3 meditation technique, you're not weak." The meditation technique is not static. When your understanding of the world increases, the meditation rune may change or perhaps evolve. 10 years ago, my meditation technique reached level 2. So, do you understand why I'm so obsessed with dragon hatching? If I complete the hatching, my understanding of the mysteries of magic will increase. Maybe my meditation technique will increase again. All meditation techniques can increase in level. Other than the Creator, even the gods are only a part of the world. Their understanding of the truth is also one-sided. Danny's eyes flashed. "But I heard that the great wizard of Valeglia's meditation technique is perfect. Indeed, it's perfect to the point that it can't be improved. But are there only humans in this world?" "That's true." Danny nodded thoughtfully. Valeglia's people had never been able to cross the boundary between humans and gods. Priest Lalo's complete meditation technique shouldn't be too far behind the great wizard's legacy. Then she asked curiously, "Why don't you teach me the current level 2 meditation technique?" Danny didn't believe that Tam was hiding something. He even gave away the glass candle that was passed down from his sect. "Don't you understand?" Tam sighed and slowly explained, "Because I had some enlightenment, my meditation technique leveled up. But can my enlightenment be the same as yours? I can't even be sure if it's right or wrong. If I describe the meditation runes in my mind to you, not only will you not be able to grasp them, but you will also damage your consciousness if you forcefully cultivate them." After thinking for a while, Tam squatted down and opened his suitcase. He took out a black leather book and handed it to Danny. "My diary. It can help you understand the supernatural world and the basic information of the shadow-binding nights. But don't spread it. There's a lot inside. Sigh, burn it after you read it." After the shadow-binding night left, Danny called the waiter over and asked him to book a room for her. She started reading while waiting for her meal. It was a little scary, as if she was reading a ghost story. For example, Tam cut open a living person's chest and sacrificed the squirming organs to the evil god. The shadow-binding knight described it vividly. Even his emotions and mental journey weren't left out. In the dark and cold basement, a lonely candle flame flickered. The shadow was like a twisted poisonous snake that crawled up the bloody altar and drilled into Dick's sacrifice chest. His bright red heart first turned dark red, then black red, jet black, gray black. Finally, it shriveled into a layer of gray-colored mud shell. The shadow let out a sharp and joyful gagaga sound. My entire body trembled, and I was almost unable to move. However, Dick wasn't dead yet. He looked at me with his dark green eyes. His gaze was filled with curses and pleading. I wasn't sure which emotion was more. Suddenly, the muscles on his face scrunched up, and he let out a sorrowful groan that came from the depths of his soul. It turned out that when I was absent-minded, the squirming shadow extended its greedy tentacles towards his light green liver. "Dear guest, the pork lung soup you ordered is here." Danny, who was engrossed in a story in the book, jumped up in fright. The maid with the wine pot tattoo on her face looked at her blankly. She mumbled, "Dear guest, your pork lung soup." Under the faint yellow candlelight, the soup in the white porcelain bowl glowed with a faint green light. Danny forced a stiff smile and said, "Do you have fried grasshoppers? Give me a plate." Chapter 216. Other than the sensational ghost stories, there were also many erotic descriptions. It was comparable to the erotic novels on the internet. Of course, Tam wasn't an immoral web writer. He was using eroticism to gain more views. He was doing serious business. By combining with men with bloodline power, the shadow-binding sorcerer would absorb a mysterious medium from their bodies. With that medium, they could cast vicious blood witchcraft. The outside world's evaluation of the shadow-binding sorcerer is biased, but it's generally correct. Danny closed the diary with a complicated expression. Tam was very considerate. If Danny really became a shadow-binding sorcerer, according to the diary's records, she could perfectly repeat the witchcraft experiments that Tam had done. It was equivalent to the shadow-binding sorcerer teaching her step by step. However, Danny didn't want to learn evil witchcraft at all. She could only disappoint Tam's good intentions. Although she couldn't use it, Danny had increased her knowledge. Her ability to guard against blood, witchcraft, had increased by a lot. She really owed the shadow-binding sorcerer a huge favor. When she returned to her bedroom, she opened the gold-threaded mahogany box and took out the glass candle that was twisted into a lightning bolt. She actually sensed the coordinates that she had left behind a few days ago. Without hesitation, Danny locked the door and drew the curtains. She sat cross-legged on the sky-blue mirror carpet in the bedroom and placed the glass candle in front of her. It was 40 centimeters shorter than all the glass candles she had seen before. The surface of the gray crystal had thin silver veins that looked like blood vessels. She looked around and couldn't find a pedestal for the candle. She directly grabbed the end of the glass candle with her hand. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk, the grayish light suddenly exploded, and strands of silver threads danced around the crystal candle as if they were solid. Every time Danny's gaze came into contact with a silver thread, a rune would appear in her consciousness. She knew that this was the witchcraft inheritance of Tam's school. She ignored the information of the runes. The 9-colored spiral in her body was slowly spinning. Her witchcraft power outlined a set of strange runes at lightning speed. Danny's consciousness became blurry, as if she had fallen into a huge whirlpool. She kept spinning and falling, and countless illusory figures flickered in front of her eyes. But in just a moment, she adapted to this scene, and her mind became clear again. After an unknown period of time, perhaps it was only a moment, or perhaps it was only a few hours, Danny felt that her wizard power was being drained madly. It was like a swimming pool that had its floodgates opened. Although there was a lot of water in the pool, it was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. after Danny lost a third of her wizard power. The whirlpool in front of her disappeared, and a layer of light red gauze appeared in front of her body. Ah, 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 ah. Use more strength. Fuck me. A familiar voice, the one-eyed faceless being held like a wild wolf, seemed to be in pain, but also seemed to be in joy. Who is it? The man roared and threw a dagger behind him. Almost at the same time, Danny jumped back. Snatch! The dagger was nailed into the door, 2 inches deep. The tip of the dagger vibrated at a high frequency. No one. The man got up with a bang, shook the thing, and looked around. The room was small and simple, less than 30 square meters. There was only a single bed and a bedside table. The clothes on the floor were messy, and the door was locked from the inside. There was no sign of it being opened. Damn it! The man cursed a few times and pounced on the naked woman on the bed. But this time, the woman let him do whatever he wanted. She did not say a word, her head tilted to the side, and her single eye was vigilant of the door. Slap! The man seemed to be very dissatisfied. He slapped her and scolded, "Bitch, why are you not screaming? Am I not working hard enough?" A cold light flashed in the woman's eyes, and she moaned softly. "Tuna Tavern? Ha! Back to Astapor again." The fog in Volantis was thick tonight. The sky was dark, the stars were rare, and the streets were noisy. The night here was gray, and the stars were bright. She could only hear the crashing sound of the waves crashing against the stone cliffs. The dark sea was just behind her. This was the dock area. Danny stood on the roof and could vaguely see the shop sign across the street. A new free man took a loan from the Queen to buy the hotel. It was late at night, and the hotel was closed. Across the wall, she could see a few moving flames in the sky. Those were the patrols on the pyramid. After the dragon's horn was stolen, a large net was spread out on the 32nd step of the pyramid. The Unsullied would regularly check for gaps in the net. Let's see what the faceless one is doing. With a thought, Danny slowly merged into the roof from the soles of her feet. Well, it was very similar to Obito in Naruto. Like Kue, Danny was not a physical body at this time, but a spiritual body projected by the glass candle. As soon as the projection came, she was found by 2 people holding hands in the room. Facing the flying dagger, Danny felt a sense of crisis and subconsciously somersaulted backward. Her wizard power was suddenly consumed rapidly, about 1/10, and then she went through the wooden door and fell into the corridor outside the room. After a moment of daze, she realized what had happened. She suddenly became excited and immediately tried to enter the inside of the wall. Just now, she was too fast and didn't have time to feel the corridor. After part of her body entered the material body, her wizard power began to be consumed rapidly. But at the same time, Danny found that she could almost teleport in the physical wall. With a thought, she came to the roof and saw the surrounding scenery. Except for excessive wizard power consumption, there was almost no flaw. Oh, no, it was not without flaws. When Danny tried to go back to the pyramid, she just took 2 steps and she encountered an invisible wall. Then she instantly understood that she couldn't leave the coordinates for a certain distance. Should it be 20 meters? Maybe even farther. After eavesdropping for a while outside the door, the 2 of them only cared about holding hands and only exchanged a few words. However, Danny also guessed their identities from the content of those few sentences: a sailor and a prostitute. The faceless one was just released for 2 or 3 days. When he left, he didn't have a copper coin. Was it to raise money to buy a ticket? Maintaining the spiritual body also consumed wizard power. In less than 5 minutes, Danny's figure flashed and completely disappeared. Volantis, the merchant's house, 2nd floor, Danny's bedroom. Phew, she gasped for breath. She didn't sweat, but she was tired as if she had just run a marathon. The farther the distance, the more wizard power was consumed through the glass candle projection. Danny could understand this. But a week ago, she had just met Kueishi. That conversation lasted more than 10 minutes. Kueishi was 1,500 kilometers away from Astapor in a straight line. Danny could observe the wizard power form in other people's spiritual sea through their eyes. Of course, she couldn't see the basic runes, but she could guess the other person's profession and skill through the wizard power form. In Volantis, the person with the most profound skill was the unlucky Corbett, the high priest of the Black Goat sect, who was burned by the dragon flame. The black goat that the other person believed in seemed to be real. Similar to the red-robed monk, he could ignore the age of chaos and practice as a priest. It was normal for him to be more powerful than Tam and Bo Chung. But the wizard power of Corbett's black goat form wasn't even 1/10 of Danny's 9-colored vortex. In simpler terms, Danny's chakra was as abundant as a tailed beast. Kueishi, on the other hand, was more durable than a tailed beast. Even if one ignored the fact that Danny wasted half of her wizard power going back and forth through the wall, Kueishi was only the first person among the younger generation of Asia, not an old monster, who had cultivated for hundreds of years. That guy's inheritance and talent must be much higher than Tam's. His magnanimity was also extraordinary. Tam and the others only wanted to find the truth of the universe from the process of dragon hatching. But Kueishi had his eyes on the source of the miracle from the beginning, the mother of dragons, Danny Rise. Touching her right wrist, Danny secretly decided that when she returned to Astapor, she would reverse project Kueishi to see where that guy's nest was and what he was doing. Early in the morning of the second day, Danny was still floating in the dark and sweet land when she was awakened by a drum-like knock on the door. "Who is it?" she shouted through the door. It's me. It's Baristan." Danny got up, angrily opened the bolt, and walked to her bedroom. White Knight put the plate piled with sausages, bread, and milk on the table in the living room, and asked curiously, "Didn't you say that you would leave early this morning? Aren't you tired after a night of torment? Go back to your room and get some sleep." Danny buried her head under the duvet and said in a muffled voice, "I'm so excited that I can't sleep." The old knight began to eat and didn't disturb her anymore. At noon, when she went downstairs for lunch, Danny found that everyone was discussing the matter of Dragon Mother burning the city. This matter had spread and caused a sensation in Volantis. The guests in the merchant's house were secretly whispering about how many nobles died in the Black Wall and how many treasures were lost. A midsummer archipelago sea merchant wearing a bird feather cloak patted his chest and vowed, "Last night I was discussing business in the East City. I saw the Tower of Babel burning like a torch with my own eyes. The dragon flames from the mystic dragon's mouth were like the water of the Rhone River, endless and overwhelming. Believe me, Volantis is finished. The Black Wall is in ruins, and all the old nobles are dead." Someone immediately retorted, "I saw Elios giving a speech in the Fountain Square this morning. He called on all the people to unite. Those who have money will contribute, and those who don't will join the army to avenge the dead." Another merchant from Mir was selling high-end lace at a low price while saying fearfully, "There's no other way." The Mother of Dragons has led an army of 200,000 across the Dothraki Sea, and will go south to Volantis in half a month at most. It's better to sell it at a low price than to have it destroyed. "Really? Is this true?" The other sea merchants were shocked. "Of course. The army will be at the back, and the Megalosaurus will go first. This is the Dragon Queen's fixed tactic. Astapor, Myrene, and Yuan-Kai all fell like this. The Megalosaurus will go around first, or spit fire to burn the house, or spread a crusade, and then the army will surround it. The defending army will lose its momentum, and the city will be easily taken down. The mere merchant swore. Panic gradually spread, and merchants began to sell the goods in their hands. Then it formed a wave, and more merchants joined in, cutting off their flesh to stop their losses. Danny noticed that almost all the goods sold, as long as they were below cost, were eaten by mysterious people. Someone is profiting from the national disaster, she whispered to the White Knight. Around 2:30 in the afternoon, Danny and the White Knight returned the key to the door, carried their luggage, and rode out of the merchant's house. They saw a group of Unsullied trotting over. "Get out of the way. Make way for the consul." The Unsullied shouted loudly. What a coincidence. When we entered the city in the evening 2 days ago, we met Dofa's team. Now that we're leaving, he's coming to see us off again. Now, that 2 consul who were sure to be re-elected have died, and there are only 4 days left until the voting. I wonder if he has a chance to turn the tables. The White Knight said strangely. No hope. You heard it that day. Because of his cowardly attitude towards the mother of dragons, even the freedmen by the roadside looked down on him. Danny shook her head. The giant elephant carrying the tall fortress stopped 50 meters in front of the merchant's house, and a group of slaves knelt in the square nearby. The tiger cloak army protected the giant elephant. Dofa stood up, holding the fence of the tower, and shouted to the standing merchants and freedmen, "No army has entered the plains of the lower Lorne River. Volantis is as stable as Mount Tai. Someone is deliberately spreading false news, causing the sea merchants to sell their goods at low prices." As Dofas preached again and again, more merchants walked out of the merchant's house and surrounded the giant elephant. There are only 4 days left in the term, and there's no hope of being re-elected, but he's still so conscientious. Danny's expression was complicated, and she sighed. The Volantis people are blind. Dofas is far smarter and more rational than Malachar. Chapter 217. After leaving the city gate, Danny rode her horse for more than 10 miles. In a small forest, Danny rode Whitey again. After flying west for another half an hour, the 2 dragons landed in a swamp near the Lone River. The White Knight took off his leather boots, rolled up his silk pants, and stepped on the smelly mud. One after another, he carried back 2 huge sacks from a patch of green reeds. One of the sacks contained armor and swords. It was soaked with water, and the bottom half was stained with black mud. The other sack was piled on top of it. The books and dragon eggs were not wet. Wow, what a harvest! Danny whistled and looked at the armor excitedly. As soon as she touched the helmet, a strange stench hit her nose. It was like the pork she bought from the supermarket in the summer and forgot to put in the refrigerator. Well, Marazzo's armor is too big for me. Danny immediately threw the helmet on the grass in disgust. Barristan picked up the helmet like it was a treasure and wiped the mud on it with his hand. "Burn it with dragon flame." "I'll wear it." Looking at his, "I've been waiting for this for a long time." "Look," Danny nodded silently. "Okay." There was no hope for the armor. She began to look for a suitable longsword. To reduce the weight, I threw away the scabbard. Barristan helped her choose a long sword that was 3 fingers wide and 2 meters long. I remember it's called Clear Sky. It weighs about 7 caddies and is 5 meters long. It's a little light for me, but it's just right for your majesty. Well, not bad. The sword is good, and the name is okay. Danny waved the sword, but it felt a little sluggish. The center of gravity is wrong. The hilt needs to be heavier. I've thought about it. Barristan took out a ball of golden thread from his backpack. I bought it at the blacksmith this morning. Let me help you tie it. After looking at the weapon, Danny held the red dragon egg in her arms and carefully felt the weak breath of life in it. It was like a candle flame in the vast land at night. This dragon egg belongs to the Targaryen family. How did it get out? I'm not sure. After the blood dragon's mad dance, almost all the dragons died, but there were still a few dozen dragon eggs left. The kings of the past all tried to use wildfire to hatch the dragons, but all of them failed. The dragon eggs were burnt and destroyed. Just the fire in the Midsummer Hall 40 years ago had caused the loss of 7 dragon eggs. Perhaps someone took advantage of the chaos and concealed the number of destroyed dragon eggs. Barristan guessed as he tightened the string on his sword hilt. No, it's not the dragon egg from the dance of the blood dragon. The Bravosi said it himself. The dragon egg came from 250 years ago. Dany shook her head. This is too long ago. I don't know anything about it. You can go to Old Town and ask the academicians. They have studied the history of House Targaryen. White Knight suggested. Previously, Dany and White Knight had planned to travel to Astapor Volantis, 2,500 kilometers, Dorne, 2,000 kilometers, Old Town, 2,000 kilometers, King's Landing, 1,700 kilometers, Hedgian, 800 kilometers. Yup, the above data was based on the distance in a straight line. Dany could fly on a dragon, but the others would have to make a big detour, regardless of whether they were on a boat or a horse. The situation has changed. Old Town isn't as safe as we thought. Dany told White Knight about the Dragonslayer crossbow with a heavy expression. Because of Margaery Tyrell, how is that possible? White Knight was puzzled. Even if he wasn't good at politics, he understood that the High Court didn't have to be so ruthless with just a widow queen. Yup, Little Rose Margaery was also a weirdo in Game of Thrones. During the War of the Four Kings, Renly married Margaery, the first daughter of House Tyrell, in order to win over the High Court. A few days after they got married, King Renly died at the hands of his brother Stannis, leaving Little Rose a widow. The Stags and Rose's alliance went bankrupt. Later, under the efforts of Tywin, Rose allied with the Lions. As the price for the alliance, Cersei's son Joffrey was engaged to the little widow Margaery. On the day of the wedding, Joffrey was poisoned to death by House Tyrell, leaving Margaery a widow for the second time. According to the plot, Margaery was about to marry Joffrey's brother Tommen, but Tommen was only 9 years old. Thus, Little Rose gave herself the bandit title of Virgin Queen. I still have to go to the City of Knowledge. After thinking for a moment, the old knight said seriously, Your Majesty, there are 2 goals for this trip to the Westeros. First, investigate the current situation of the 7 kingdoms and help Sir Mormont understand the current situation of Bear Island. No, the above 2 goals are not important to me. Leaving Slave Bay and leaving enough time for Count Butcher to clean up the Gith nobles in Meereen is my main goal. After causing a ruckus in Volantis, I will find a chance to appear in the Westeros again. The perfect proof of ignorance, the Queen was on official business, and everything was done by Scholar Laidler. This way, even if Scholar Laidler went on a killing spree and slaughtered all the Gith nobles, Dany would at most hold a public trial, and then kill Masu. Of course, she could not say this to the old knight. She still wanted to be a bright and kind queen. Without a doubt, the Old Town is the city of scholars. The news of the 7 kingdoms will gather there. At most, you can change your appearance and hide your identity, Whitebeard continued. Can I disguise myself as a shadowbinder? Dany asked. Well, the Old Town is not only the city of scholars. Before Aegon conquered the 7 kingdoms, the main church of the Church of the 7 Gods was also there. The appearance of a shadow child would probably attract more attention. The old man said hesitantly, Okay, dye your hair, trim your eyebrows, and apply lipstick. This world also has hair dyeing technology. The dye extracted from plants is applied on the surface of the hair like paint. It can be washed with soap and restore the original hair color. This is an advantage, but at the same time, it is also a disadvantage. It is easy to be discovered that you have dyed your hair. Then, The two took out craft paper from their backpacks and wrapped the books and swords. Especially the books. They would bury them in the ground later and could not be soaked in water. They found a relatively dry highland and dug a hole to bury the package. They covered it with a messy layer of grass to make it less eye-catching. Well, the dragon egg was not buried. Dani put it in her backpack and was ready to carry it with her. She wanted to hatch it as soon as possible. After all, the night was coming, and there was not much time left for her to develop. One more dragon meant one more power. Then Dahe and Little White attacked together. The dragon flame burned Valeglia's armor red, but it did not melt. They used their swords to pick up the helmet, throat armor, plate armor, arm guards, and other parts, and threw them into the water. Sizzle! After a puff of white smoke, the black armor that used to be dull and smoky became black and gray. It looked like a shoddy product hammered by a third-rate blacksmith on the street. Ha! The burning is uneven. There is a color difference. Dani laughed. Good to fool people. The knight took off the chain armor excitedly and began to put it on. Dani also went to help. After this back and forth, it was already past noon. After eating some barbecue, the two climbed on the back of the Megalosaurus again and flew straight to the west. It was a coincidence. Yuan Kai, Volantis, Reese, Young Halberd City, and the Old Town were almost at the same latitude. The two dragons only needed to fly straight to the west. This time, they did not need to cross the dangerous Devil's Avenue. The two dragons' speed was more stable. They glided at about 200 kilometers per hour at an altitude of 6,000 meters. 2 hours later, they left the land and entered the summer sea. For several hours, the sea and the sky were the same color as the blue sea. Around evening, a prosperous island appeared in Dahe's vision. Thousands of sailboats were moored on the sparkling Red Sea. Dani immediately ordered the two dragons to lower their altitude. Reese was also a colony of Valeglia. It also had a Tower of Babel for the Megalosaurus to take off and land. Well, Reese had also joined the Allied army and was Dani's enemy. So, Dani was a little reluctant to do it. Starting from the dock, there was a beautiful palace-like passion garden. Well, it was a place for bed slaves to attract guests. It was commonly known as a brothel. Forget it. I'll only rob the nobles of the Tower of Babel. I won't disturb the common people. Little White muttered and landed on the empty platform below. The black tower in the Golden Roses was 30 meters high. The top platform was 400 square meters, half the size of Miraggio's Black Tower. There was no glass dome, and there was no one on the flat ground. Under the dim sky, the two dragons landed lightly. The whole process did not attract anyone's attention. Whitebeard jumped off the black dragon first. His iron boots made a crisp bang sound on the black stone platform. Who's up there? Hank, did you hear it? There's a sound on the top platform. Let's go and see. The guard's alert call came from the stairwell. The old knight acted as if he did not hear it. He pulled out his long sword and shouted to Dani on the white dragon's back in a relaxed tone, "I'll go down first. After cleaning up the enemy, I'll inform His Majesty." Sure enough, he was used to robbing people. The first time he robbed the Black Tower of the Orus Bellerus family, the old knight was still hesitant and kept refusing. Now, without Dani's order, he jumped off the black dragon skillfully entered the stairwell, and skillfully cleaned up the guards in the palace. After a while, there were a few screams of the guards before they died. Barristan poked his head out from the stairwell and shouted in a strange tone, "There's an accident. Your Majesty, you have to come and see it in person." "What accident?" Dani's body tilted, and like a slide, she lightly slid down the white dragon's wings. This made her feel emotional. She thought back to a year and a half ago, not long after the two little dragons were born. Every morning, she would carry the three little guys in a basket to the wilderness to practice flying. Every time she threw them up, her movements were so gentle for fear of breaking their slender and almost transparent wing bones. Now, the thick carpet-like wings could bear her weight of more than 50 kilograms, including mail armor and backpack. With complicated thoughts, Danny walked down the stairs and entered a magnificent palace. The mire carpet was embroidered with colorful flowers and naked girls. There were two porcelain vases at the door that were as tall as a person. Behind a low couch was a purple wood screen from the Midsummer Islands. The sunset passed through the mosaic glass on the window, projecting the halo of a giant crown in the air compared to the Pyramid Palace in Slave Bay. The aura of wealth was not to be outdone, and the artistic details were even better. In such a magnificent palace, the two corpses lying on the carpet were a bit of a killjoy. What was even more of a killjoy was the three men and one woman kneeling on the carpet, two delicate naked men, one with golden hair and one with purple hair, a naked woman with long golden hair and milky white skin, and a blue-robed young man who was holding his wrist and moaning softly. At his feet, there was a bright sword and a crossbow that was broken in two. What happened? Danny asked. Acquaintances, Beristan said, awkwardly. Chapter 218. Who are you? How dare you behave so atrociously in Prince O'Molan's residence? The woman raised her head, her large blue eyes staring at Danny as she questioned. You should be asking how you came in and why you came down from the platform. Danny dragged a soft stool and sat in front of the three of them. Let them put on their clothes. Sitting on the chair, Danny could not help but lower her gaze and see something disgusting. Although her gaze was fixed on the woman, there were strands of blood flowing out from her crotch. It made Danny feel nauseous. Behave yourself, Beristan threatened. Then he walked to the window and pulled down the lace curtain embroidered with the words "Bright Moon over the Sea" and threw it over the three naked men and women. Kid, are you from the Westeros? Which family's young master came to Reese to have fun? Danny turned her gaze to the youth who was holding his wrist. He had blonde hair, blue eyes, and white skin. He was 17 or 18 years old. His face still had some childishness. His facial features were delicate, but he had a masculine air about him. His gaze was sharp. The other three were most likely at Serapi and had been pulled out of the bedroom by Beristan. There were broken crossbows and long swords on the carpet. Then, the youth must have used the crossbow and long sword to attack the White Knight. Even the maid at the entrance of the bedroom was killed, but he did not die. Obviously, the old knight's so-called acquaintance was him. As a Kingsguard, the acquaintance must be a noble from the Seven Kingdoms. I am Henry Hathar, son of the old town's Earl, Laidon Hathar. Who are you? The youth said proudly, Earl Hathar. Danny touched her chin and thought for a moment. She suddenly turned around and stared at the woman who had snatched most of the curtains. Upon closer look, the youth's appearance was similar to hers. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Danny looked at Beristan and smiled bitterly. Fortunately, it was me who came. The old knight nodded emotionally. If another white knight came here, then the situation would be too awkward and unimaginable. Lady Linus, I remember that you are now married to a prince of trade. Danny asked tentatively, turning to the woman. This is the residence of Prince Treg O'Molan. Who are you? You know me? Linny's asked doubtfully. I rode a dragon here. Danny turned around and shouted at the stairs. Black Diamond, roar for them. Dahe didn't howl foolishly. It climbed down the platform along the wall like a gecko and firmly grasped the relief sculpture on the wall with its claws. Boom! It smashed through the mosaic glass window and stuck a ferocious dragon head in. Hiss, hiss. 2 streaks of white smoke with sparks of fire came out of his nostrils. His blood-red vertical pupils with a hint of black coldly sized up the 4 captives in the room. Dragon! Humphrey Hyder's eyes bulged as he groaned. Dragon! It really is a dragon. The sea merchants weren't lying. The alliance is real, and the dragon is real. He turned his head abruptly and looked at Dany, saying in disbelief, "You're Dany Liz Targaryen? Why are you here?" Haha, you know about the alliance? Dany asked with a smile. I thought they were bragging. After all, the dragon has already... Humphrey shook his head and smiled bitterly as he turned to look at Dahe, who had retracted his head. I was ignorant. Now, do you know why I'm here? Burn down Reef City? Humphrey's face was pale, and his voice trembled. Sigh, I'm not that cruel. Dany waved her hand and smiled. Besides, my dragon is still too young and doesn't have the ability to burn down a city. I came here today with 2 goals: kill 180 princes to establish my authority, and steal a few dozen... Oh, Rhys only has 3 sky towers. This is going to be difficult. She rubbed her chin as if she was troubled. Kill 180 princes. Humphrey's face twisted. How could she say that she wasn't cruel? That was a prince of trade. Even if his status couldn't be compared to the dukes of the 7 kingdoms, he was definitely above the level of an earl. And she even said that she wanted to steal. Even the cruel Meg was not as cruel and greedy as you. Rhys doesn't have that many princes. Linnes, who was cowering at the side, couldn't help but say. Dany glanced at the 2 young men who were barely covering their crotches and asked Linnes, since we're from the same hometown, I can do you a favor. Tell me, where is your dead husband? I'll kill him for you on the way. Which husband? Mormont. I don't know which city he's working as a mercenary. If you must kill him, you can go to Bravos and look for him, Linnes said with a confused expression. Bam! Barristan slapped his helmet and tilted his head, as if he couldn't bear to look at the scene in front of him. Dany stared at the woman for a long while before asking, how did that Yura Mormont offend you, that you must kill him? Linnes had an expression that said, you're being unreasonable. She felt wronged and said angrily, I didn't say that I wanted Mormont dead. It was you. You said that you would do me a favor and kill him. Could I have guessed wrong? Seeing that she was so self-righteous, Dany couldn't help but look at the White Knight in confusion and asked, the 3 of them didn't mess around. They were in a daze. Fortunately, His Majesty didn't see it. The scene was unsightly and inhumane. The old man said disdainfully, Linnes's face was full of shame and anger as she glared at the armored knight. How is it unsightly? Her brother Humphrey blushed and turned his head away. These 2, Dany pointed at the 2 young men, are submissive. They're definitely not Prince Omeron. There's nothing wrong with having sex, but they're just your lovers, right? It's fine to have an affair behind your husband's back, but you rely on the Prince of Trade to make a living. Would it be good if he knew? So I'm going to help you murder your husband. You can at least get half of the family property, right? In the future, you can find whoever and how many lovers you want. Hearing this, Linnes's expression was strange, and she wanted to say something but stopped. Dragon Queen, you've misunderstood. The golden rose and the purple rose are my bed slaves. My husband Chwega knows about this, and even encouraged me to practice the 7 cries of spring. Sometimes he would also join in. Lizzie is the capital of lust and literature, and it's different from the 7 kingdoms. Oh, right, there's a lust garden in Slaves Bay, right? The situation here is actually similar to Yuan Kai. You should be able to understand it easily. In the end, she still had a puzzled expression. I've known about Lizzie's openness for a long time, but this... Sigh, your husband is awesome. Dany sighed with a twisted expression, and then asked doubtfully, Why should I understand you? Everyone is saying that after you took down Yuan-Kai, you took in 8,000 bed slaves. There are both men and women, and you change 7 or 8 every night. Linny's mumbled. Danny glared at her, and she lowered her head in fear before asking, "Who's saying that? Is there a Gith diplomatic group here too?" Everyone on the streets knows, but the Gith people have been here before. But after the Prince Council announced that they were joining the alliance, they left and went up north to persuade the Taroshi people. Linny's whispered, nodding. Danny asked about her previous doubts. Why did you say that killing Maul was a help to you? When she said that she was going to help this woman, Yora Maul's name came out. Obviously, the Big Bear's death must have been beneficial to her. I'm not Chui Ji's wife. Lizzie believes in the goddess of lust. Here, married men can openly have mistresses. Linny's looked ashamed. Clearly, she had not completely thrown away her identity as the old town of Hyder. After a pause, she continued, Maul and my marriage was blessed by the 7 gods. Even if he promised not to disturb me again, according to the laws and customs of the 7 kingdoms, we're still husband and wife. But if he's dead, I'll be completely free. The Church of the 7 Gods allows for divorce. All you need to do is to go to the other side of the strait and find a respectable monk and dissolve the marriage under his witness. Why do you have to kill? Danny sneered. Linny's shrunk her neck and stuttered, not knowing how to explain. No one is willing to conduct the divorce ceremony for her, Humphrey said with a look of shame. They're all calling her a whore behind her back. No monk is willing to sully their reputation, and the Hyder family will not allow this to happen. Linny's glared at her brother and shouted righteously, What's wrong with me choosing the life I like? Yes, my actions are shameful in the Westeros, and even against the teachings of the 7 gods. But in Lizzie, I'm carefree, and no one looks at me differently. At this point, she turned to look at Danny. 200 years ago, a Targaryen princess even voluntarily gave up her inheritance and noble status and went to Volantis to be a prostitute. Business was good, and she thought that it was her own pursuit. She lived a happy life. Damn, are you serious? Is that true? Danny looked at the White Knight suspiciously. He shook his head and said, I'm not sure. Danny turned to Linny's again. How do you know? Don't forget, I grew up near the City of Learning. Hank, Sandy, what happened? Why is the door locked? A man's shout suddenly came from outside the palace gate. Meeting Danny's questioning gaze, Linny's whispered, Butler, can you send him away? Or can my knights kill him? Scram, don't disturb me. Linny's roared in the direction of the gate, like a lioness who was disturbed during her mating season. The butler immediately begged for mercy and retreated. Looks like you have quite a high status here, Danny said thoughtfully. Of course, this tower originally belonged to Kuig's wife, and now it's my palace, Linny said proudly. Well, let me tell you a piece of good news. Danny touched her chin and said with a strange expression, Your marriage with Mormont is completely dissolved. Why? He swore an oath to be my White Knight. White Knights could not marry, and even if it was a holy marriage, it would be automatically dissolved. Neither party would be blamed, and it would not be considered a breach of oath. Some married knights would even send their wives to the Sisters of Silence, the nuns who could not speak in order to put on the white robe, but were unwilling to leave their wives for others to fuck. Linny's face twisted, and a line of words was clearly written in her big blue eyes. You actually picked up my broken shoes. Danny immediately possessed the dragon soul, and a black light appeared in her eyes. The powerful pressure made her swallow her words. Huff, huff, huff. Hyder and his brother looked at her in shock, gasping for breath. The other 2 young men simply rolled their eyes and fainted. Chapter 219. You're also here in Reese. To liberate yourself? Dany dispersed her draconic aura and looked at Henry Foley strangely. "No, I'm here to seek help." Henry Foley looked at her in awe, then lowered his head and said honestly, "After Duke Tywin died, King Balon, who had lost his deterrence, went back on his promise to only go up north and not down south. He first attacked Lannisterport and then took down the Shield Islands. From the Monday River downstream of Hiding to the old town at Whispering Bay to the Redwine Straits north of Chinting Island, there were Iron Seed soldiers everywhere. For the old town, for the kingdom, I came to Rhys alone to seek help from my dishonorable sister." Where did Earl Pixter go? The Chinting Island fleet under his command is the strongest of the Seven Kingdoms. Barristan couldn't help but ask. The Seven Kingdoms of the Westeros had a total of 5 regular naval fleets: Lannisterport's Guard Fleet, Redwine family's Chinting Island Fleet, Dragonstone Fleet, led by the Royal Family, White Harbor Fleet in the north, and Tywin Island's Iron Fleet. The White Harbor Fleet was ignored because the House of Stark didn't support and didn't have the financial resources to develop a navy in the north. All along, the White Harbor Mandalay family's navy could only fight pirates and didn't have the ability to engage in large-scale naval battles. During the reign of Mad King Aerys, the Dragonstone Fleet was the strongest. After Robert usurped the throne and King's Landing fell, the huge naval fleet escorted the pregnant Queen Layla and Little Viserys back to Dragonstone Island. Seeing that Robert was gradually unifying the country, and the fleets of the Seven Kingdoms were converging on Dragonstone Island under Stannis' command, the Long family's naval fleet already had the idea of surrendering to King's Landing. But that night, Dany Rise was born. The Stormborn wasn't just for show. The unprecedented storm completely destroyed all the fleets on both sides and sank hundreds of warships into the sea. Since then, the Dragonstone fleet became the second-rate fleet, and the Iron Islands fleet became the leader. But Balon Greyjoy was looking for trouble and started a rebellion 5 years after Robert's ascension. At the beginning of the war, through a sneak attack, they blocked Lannister's fleet at the port and burned them all. However, with the power of one island against 7 nations, there was no chance of victory. In the end, the Iron Fleet was taught a lesson by the Royal Fleet, led by Stannis. Stannis was the Duke of Dragonstone Island. He commanded the Royal Navy, which was the rebuilt Dragonstone Island Fleet. After Greyjoy's rebellion, 2 fleets were crippled at once. Lannister suffered the most. Even after 10 years, they still hadn't recovered. They had enough to protect themselves, only Port Lannister, but not enough to attack. From then on, the Dragonstone Island fleet once again took the top spot on the power rankings. Not long ago, the rebellion of the 4 Kings broke out, and Tyrion burned Dragonstone Island's fleet to the ground. Over the past few decades, the 7 nations had undergone many changes, but the Chinting Island fleet had been hiding in a corner and developing. Now, it had become the #1 navy in the world. Logically speaking, even if 10 years had passed and Tywin Island had recovered and rebuilt the Iron Fleet, they should not have been able to bully Gao Ting. After the rebellion of the 4 Kings, Stannis retreated to Dragonstone Island and even hired a pirate fleet from the other side of the strait. Seeing that Blackwater Bay was sealed and King's Landing's sea trade was almost cut off, the Iron Throne spent millions of gold royals to build a new royal fleet, and also dragged Count Pyksd from Chinting Island to help. Finally, the Chinting Island fleet was dragged into the water. Dany sighed to herself. Henry Foley continued. Although the Chinting Island fleet had regained control of Blackwater Bay and King's Landing's sea trade had been restored, Dragonstone Island was easy to defend and hard to attack. In order to reduce his losses, Blackwater Bay belonged to King's Landing and not Chinting Island. Count Pyksd used a more time-consuming siege technique in an attempt to deplete Dragonstone Island's food reserves, but Tywin came aggressively. Dragonstone Island was not taken down, and the Qingting Island fleet was trapped in Blackwater Bay. I had no choice but to ask for help. I'm afraid the people of Lys can't help you, right? Danny sneered. They sent their entire fleet to Volantis, a total of 200 longships. I only arrived in Lys yesterday afternoon. Henry Foley looked at his bitch sister expectantly. How many warships can Chuega send to help me? None. Chuega dotes on me, but he's not stupid. No one would do something that only has risks and no benefits. Linny shook her head. The High Court has money. They can pay him. Henry Foley emphasized. High risk and low returns. It's not as good as sea trade. Linny still shook her head. Your father, siblings, and countless relatives and friends are in Old Town. Henry Foley said angrily. Humph. Everyone in Old Town is calling me a bitch behind my back. She sneered and sighed. If it was another time, I might be able to persuade him. But now, the alliance is about to set off. I can't do anything even if I want to. After all, that's an iron fleet with 100 longships. It's useless to send 8 or 10 ships to help. Seeing Henry Foley looking at her expectantly, Danny shrugged and asked, Didn't you hear? The alliance is about to set off for the east. The target of those hundreds and thousands of warships is me. Your Majesty, you will fight back to the Westeros, right? Henry Foley asked. Targaryen, debts must be repaid. When the Megalosaurus grows up, when I defeat the alliance, when I take down Volantis, Lys, Queers, and maybe Tyrossai, and when 1,000,000 knights and 100 Megalosaurus are formed, I will try to cross the Westeros. At this moment, or even for the next 10 years, I will not take a step into the 7 kingdoms. Danny said coldly. The 2 Haidar opened their mouths wide and knelt there in a daze. They looked at Danny as if she was a lunatic, as expected of the daughter of Mad King Aerys. Crazy, crazy. But isn't this madness acting up a little too quickly? Aerys had only slowly awakened the bloodline of the Mad King after being a wise ruler for more than 10 years. Gulp. Henry Foley swallowed his saliva and asked hesitantly, Your Majesty, Dragon Queen, let's not talk about anything else, but where did the 100 Megalosaurus come from? Clap. Danny clapped her hands and shouted, That's a good question. Hurry up, take out the dragon eggs, Valeglia's steel weapons, witchcraft secret techniques, magical artifacts. Take them all out. Take them out for what? Linny's asked foolishly. Robbery. Robbery. Robbery? The 2 pairs of similar blue eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The poor Haidar siblings' worldview was completely shattered at this moment. Didn't I say it before? I came to Lys for 2 reasons. Kill the prince and steal the Black Tower. Danny said matter-of-factly. But you are the queen. Henry Foley shouted in disbelief. Danica shot him a sideways glance and asked, Child, have you never participated in a martial arts tournament before? I'm not a child. I'm 2 years older than you. Henry Foley's face turned red as he shouted. Also, my idol is the fearless Barristan. I started participating in tournaments when I was 11 years old. I even defeated Sir Mark Mullendal the last time in Luminous Water City. Sorry, your idol is now a robber, and a habitual one too. Danny glanced at the White Knight, who was twisting his body uncomfortably, and said, Since you have participated in a tournament before, you should know that the losers will hand over their armor, sword, and warhorse. Now that you have lost, are you willing to hand over Valeglia's steel armor, weapons, and the world's steed? 7 gods above. Can you explain it this way? Valeglia's steel armor, Valeglia's steel longsword, and then the world's steed dragon? What the fuck? Henry Foley's mind was filled with 1,000 curses. There was only one thought left in his mind. I have to hurry home and inform my father that Hathor and the old town have to take sides again. Although the Dragon Queen has the blood of madness disease, her shamelessness is enough to make up for the defects brought about by her insanity. There is no other way. The shameless are always strong. After a while, Linny's recovered from the shock and shook her head, saying, "No, there is nothing here. This is the Black Tower, the castle of Valeglia's great nobles." Danny emphasized, "Let's not talk about the dragon egg. Anyway, I have already snatched one in Volantis. But there is no steel sword. Your Majesty, Chuegu is not a descendant of Valeglia's great nobles. He bought this Tower of Babel from the fallen nobles," Linny's explained. "What about the sword? He didn't buy a sword? I don't know. It was more than 100 years ago. Anyway, there is really no Valeglia's steel sword here." Linny's raised her hand and swore solemnly, "I swear in the name of my father, I am telling the truth." Danny looked at Barristan. The old knight was now very familiar with his work and would not let go of any suspicious places in the palace. No, he shook his head and said. Danny stared at Linny's and said coldly, "I can't go back empty-handed. Seeing that we are from the same hometown, I cannot kill anyone. But you have to tell me where the good stuff is and where a large number of trading princes are gathered." Dragon soul possession again, raising her voice. "I will speak." Linny's collapsed on the ground. Half an hour later, the bright red dragon flames flowed like water and filled Prince Chueji's Tower of Babel. Thick smoke rose, and the blazing flames illuminated the sky. Not long after, half of the city was alarmed. "The Mother of Dragons is here. The Mother of Dragons is here to kill. The Mother of Dragons." Sob, sob, sob. Lady Linny's cried loudly as she was surrounded by servants. Half of her brother Sir Henry Foley's body was dyed red with blood, but he still held his sword and did not fall. He said to the people around him with a cold expression, "The Mother of Dragons seems to be very familiar with Rhys." She directly asked why Prince Chuego was not at home. She wanted to take revenge on Rhys because Rhys is a member of the Allied army. My sister was crazy in love and naturally refused to reveal the prince's position. In the end, she was almost killed by the Mother of Dragons. Fortunately, that woman did not know that I was a guest in the Black Tower. While she was not paying attention, I quietly opened the bedroom door, and from behind her, I know that sneak attacking a woman is not in line with the spirit of a knight, but for my sister, I did not care. Unfortunately, I have to say that my swordsmanship is still not as good as hers. I was lucky enough to protect my sister, but the others, even the amiable butler de Braun. At this point, Sir Hyder's eyes turned red, and 2 streams of tears flowed down. The nobles and rich merchants from the nearby Garden of Desire were shocked and terrified. They comforted the 2 pitiful siblings while looking around for the megalosaurus. But the sky was a murky green color, and nothing could be seen. The Hall of Bliss is on fire. Someone suddenly shouted, and everyone looked over. A 30 to 40 meter tall pillar of fire rose from a palace near the city center, and the rolling waves of fire could be seen from 2 to 3 kilometers away. Not good. The princes are in the Hall of Bliss. Chapter 220. The Dragon Queen is angry. She's riding her dragon and robbing the Alliance's capital. 2 Volantis senators were burned. Nearly 300 nobles were devoured by the dragon's flames. Countless nobles' mansions were plundered, and the losses were uncountable. Dukes of Tarosai, please be careful. The Dragon Queen set fire to the Hall of Bliss. 12 princes and 35 nobles were slaughtered. Tragic, tragic. Another 10 nobles' mansions were plundered. 8 Valeglia steel swords, 1 sea monster horn, 2 dragon horns, several family heirlooms, countless jewels, and books. Princes of Mir, please be careful, and be careful. The Dragon Queen has transformed into a devil dragon, specifically devouring the nobles of the free cities. As the saying goes, without the lips, the teeth are cold. Governors of Pentos, please be careful, and please reconsider joining the alliance. The Dragon Queen is tyrannical, angering both men and gods. Bravos, the head of the 9 free city-states, please come out and uphold justice. Even if His Majesty the Sea King is unwilling to join the alliance because of the slave trade, please intercede on his behalf. Let the Faceless One give the alliance a 50% discount, or even 30%. It's too expensive. On the night of the attack, the people of Lith thought that they were an exception, but early the next morning, Volantis messenger crows finally crossed 2,000 kilometers and brought them a black message. Well, it flew for 1 day and 2 nights, much slower than Dany's dragon. Now the people of Lith understood that the Dragon Queen had gone mad, and was madly taking revenge on the alliance. So, countless messenger crows began to fly to other trading cities. In a few days, the notoriety of Mother of Dragons, Dany Lith, spread across the continent of Ursos. But this was a story for later. As a super social butterfly, Lynys knew the situation of the nobles of Lith like the back of her hand, who had Valeglia's swords, who had large diamonds and strange treasures. She told Dany one by one. She even took out a map of Lith from her bedroom and marked it one by one. Dany also returned the favor. Not only did she cooperate with the siblings to put on a show, she even let go of her backer, Prince Chwee-gu. At first, Henry had suggested that his sister become a Black Widow and use Dany to kill Chwee-gu and his wife so that she could monopolize the Amaran family's wealth. This way, they could also send dozens of longships back to the Westeros to save the old town. But Lynys was unwilling. She said, "I wear gold and silver here, eat and drink well, and spend hundreds of thousands of gold radiance coins every year. But I don't have the ability to manage the sea trade. Even if I get half of Chwee-ji's family fortune, I won't be able to squander it for more than a few years. The prince is my lover, and also my long-term meal ticket. As for going back to the old town with you to lead a hard life, don't even think about it. I've lived in heaven for a few years, and you want me to go back to hell? You might as well kill me." Humphrey blushed and stared at his sister in disbelief. For the first time, he realized that his family also had the mad blood gene. It must be the side effect of the marriage with Targaryen. His sister's madness was more terrifying than the Dragon Queen's. As an admirer of the fearless Barristan, it was normal for Knight Humphrey to have such thoughts. But Dany secretly praised Lynys for having self-awareness. But she would grow old one day. What should she do when that time comes? Look for the big bear to be the hero? It seemed, together with the 8 steel swords that Rhys had obtained, Dany had obtained a total of 20 swords during her trip to the west. It was a great harvest, other than the weapons and the precious jewelry that Lynys had been coveting for a long time. She also found 2 horns in Rhys's body, the fake dragon's horn and the broken sea monster's horn. The dragon's horn was as big as a bull's horn and was made of Valeglia steel. It was very light and did not feel heavy when hanging it around her waist. If it was purely used as a marching horn for the army, the horn sound would be loud and long, and it would be easy to blow it. But calling it the dragon's horn was a bit boastful. It was not made of a dragon's horn, and there was no dragon soul sealed on it. How could she control the Megalosaurus? But the sea monster's horn was a bit interesting. It was made of a dragon's horn, but there was no dragon soul sealed. Or rather, there might have been a dragon soul once, but now the runes were broken and the dragon's soul had dissipated. Dany could also sense the mysterious Valeglia runes in it. As for the specific effects, it still needed to be studied. Rhys was a narrow island that was nearly 200 kilometers long. Danny found a cliff cave that was rarely visited by people and stuffed the jewelry, books, steel swords, and the fake dragon's horn into it. She put the sea monster's horn in her backpack and carried it with her for research. It was already late at night. The two wrapped themselves in blankets and leaned against Dahe to rest for the night. In the early morning of the second day, the sky was just beginning to brighten. They ate something casually and continued their journey to the west. Well, they did not go north to Tyrosai and Mir. They were able to successfully attack Volantis and Reese all because of a surprise. They crossed the heavily guarded city walls, descended from the sky, and went straight into the weak core of the other party's mansion. No one would place a siege crossbow or ambush a large group of soldiers near the bedroom, so they succeeded time and time again. But if the other party was alerted, first, valuable items such as Valeglia's steel sword would be hidden in an inconspicuous place that no one knew about. Then, they would ambush a large number of siege crossbows. At that time, if Danny dared to ride a dragon and charge in, there was an 80% chance that she would not be able to return. Yanghalberd City, the capital of Dorne, was located at the easternmost tip of a sandy peninsula and was surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. At around 6 o'clock in the morning, they set off from Reese. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, the 2 dragons passed Yanghalberd City and flew another 5 kilometers to the west. They landed in a desert on the south bank of the Green Blood River. Well, Dorne had the only large desert in the Westeros. Although the entire Dorne territory was surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, and there were 2 rivers that stretched thousands of miles in the territory, 80% of the land lacked water. For example, the dark green river in front of them seemed to be 4 to 5 miles wide, but the flow was extremely slow. The river was so shallow that they could see the silt at the bottom of the river. It was close to noon. The white sun shone brightly, and the yellow, scalding sand was sandwiched in the middle. It was as if one was in a steamer, steaming hot. Well, the main thing was that the clothes were not suitable. The leather armor was not breathable. They should have paired it with the mail armor. Do you feel uncomfortable? Danny tugged at the brown leather vest and asked the fully armored knight beside her. "It's all right. I've been to Dorne many times, and I've always worn the armor of the Kingsguard." The old knight was not only fully armored, he also had a gray wool cloak that reached the ground. The 2 of them walked along the river for more than a mile. After crossing a sand dune, they found a ferry on the wide river. 7 or 8 wooden rafts were parked by the river. More than 10 children were playing by the water. On each raft was a woman with a sunburned face. Some of them were washing turnips and carps by the rafts, while others had already started a fire to cook. It was a very strange wooden raft. A low-ceilinged house was built on the wide boat, like a matchbox in the middle of a phone. It looked very simple, but the patterns on the boat were beautifully carved. It had an attractive and unique foreign charm. "They are the orphans of the Green Blood River," Barristan said in a low voice. After the defeat of the Loyner people, they were forced to leave the vast and rich plains of the Lorne River. Finally, under the leadership of Queen Nymeria, 10,000 broken ships crossed the narrow sea and integrated the last of the people into Dorne. However, there were also proud Loyner people who were unwilling to give up their ancient river traditions. Due to the developed branches of the Lorne River and its wide basin, the Loyner people were used to living on the river boats. Some of the Loyner people who fled regarded the Green Blood River as their mother river and still lived a carefree life on the river. This group of Loyner people who could not integrate into Dorne were called the orphans of the Green Blood River. It sounded a little pitiful, but in the Dorne Hill where there was an extreme lack of water, this group of orphans lived the happiest lives. "Where are the guests from?" Seeing Danny and the armored knight, a bearded man in a gray robe immediately came out of the matchbox to solicit business. "Don't ask me where I'm from. I'm going to young Halberd City on the other side," the white knight said in a skilled tone. "Okay." The bearded man shouted at the children swimming in the river, which roughly meant, "Gooden, Taiwa, come back for dinner." When the two naked boys climbed onto the raft, Danny and Barristan also entered the matchbox and sat down. The man then set up the pole and drove the raft slowly to the north bank. As for the woman washing the vegetables behind the matchbox, she only smiled at Danny when she got on the boat and continued to do her work. After half an hour, the raft finally reached the opposite bank. It was almost the same scene as before. 7 or 8 rafts were anchored side by side on the bank. The women were cooking, the men were resting in the house, and the children were playing in the river. "Their lives are too lazy," Danny whispered to the old knight after paying the money and going ashore. "This is their life, the customs of the river people brought over from the Norn River." Sigh. No wonder they were eliminated. It seemed that the main ethnic group of Westeros the Ancestors, the Undals, the Loinars, were all refugees eliminated in the Urso's ethnic struggle. It was not easy for the guys to keep Slavers Bay. Danny muttered in her heart. Dorne's land area was close to 500,000 square kilometers, but its population was the smallest among the 7 kingdoms. It was not even comparable to the north, which was less than half of Slavers Bay. However, young Halberd City was not desolate. Merchants from the Midsummer Islands, Myr, Tarosai, and other city-states came and went. The natives of young Halberd City had olive skin and long black flowing hair. Most of them wore scarves or straw hats to block the sun. It had to be said that the sun in Dorne was really strong. It felt like there was a magnifying glass above one's head. Danny also sold a wide-brimmed hat with gauze hanging down the edge. Young Halberd City, the sun and the halberd. The sun represented Nymeria's loiner, and the original emblem of the Martell family was the halberd. More than 1,000 years ago, when Nymeria married Mors Martell and unified the entire Dorne territory, the new Martell family began to use the halberd that pierced through the sun as their emblem. If you think about it carefully, it's vivid and meaningful. Young Halberd City was brown in color. The brown gravel streets and brick houses were not as tall and clean as Volantis, nor were they as exquisite as Lys Gardens. The style was simple and monotonous, but it was very practical. With Prince Martell's old palace as the center, it was surrounded by 3 curved walls. The streets and houses were in between the curved walls. To use a common analogy, the layout of young Halberd City's walls and streets was somewhat like an 8 trigrams array. Yes, the most simple 8 trigrams array that was copied after being extremely castrated. However, it did have the effect of confusing people. If not for the experienced Barristan leading the way, Danny would have gotten lost in the circular streets that were almost exactly the same. After more than an hour, they finally passed through the 3 curved walls and arrived at the administrative center of young Halberd City outside the Old Palace. Chapter 2:21. The Old Palace was very simple and crude. It was the most unadorned palace Danny had ever seen. There were 2 tall towers with a 4-meter-tall gray hall sandwiched between them. Look, the tower on the left has a slender body and a 10-meter-long gold-plated spike at the top. White Knight pointed at the tower outside the window and introduced, "The Spear Tower represents the spear of the Martell family. The one on the right has a golden dome and a beautiful hall with stained glass walls. The Sun Tower represents the son of Loiner. The hall in the middle is the banquet hall, where Prince Martell formally entertains his guests." They had already entered a wooden restaurant opposite the Old Palace. They sat by the window on the 2nd floor and observed the Old Palace while drinking Dornish orange juice. The reason why the Old Palace was called that was because Marlon Martell had built a new palace 15 kilometers west of Sunhalberd City to marry Daenerys Targaryen. It was called the Flowing Water Garden. Oh, the Dany lives from 130 years ago. It was unknown whether the previous generation of Targaryen was too useless or if the Dornishmen really added points to their guerrilla warfare skill to divine level. In short, the other 6 kingdoms had already submitted to the Long family. However, the Dornishmen rebelled today and tomorrow. From Aegon the Conqueror 300 years ago to St. Bailey 150 years ago, the Dornishmen had been rebelling against the Targaryens for almost 2 centuries. The Dornishmen had the least population and the most resources. However, the Long family had the Megalosaurus. Dragons were not extinct in the early days of the dynasty. However, the Dornishmen almost made the Targaryens bleed dry. Not to mention the Targaryens who died at the hands of the Dornishmen. Even the Megalosaurus, Miracis, died on this land. To be honest, when Dany saw the history of Dornishmen conquering Dornishmen, her first thought was that it was another 3,000 unsullied men defending Kola. She did not understand. While it was true that Dorne's environment was harsh with lots of sand and complicated hills, and the Dornishmen were unruly, it was precisely because of this that there was very little land for people to live in. Everything else aside, he only needed to take down Sunhalberd City. Sunhalberd City had fallen into the hands of the Targaryens many times, seal off the route of the Green Blood River, and then send the Megalosaurus to burn the crops and fruit groves on both sides of the river. After 8 to 10 years, let's see how many Dornish people would be left. Among the 7 kingdoms, Dorne had the smallest population, less than 500,000. Most of them were still gathered at the Green Blood River, ignoring the other places. As long as the Green Blood River was controlled, how could the Dornishmen survive? Yet, just like the 3,000 unsullied, the Dornishmen also cheated, or perhaps Targaryen, and the other 6 countries were collectively given the idiot buff. After fighting for nearly 200 years, they lost and could only rely on marriage to end the war. If Dany were to deal with the Dornishmen, she was confident that she could reduce the casualties to less than 1,000. 1 dragon would be enough. There was no need to care about the castle. She only needed to clear out the crops, factories, docks, and ships. It didn't matter if the Dornishmen were convinced or not. She only needed to insist on beating Dorne back to the Stone Age within 20 years. If she was given 50 years, she could even end the Dornishmen's civilization and make all the Dornishmen unable to even write their own names. They would completely become a group of primitive savages. All right, I digressed. Dany wasn't the first Dany Lith of the Targaryen family. 100 years ago, the Targaryen family couldn't endure anymore and married Martell in humiliation. Both parties exchanged sisters. You marry my princess, I marry your princess. The princess who married Martell was called Dany Lith. To put it bluntly, Dany Lith was a variant of Dany C. Even Dreamwalker Dany C might not necessarily be the first generation. Who knows how many Dany ancestors the Targaryens had in Valeglia in the past 6,000 years? Do you want to meet Prince Martell? White Knight asked softly. Meet him for what? He isn't the most loyal ally of the Targaryen family, but he must have a common enemy with you. Barristan slowly spat out a name. Tywin Lannister. Tywin is dead. I don't think Prince Martell is that easily satisfied. White Knight said, You heard it on the way here. His younger brother, Oberyn, died at the hands of the Arcane Mountain. His Highness, the prince, locked up the rioting sand snakes in an attempt to keep the peace. Dany spread her hands. Speaking of Oberyn Martell, one couldn't help but sigh. The fate of the spearman was truly tragic. The judicial system under the 7 Gods doctrine had a tradition that Dany felt was abnormally deceitful. It was a trial by martial arts. Any criminal, As long as he resolutely refused to admit his crime during the trial, even if there were witnesses and material evidence, he could challenge the plaintiff in a martial arts contest as the defendant. For example, Wang Wu raped Zhang San's wife. After that, the village chief led the villagers to arrest Wang Wu and tried his crimes in public. However, Wang Wu quibbled, "The man who was on top of Zhang San's wife wasn't me. He just looked a little like me. If you don't believe me, let's have a trial by martial arts. The 7 gods will prove my innocence." Zhang San was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, but he could only challenge Wang Wu to a duel. If Zhang San won, Wang Wu would be a rapist and deserve to die. If he lost, not only would Zhang San lose his life, Wang Wu would also completely wash away the stain on him. Of course, if the village chief was completely sure that Wang Wu was a rapist, he could also reject his request for a trial by martial arts. Or he could help Zhang San find an awesome representative to kill Wang Wu. However, looking at the history of Westeros, there were almost no nobles or members of the royal family who came forward to stop the trial by martial arts. Yes, only the great lords and the royal family had the right to stop it. They were equivalent to the village chief of Wang Wu and Zhang San's village. For example, Tyrion in the Purple Wedding was accused of regicide and kinslaying for poisoning his nephew Joffrey. He was guilty of the most heinous crimes and deserved to be cut into pieces. Queen Cersei hated this idol to the core. When all the evidence was against Tyrion, he proposed a trial by martial arts. Cersei couldn't reject him. She was the queen regent. Tyrion originally wanted to find the mercenary Bronn to represent him. After all, they were old acquaintances. Bronn stood out to represent the imps in a duel with Lyssa's Grand Knights in the Eagle Nest. However, Cersei arranged for the Magic Mountain to represent him. In theory, he was the current #1 knight in the 7 Kingdoms. Barristan was old, Arthur Dayne was dead, and talents were declining after the Knight era. Furthermore, the conditions were not low. As long as Bronn rejected Tyrion, Queen Cersei would help him marry Earl Stockworth's daughter. Oh, this was different from the plot of Game of Thrones in Dany's memory. In the end, the person who represented the imps was the Red Viper Oberyn Martell. He was the younger brother of Prince Dorne and the brother of Dany's sister-in-law Ilya. The Magic Mountain killed the Princess of Dorne and her child. Oberyn wanted to take revenge for his sister, nephew, and niece. He almost succeeded. However, he talked too much and even had luck. After all, he was a spearman. This was the same as the plot of Game of Thrones. The poisoned Magic Mountain, who was lying on the ground waiting for his death, suddenly grabbed Oberyn's leg and pulled him down. Then, he used his bare hands to crush the Dornishman's skull. Oh, with such strength, he didn't even need a pair of walnut pliers to eat walnuts. Logically speaking, with his sister, nephew, and brother dying consecutively in the hands of Lannister, the Magic Mountain was Tywin's loyal hound and represented Cersei in the duel. Prince Dowling would have rebelled if he had even a little bit of courage. After all, he was Prince Martell of Dorne. How hard was Martell's bone when he was in the House of the Dragon? He couldn't crush an army of 100,000, and the wrath of the true dragon couldn't melt him. He was a fierce man and a fierce woman. However, when it came to Prince Dowling's generation, he shrank back like a tortoise. Thus, Dany didn't even need to ask around. At this moment, everyone in the streets of Young Halberd City was talking about the cowardly actions of their prince. Oberyn was very popular in Dorne. When the news of his death spread, the entire Young Halberd City was in an uproar. They didn't even need to mobilize a large army. During that period of time, Oberyn's illegitimate daughters were also very active. Every day, they would post nonsense about taking revenge for their father on the streets. Yes, Dorne's illegitimate son's surname was Sand, and Oberyn had the bandit title of Red Viper. Thus, his many illegitimate daughters were collectively known as sand vipers. Auberon had at least 8 sand vipers, but he didn't have a single son. It was very strange. However, after a few days of the sand vipers' ruckus, Prince Dowling suddenly took action and locked up his nieces who were causing trouble. The entire young Halberd city instantly fell silent. Silence was impossible. There were more and more people who whispered behind his back that the prince's spine is as useless as his legs. It was to the extent that Dany only walked around young Halberd city once before she heard 7 or 8 people talking about this matter. To be honest, she was a little disappointed and also a little shocked. The reason why she stopped in Dorne was because Dany remembered very clearly that according to the plot in Game of Power, the Sand Vipers had already successfully rebelled. They had poisoned Cersei's daughter, Princess Myrcella, and stabbed the cowardly and easily bullied Prince Dowling to death. They were preparing to launch an attack on the Iron Throne. Only such a big event was worthy of her staying in young Halberd City for a while. It wasn't the first time that the plot had deviated. Although she was disappointed, she could still accept it. However, through this incident, Dany discovered one thing. The coward Dowling's control over young Halberd City and Dorne was far beyond her expectations. Even if countless people secretly expressed their dissatisfaction with Prince Dowling's pacification, young Halberd City's politics were stable, the economy was prosperous, and the people lived and worked in peace. There wasn't even any undercurrent, let alone a major upheaval. Dany could see that Prince Dowling might not have the courage to forge ahead, but he wasn't cowardly. He had made a safer choice for the people and Dorne. No matter how good the people of Dorne were at guerrilla warfare, their strength was limited. They had more than enough defense, but they were lacking in offense. Leaving the familiar environment of Dorne, they were no different from soldiers in other places. If they couldn't even get past the Highlands and the Stormlands, how could they deal with the King's Landing? Well, Dorne was very far from the King's Landing, about 2,000 kilometers away. There was a part of the river bend and part of the Stormlands in between. Because of this, Dany wasn't interested in Barristan's suggestion. "Let's rest." Dany stopped talking and looked up. A red shadow flashed across her purple eyes. She was confused for a moment. She shook her head and said in a low voice, "Did you feel it? We are being watched." Barristan got up quietly and called out to the waiter standing by the corridor, "1 pepper-stewed chicken, please." With a few words and a few routine actions, he had already inadvertently scanned his surroundings. A few crows flew past the window, but there was nothing unusual. "No one is watching us. Are you sure you are not mistaken?" The old knight sat down and asked doubtfully. Dany heard him and stood up to look around. She didn't even miss the street outside the window, but she didn't find anything. It was close to 2 in the afternoon, long past the mealtime. Although they weren't the only 2 people in the lobby, it was very empty. There were only a few silk merchants discussing business in low voices. "Leave immediately after we finish eating." Dany frowned. Chapter 222. The sun was scorching, and the world was filled with light. The white light of the sun, the yellow light of the desert, and the hot light. Dany was wearing a veil hat and riding a horse in the desert. The veil in her ears fluttered in the wind, and she shouted in surprise, "Wow, this sand horse has great endurance." She was riding a slender gray horse with short hair. It was as fast as the wind, and its steps were light. According to the old knight, this was a sand horse that was a specialty of Dorne. It would not be tired even if it ran for 2 days straight. It might be a little difficult to run 1,000 miles in a day, but most sand horses could run 500 miles in a day without any weight. Dany did not believe it at all. If there was such an awesome war horse, all the cities in the world would come to Dorne to look for stallions. However, after running in the desert for more than an hour, She had to believe it. The sand horses' strange running style gave them great endurance in the desert. In modern society, scientists had simulated the movement of ostrich foot tendons and created an exoskeleton equipment that allowed the wearer to run at high speed and for a long time. The sand horses' leg muscles and running style had a similar effect, but they were only suitable for the desert environment. If they were to go to flat mud, the effect might not be as good. How is it? Beristan looked around sharply and asked, "Do you still feel like you are being watched?" "Sigh, it's vague. At first, my spiritual sense felt something strange, but it was not strong. If she had not entered the dragon spirit state and pulled Big Black into her spirit realm immediately, Danny would have thought that she was drunk and hallucinating because of the strong aftereffects of the Dorn wine. Not long after we left Sun Halberd City, the feeling of being watched disappeared. This is very strange. If the other party found out about our identity, even if they did not greet us, they would have sent someone to continue watching us. In that case, let's leave Dorn Hill quickly. The races, costumes, and customs here are different from the other 6 countries. The old town has a large population, so we will not be so conspicuous," the old knight said. Danny nodded and summoned the 2 dragons. She left the 2 sand horses in the desert, and the 2 continued to travel west. After flying for more than 2 hours, it was close to dusk. They watched the red sun gradually bury in the desert from an altitude of 3,000 meters. The vast red light on the earth was intoxicating. Danny had never seen such an infectious sunset before, nor had she ever seen such a huge red sun. It seemed like Little White would catch up to the red ball if it was just a little faster. She was very worried. What if they hit the sun? The stunning scenery intoxicated the White Knight. He shouted, "Seeing such a sunset, I have no regrets in my life." Danny was also very excited. She opened her arms and shouted, "We still have a long time in the future. We want to see sunsets all around the world, Summer Islands, Snake's Lizard Horn, Sosrose, the Jade Sea, Barren Land." She did not stay idle during the flight. Beristan still had to hold on to the belt that extended from both sides of Big Black's neck to stabilize his body. Danny did not fall off the dragon's back, even when she was lying on the dragon's back. Little White would subconsciously adjust her position to keep her balance at all times. So Danny had extra energy to do other things, such as multitasking. She could look at the scenery while studying the blood dragon dance that she got from the dead Lisbon. Ugh, that guy made up the name. When Danny held the heritage iron plate and tried to use her mental power to sense the runes, a QR code was immediately imprinted into her mind. She skillfully used her wizard power to decipher the information within. Fire manipulation incomplete for the disciples of the Fourth Peak's Millaris branch. It was divided into 3 major realms. Fire magician freely controlling the form of fire. Flame spirit gathering the fire elemental energy in nature to form a rootless fire. Fire demon king transforming other elements into fire elemental energy, and even igniting all high-energy elements. The Fire Devil King of the highest realm made Danny's heart surge. Igniting all high-energy elements. What did that mean? The mental power, wizard power, and magic in the body of an extraordinaire were also high-energy elements. As long as she was willing, she could burn Tam, Lisbon, and bow Chung into a torch with just a glance. Sigh, why is it incomplete? Danny was very regretful. The iron plate only recorded the runes of the first 2 realms. It was no wonder that the iron plate did not even have a basic wizard password. Fire mages could learn it regardless of their bloodline or talent in witchcraft. It was specially prepared for the disciples of the 4th Fire Peak. The process of sketching the runes was far more difficult than Danny had imagined. It was even more difficult than the coordinate spell that she had groped for from scratch. Before leaving Volantis, she had been assembling the QR code bit by bit like building a building of blocks. There were about 30,000 basic runes in the first realm. She had not used all the runes in the 108 rune tables, only having 32 types. Many of the runes were repeated, and some of the runes had only appeared once or twice. Comparing it to the Lisbon 64 rune table that the fire mage had given her, Danny realized that there were 7 runes that were repeated too infrequently. The fellow had not been able to distinguish them at all, and had instead created another 5 runes. After 2 days and 2 nights, Danny had only completed the construction of the runes of the first realm when she arrived in Dorne in the morning. While flying to the old town in the afternoon, she began to reassemble the rune incantation of the second realm. 150,000 basic runes, using 82 types of runes. Lisbon was almost half wrong. It was no wonder that he was panting and exhausted his wizard power after only burning Tyrion's beard. The second realm required even more time. Danny tried for a few hours and realized that she would need at least 10 days to complete it. Back then, she had used 4 days to figure out Kueishi's coordinate spell and only 2 days to assemble the runes of the coordinate spell in her mind. Even though there were not many coordinate spell runes, 15,000 runes and 24 types of basic runes, those runes were completely foreign to her. If not for Tam's inheritance, Danny would only know how to use them and would not be able to recite the incantations. Yes, reciting the incantations could reduce the consumption of wizard power. Magical incantations had their own unique pronunciations. Not all 15,000 runes had to be pronounced in the same way. For example, the one-dimensional English understand was a long string of words, but it was impossible to pronounce the syllables of every letter. The two-dimensional rune language was more refined. Your Majesty, there's a situation. Barristan suddenly shouted, waking Danny from her meditation. There are white knights below. He said solemnly, the old knight did not need to learn witchcraft runes. He was bored and sprawled on the soft cushion, looking at the scenery below with his binoculars. Having been a white knight for 40 years, Barristan was all too familiar with the attire of the Kingsguard. In the Dorne desert, knights wearing white porcelain armor and pure white cloaks were too conspicuous. What's the situation? The 2 dragons began to slow down, circling around the clouds. Using Blackie's vision, Danny saw a group of riders galloping in the desert, heading towards the Green Blood River. There were 6 riders, both male and female, riding on sand horses. Other than the white knights wearing bright white armor and white cloaks, the rest of them were wearing curtained hats to avoid sunlight. There must be royalty below. The smallest girl in the middle is most likely Princess Theon, Messiah Byra. The old knight said, with certainty. The white knights only served royalty, and there was only one royalty in Dorne, Princess Messiah, who was sent to Dorne by Tyrion. Messiah? Danny frowned. What kind of plot was this? Could the white knight be Jaime Lannister? He came to Dorne with the mercenary Bronn to save his daughter. They're going to cross 7 gods above. The white knight shouted in horror. 6 riders arrived at the Green Blood River and stopped their horses. Suddenly, more than 10 armored warriors armed with crossbows emerged from a wooden raft house by the river. Almost without exchanging a few words, the white knights immediately drew their swords and charged towards the wooden raft. A tragic scene happened. At such a close distance, the crossbow arrows almost pierced the Kingsguard's horse into a sieve. The Kingsguard was also brave. He killed the enemy, 2 soldiers before he died. This with a cold flash of the axe. The white knight's arm was cut off at the elbow, giving him no time to cry out. The axe drew a beautiful arc, and his head, which was the size of a rice cooker, splashed into the river, blood gushing out from his neck. The entire process took less than 2 minutes, and a white knight went to meet the 7 gods. I probably won't be able to meet the 7 gods, but I might be able to meet the mad King Aerys and usurper Robert in hell. Ah! Danny exclaimed softly. The White Knight's tragic death was shocking enough, but the other unforeseen event was even more shocking. Originally, the 6 riders were surrounded by the ambush. The others seemed to be planning to surrender. Only White Knight rushed forward. But when the ambush was distracted by the berserk Imperial guards, her companions suddenly turned hostile. They drew their swords and hacked down the defenseless Messai. If that was really her, what's going on? The 2 were confused. That guy ran away. Let's go ahead and stop him, the White Knight suggested. What if our identities are exposed? Danny hesitated. Kill him, Barristan said without hesitation. Only an animal would hurt a little girl. Sir, please pay attention to your position. You belong to the Long family now, but the girl below is a Lannister. Although she was complaining in her heart, Danny thought about it and agreed to his suggestion. Sir, take off your gloves, she shouted. What for? I can't go down. What do you mean? The old knight was confused, but he still struggled to take off the lobster gloves on his right hand. Raise your arm, Danny shouted again. So, the old knight raised his right hand above his head with a confused expression. Huff, huff. Whitey suddenly accelerated and circled around in the sky. When it arrived behind Blackie, it suddenly did a side flip, almost belly up, and flew over Barristan's head. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Danny, who was hanging upside down on the dragon's back, moved her lips and gently tapped the old knight's right wrist with her finger. Before she fell, Whitey's body twisted like a snake, carrying Danny and flipping her body. The entire process was as delicate as acrobatics. Ouch! Even though the old knight had been in battle for a long time and had been injured countless times in his life, he still held his wrist and cried out, What's going on? It feels like my soul was burned by fire, the old man said in confusion. Hee, centaurs are actually quite smart. The best way to deal with the Shadow Children is to never let them touch you. Danny smiled strangely and continued, You can go down now. You'll understand later. Chapter 2:23. The red sun completely disappeared into the endless sea of sand. The sky in the west was like a dark purple tapestry. The desert itself turned from gold in the day to red in the evening, then to purple after sunset. Not long after, it would turn into an indigo color. You 2 bastards dare to chase after me? The knight lightly swung his long sword, leaving a dark red, wet mark on the sand. Not far away, 2 sand horses that had lost their masters ran away, neighing, leaving 2 gray-robed soldiers lying on the ground, their blood staining the yellow sand. After killing the last 2 soldiers, the knight slowed down and rode towards the southwest, away from the Green Blood River. Just as he crossed a sand dune, the knight stopped his horse and shouted at the 2 people below, Who are you? Barristan Selmy. The White Knight did not lift his helmet, but he still reported his true identity. Barristan, the fearless? The knight took a few steps forward and asked in surprise, Sir, I haven't heard from you for a few years. When did you come to Dorne? You. The White Knight carefully looked at the man's appearance and clothes. He had a clean-shaven chin, a huge, hooked nose, dark purple eyes, and thick silver hair that fell over his shoulders was split in half by a strand of black hair in the center of his forehead. He carried a huge sword on his back, and his purple leather armor had a family emblem in the shape of a black sword. The old man looked familiar, but he did not recognize the family emblem at all. Who are you? I have never seen the family emblem of the black sword. The old man said directly, Oh, this is not the family emblem. The young man raised his right hand and slowly pulled out the huge sword on his back. He looked down at his chest and smiled. I gave myself a nickname, Star of Darkness. This black sword symbol. Haha, my personal emblem. You see it? This is it. You want to fight with me? The White Knight said coldly, "Let's not beat around the bush. I can feel the murderous aura on you." The hooked-nosed young man licked his lips and said with his eyes shining, "Actually, I am looking forward to it. Really." Danny's mouth twitched as she said, "Don't kill him." "I understand." "Ha ha, old man, you're boasting shamelessly. I'm going uphill, and you're going downhill. I have a horse, and you don't. You're already over 60 years old. Even if you were 40 years younger, you would still lose today." Dark Star sneered and whipped his horse forward. That bastard actually kicked the spur of his horse and pulled it to the side, charging towards Danny, who was wearing a veil hat. With a sigh, Danny looked at the young man, with eyes full of pity. Sure enough, the scene where Barristan hurriedly came to the rescue that the young man expected did not appear at all. Although he did not know Danny's identity, he could tell that White Knight valued her a lot. His vision blurred, and the woman in front of him moved at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, she had reached the side of the warhorse, in the opposite direction from where he had swung his sword. The young man missed his attack. Although he held back 70% of his strength, his body still swayed. With this small opening, Barristan took a step forward and grabbed the blade of the greatsword with his hand. He was not worried about the iron gloves being cut. He pulled with all his strength and pulled the young man's body to the side. The young man had no choice but to let go of the sword. However, the next moment, he felt a pain in his back. With a bang, he was sent flying from the saddle by the scabbard and fell on the sand. "You." Turning over, he saw the long sword in White Knight's left hand. The long sword was still in the scabbard. His face was ashen as he muttered, "Impossible, this is impossible. Kid, you have probably been living a smooth life and have never met a pay-to-win player, right? Indeed, the iron gloves in the shape of a normal lobster would not be able to snatch the blade of an opponent of equal strength. Before snatching the opponent's weapon, the blade would have already cut through the metal plates protecting the finger. However, the old knight was wearing Valeglia's steel armor, not to mention a surprise attack to steal the sword. Even if you were to fight 10 rounds with him, you would only lose and never win. "Which family are you from?" the old knight asked. The young man was not stubborn. If he told the old knight his family background and identity as a nobleman, there was still a chance that he could pay for his life. If he did not say anything, he would probably be killed by the old knight. "Angelo Dane. I come from the Dane family of High Hidden City," he said. The old knight was surprised at first. Then he looked relieved. "Fortunately, you are not Dane from Starfall City. The name of Sword of Dawn is not tarnished." These words hurt Dark Star deeply. He roared angrily, "I only lost to you because of a wrong judgment. If we fought again, it would be hard to say who would win. How is that a disgrace to my family name?" Barristan said coldly, "You killed Princess Marcella. She was only 10 years old. She was still a child. Also, they had always treated you as a companion. You betrayed them and assassinated the person you should have protected." "How did you know?" Gino Dane's eyes widened. He stammered, "Did you join that coward Dowling?" Then he said doubtfully, "That can't be right. You don't even know who I am. You can't be the pursuer sent by Alioheda." "I was nearby. I saw everything," the old knight explained. "I admit I really wanted to kill her. Unfortunately, I failed." Gino sighed with an unpleasant expression. He explained, "From the beginning, I did not agree with supporting Marcella to become king. Dowling was too weak and was unwilling to start a war. But as long as that little lioness was killed, the King's Landing would definitely declare war on Dorne. Only then would Dorne's shame be washed away." "Who supported Marcella's ascension?" Danny asked. "Arain Martell. Danny knew her. She was the eldest daughter of Prince Dowling and the heir of Prince Dorne." "Why did she do that?" She started a war to avenge Oberon and Ilia. Her goal was roughly the same as mine. But she was too stupid. She tried to push Myrcella and her brother Tomon to fight for the throne. I'm going to laugh my head off. It seemed like this fellow was the representative of the Dornishmen's radical faction. What is the relationship between Dane of Hyrene City and Sword of Dawn? Danny looked at the old knight, the main family and the branch family, the lord and the vassals. Dane of Starfall City is the main family. I see, just like Stark and Kalivkar Hold City. Danny nodded. The Long family could also be imitated. These branches had almost never rebelled. Theon of Bela seemed to be a branch family of the Targaryen family. The first Duke of Phoenix's Rest, Theon of Theon Bela, was said to be Aegon's illegitimate brother. In the end, could it be because of the illegitimate bastard bloodline? Darkstar complained, my family's history can be traced back 10,000 years, all the way to the legendary Dawn era. Why is that relative of mine the only Dane that people remember? Obviously, he is the greatest knight of this era, Barristan said calmly. Because he has a great sword, Darkstar said indignantly. Perhaps, but more importantly, he has a great heart. No matter what the situation is, that relative of yours will never harm a child. Hee, you can tell that to Lannister. How did Prince Rhaegar's 2 children die? Gino sneered. Barristan glanced at Dany. After getting her signal, he walked forward and took out Sir Gino's belt, tied his hands, and threw him to the other side of the sand dune. Your Majesty, what do we do now? He asked. Let him go. Let's not get involved in the affairs of the Dornishmen. To be honest, if this Dane came from Starfall City, Danny might have thought of pulling him into the team for the sake of the orphan of a loyal vassal. However, this fake strength aside, his temperament was too extreme. In other words, he was too egotistical and had his own ideas. This was not the way of a vassal. The old knight nodded and walked back to throw Darkstar's greatsword on the ground. Then he left without looking back. Wait a minute, Gino shouted, but the two ignored him. He clenched his teeth and shouted, Danny, rise! This time, the two who were leaving reacted. Danny suddenly turned around. What did you say? Gino's face lit up. He quickly asked, You are the Dragon Queen, Danny Rhys Targaryen, right? Danny did not deny it. Instead, she asked curiously, How did you guess? You really are the Dragon Queen. Yes. So, the news of the slave rebellion at Slaver's Bay and the dragons in Queers are also true. This news is outdated. Danny squatted beside him and asked, How did you guess my identity? The fearless Barristan, the glorious Kingsguard. I know him too well. The hook-nosed man pursed his lips at the armored knight. Or rather, we all know him. He can lack anything in his life, but he can't live without a king to be loyal to. When that brat Joffrey took off his white robe, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms were guessing which king they would see him again. Renly? Stannis? Robb Stark? There were even people who went to the Iron Islands to ask if Sir Barristan was so hungry that he offered his knees to that idiot Balon. These words were so vicious that the old knight's hand was on the hilt of his sword. What about me? Am I wrong? Darkstar glanced at Danny and asked, Who are you following now? Sigh, the people of the Seven Kingdoms have seen through the old knight. Sir Barristan chose justice. He is serving justice, and I am just doing what is right. That's all. Danny said matter-of-factly. The old knight was so touched that his eyes teared up. However, her words that seemed to be defending the White Knight made Darkstar's eyes widen. Can humans really be so shameless? The hook-nosed man's mouth twitched a few times before he continued. When we couldn't find Sir Sammy in all the Westeros, we had 2 guesses. He was assassinated by Joffrey, or he lost his will to fight and hid in a corner waiting for death. However, I saw a living knight, an armored knight who was full of energy. He wasn't dead. He wasn't depressed. He was strong and powerful, and his martial arts were superb. That leaves only one reason the knight has a new king, a king from the Westeros. Coincidentally, I heard the legend of the Dragon Queen at the docks. I know that a Targaryen is not only alive, but also hatched a dragon and became the Queen of Astapor. At first, I didn't believe in the legend of the dragon, but after seeing the two of you, when there is only one possibility left, no matter how unbelievable it seems, it is still the truth. At the end, the young man couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. "Why are you so foolish?" Dany sighed. "What?" The young man was stunned. The old knight pulled out Devour's son and said coldly, "You seem smart, but you are really stupid." "Hey, wait." The hook-nosed man's expression changed as he shouted, "I have something to say." "It's useless to say anything. Accept your fate." The old knight raised his long sword and slashed at the young man's neck. "I want to be a Kingsguard, sir." He closed his eyes and used the last of his strength to shout in despair. The sharp blade stopped 3 centimeters away from his neck. A gentle breeze blew, and large pieces of silver hair fell to the sand. "What are you trying to do?" the old knight asked, puzzled. "Although I have been mocking you and even gave myself the name Dark Star to show my disdain for Dawn, I've always admired you. I've always admired you and Sir Arthur Dayne. Since I was young, I've always wanted to be a glorious Kingsguard, a great knight like the Sword of Dawn. The so-called indifference, the so-called belittlement, is just to cover up the unfulfilled desire in my heart. I really want to be a guardian knight of the true king." Jane Dane shouted these words almost in a sobbing voice. At this moment, Dany's vision blurred. She seemed to see a long-haired delinquent kneeling on the ground and crying, "Coach, I want to play basketball." Chapter 224. It was a pity that Dany was not Ainsley's coach. "If I make you a Kingsguard, won't the world think that I arranged for you to assassinate Myrcella? Perhaps even Prince Dallong will suspect that I'm behind this and deliberately sow discord between Dorne and the King's Landing." Dany shook her head repeatedly. "This boy is cunning. Perhaps he's lying to save his life." Although the White Knight said so, she still moved Devour the Sun away from Dark Star's neck. Even if there was a possibility that a person's last cry was an act, it wouldn't be a complete lie. "I'm Dark Star, and I only exist in the night. The white robe may be too conspicuous for me. Your Majesty, let me join you and do something you want to do, but can't." The hook-nosed man shouted, "Well, although I like to hear this, I can't say it in public. If I agree, won't I automatically admit that I have something to do? Let me ask you, since you yearn for the glory of the Kingsguard and aspire to become a legendary knight, why don't you go to the King's Landing? With your identity and fighting skills, I think neither Robert nor Cersei will refuse a Dane, even if he's the counterfeit Dane next door." Dany stared at Dark Star, not missing the slightest expression on his face. "I admire Sir Barristan, but I'm not him." The hook-nosed man glanced at the Iron Knight and said firmly, "I have my own thoughts and ideals. Robert is not a wise king, and Cersei and Lannister are a group of rebels. I'd rather be Dark Star and wander in the endless desert of Dorne than wear a dazzling white robe and serve those people." The old knight could not help but clench his sword again. He really wanted to cut someone. "Don't be angry, sir." The young man sighed with a complicated expression. "You're not a Dornishman. You don't understand how angry and humiliated we were when what happened to Princess Elia and her 2 children came to Dorne. In that case, no Dornishman would go to the King's Landing to flatter the usurper. There's a saying that Dorne has as many strong men as there are sand. But did you notice? Starting from Robert, Joffrey, and Tommen, they had many white knights under them. but from start to finish, none of them came from Dorne. In the past 15 years, Dorne seemed to have left the Seven Kingdoms and did not participate in any of the Westeros affairs. Myrcella entered the flowing water garden, and Prince Oberyn represented Dorne in the council. This could have broken the deadlock, but you have seen the result. To put it bluntly, the current royal guards. I'm ashamed to be associated with them. In the end, the hook-nosed man said disdainfully. The old knight himself also looked down on his former brother. Not only was their martial prowess weak, but their pursuit of glory was even worse. When Joffrey took off his white robe that day, not only did his brothers not admonish the king, they even laughed loudly at their own captain without the slightest sense of loyalty and honor. However, no matter what he thought, he had been a white knight for 40 years. Now that he was once again the captain of the White Knights, he could not help but snort coldly and say, "Just a while ago, when you shamelessly tried to assassinate the child that you were supposed to protect, only the king's guard stepped forward and died bravely in battle. Humph! Oakheart did not do it to protect the little lion." The hook-nosed man sneered and asked, "Alex Oakheart was your sworn brother for 10 years. How could he not know how to protect the king? Think about it. If you had taken his place back then, would I have had the chance to assassinate Princess Myrcella?" The old knight was stunned. This was what he did not understand. No matter when and where, protecting the king was the fundamental duty of a white knight. Back then, the enemy did not intend to kill him, so there was no need for a white knight to throw his life away. Also, it was because he left Myrcella's side that the Dark Star took advantage of. I saw that white knight standing in front of Princess Iraine. Dany said hesitantly, That's right. That glorious white knight was one of Iraine's lovers. Perhaps he thought that he was her one and only. Perhaps he was ashamed, or perhaps he was worried that his lover would be crippled or killed by the prince. In short, at that moment, there was no trace of his king in his heart. How is this possible? The old knight muttered in disbelief. What's impossible about it? From the moment the Kingslayer killed his king, the White Knight was no longer the pure and noble White Knight of the past. The Dark Star mocked loudly. His smile was bitter, and his eyes were bleak. You yourself successively pledged your allegiance to Targaryen, Theon-Byra, and Lannister. I did not. The old man's face turned red as he argued, I am a White Knight. I only serve the king. Suit yourself. The Dark Star chuckled and continued, Jaime first killed the king and then committed adultery with the queen. He even gave birth to 3 bastards who stole the king's kingdom. Alex Oakheart was seduced by a woman and gave up his king. The hound who took your place, Sandor Clegane, fled when the king needed him the most during the siege of Stannis. He fled. Burrows Bronn was a coward. He personally handed over the king he was protecting, Tommen, to the bandits Tyrion's men in disguise in order to survive. The remaining few were even worse. The King's Guard, who was known as the strongest knight of the Seven Kingdoms, was actually torn apart by the ragged commoners on the streets despite being fully armed. TSK. The substitute King's Guard who joined in the past 2 years was even worse. Loras Tyrell of High Court. Everyone knows that he is a King's Guard. I really wonder why he joined the strong King's Guard. Do you dare to take a bath with him? That Osmond Kettleblack, a mercenary whose name I have never heard of before. I heard that his work is big enough and that Queen Cersei is very satisfied with his service. This is the current King's Guard. I would rather kill the young than join them. The hook-nosed man said firmly. Not only was the old knight shocked, even Dany was shocked. The King's Guard had fallen to such a state. I currently have 3 King's Guard under me, other than Sir Barristan. There is also Jorah Mormont, a knight who exiled himself for selling slaves and a eunuch who was born in the Myrine arena. Other than being able to eat, he has nothing to boast about. If I were to take in someone like you who assassinated children, the quality of my Kingsguard would not be worse than Toman." Danny chuckled as she teased. This time, it was Dark Star's turn to be stunned. Could it be that this was an era of comparing the worst? Why was it so difficult to find a wise ruler to rely on? "Sai, you have the dragon. Whoever has the dragon will rule the world. You liberated Slaver's Bay. You are virtuous. Whoever has the virtue will win the hearts of the people. You dared to come to the Seven Kingdoms alone to investigate the enemy's situation. You are brave and smart. Now, in the Seven Kingdoms, you are the only one who has the qualifications to be a king." Dark Star's tone was a little sorrowful and aggrieved. He could only pick the best out of the best. The heavens did not give him a choice at all. "How about this?" Danny thought for a while and said, "I will give you two choices. First, swear in the name of the Dane family that you will not reveal my secret, and I will let you go. Second, I will give you a few missions that will send you to your death, and after you complete them, I will consider making you the #1 substitute." #1 substitute. If there is a shortage of people, I will let you join the Kingsguard as a substitute. Dark Star's expression was blank, and the word fuck was spammed in his mind. "Give me a few missions that will send me to my death, and consider making me the #1 substitute. Yes, I admit that it is wrong to assassinate children, and it is reasonable for you to look down on me. But I am a noble Dane, a noble family with 10,000 years of history, a relative of the Sword of Dawn. You can't humiliate me like this." But when he was still hesitating, Barristan immediately advised, "Your Majesty, this guy does not have the spirit of a knight and is not qualified to be your Kingsguard, even if he is the #1 substitute. And with just a few words, it is impossible for us to see through his character." Didn't the muscular Beavos also become the #1 substitute for half a year? He only followed the Queen to fight wars for a month, and was immediately promoted to an official Kingsguard. Without waiting for Dark Star to refute, the old knight continued, "One more thing, if you include him, for the 7 Kingsguard spots will be used up. To be honest, other than me, Mormont, Beavos, and this Dark Star have bad reputations, and their family backgrounds are not good as well. They will not be of much help to your great cause of reviving the kingdom. My family's messenger." The hook-nosed man almost exploded in anger. "At least, he is a far cry from Starfall City's Dane." Starfall City's Dane family had a very high status, and before Nymeria brought the Loyans to Dorne, Dane had been the king of Turbulent River for thousands of years. Even though Nymeria unified Dorne and abolished all the other kings, in order to protect her rule, she had no choice but to marry the current Sword of Dawn. Yes, Sword of Dawn was not an exclusive title for Arthur Dane, and the Dane who held the Dawn Greatsword in the past was the Buddhist Sword of Dawn. As for Nymeria's marriage, it was unknown how many times she had married in her life, but in Dorne, she had married a total of 3 times. The first time she married Martell, the Martell family back then was not the first Duke of Dorne. Relying on the Loyans' advanced technology and secret water magic that Nymeria brought, Martell began to unify Dorne. But in order to unify Dorne, war was necessary. Dorne had as many strong men as sand, and there were many ruthless kings like the Sword of Dawn. Not long after, Nymeria's first husband, Mors Martell, died on the battlefield. Then Nymeria married Earl Yuhel of Prison Gate Castle, and took the central part of Dorne into her hands. But not long after, her second husband died in battle, and Nymeria married again. This time, she found the current Sword of Dawn, Davos Dane. Sword of Dawn, #1 in the world. This title was definitely not undeserved. No one could kill him, and Nymeria, who had a bumpy road in love, did not lose another husband. If one looked at the map of Dorne, one would know how awesome Nymeria's marriage method was. She controlled Martell in the lower reaches of the Green Blood River, Prison Gate Castle in the Sulphur River Basin, and Starfall City in the Turbulent River Basin. The three local tyrants controlled the western, central, and eastern parts of Dorne, which had a long and narrow terrain. Once she took down those three men, Dorne would be hers, although the position of Prince of Dorne would eventually be inherited by Martell's children. Davos and Nymeria also had children. In other words, Dane of Starfall City and Martell of Young Halberd City had the same grandmother. Thus, Dane of Starfall City had a very high status, far surpassing Dane of High Hidden City. Chapter 2:25. Your Majesty, you should try your best to keep the position of the Kingsguard. After the long winter, when we restore the Targaryen dynasty in the Westeros, the remaining White Knights can be used to rope in the nobles. The old knight advised. What he said made sense. Look at the Mad King Aerys, the White Bull of the old Count Hightower, the son of the Guardian of the West, Jaime Lannister, Prince Dorne's uncle, Levon Martell, Oswell Heen of the Heen family in Hellenberg, and Dawn Swordsman of Starfall City. Even the lowest-ranking Barristan and John Derry. One was the heir of the Count of Harvest Hall, and the other was from Derry City of Hajin. Yes, Barristan gave up the title of Count and gave his inheritance and fiancé to his cousin. The Derry family was once glorious for thousands of years. At that time, even the Tully family in Hajin was not as good as them. It was only in the recent few hundred years that they slowly declined. However, the Derry family was the most loyal royalist. As a noble in Hajin, they did not care about the Tully Duke, who was directly under their lord, and stood firmly on the side of the Targaryens. For example, Sir William, who brought the orphans of the Mad King Dany, Rhys, and Viserys to escape from the Westeros, was a Derry. Well, the White Knight John Derry and the royal family's martial arts instructor, William Derry, were brothers. Aerys Kingsguard was probably the most brilliant generation of the Kingsguard in history. However, such a strong Kingsguard could not bring the Mad King and his son, which showed how much of a scam they were. If Doe was placed on the Iron Throne, the dragon family would be safe and secure. The old knight's words could be said to be the advice of an experienced strategist. However, there was a problem that he did not understand. The long winter would not be so easy to pass. I need someone who is smart and brave, loyal, and not afraid of death to do something, Dany explained. What is it? I'll do it. The old knight patted his chest and volunteered. He, Her Majesty the Queen, would not bear to send you to your death. Dark Star, who was lying on the ground, sneered. Yes, Dany nodded and looked at the hook-nosed young man. She said bluntly, It's very dangerous. I can't guarantee your safety. Dark Star fell silent and asked with a frown, Tell me about it first. What is it? Something that concerns the fate of the world. Jenner Dane's handsome face started to twist again. Be more specific, he said. Dany rubbed her chin and said slowly, Currently of the 9 free trade city-states, Volantis and Rhys have already been confirmed as members of the alliance. Tarosai, Mill, and Coer joined the United Nations that sealed off Slavers Bay. They even promised to seriously consider sending troops to join the alliance. Pentos, Novos, and Rollas had relatively weak military forces and were too far away from Slavers Bay. Their current attitudes were unclear. Lastly, Bravos had the strongest naval power among all the cities. They might be hostile to me, but they would never join the Slave Master Alliance. Since the enemy has joint vertical, I can also joint horizontal. But although I am the strong Qin, I still lack a few Zhang Yi and Su Qin. Although the two of them didn't understand a few words, they understood the general meaning. You want me to be your representative to negotiate with the other city-states? Darkstar grinned and looked regretful. How did you provoke so many enemies? I thought that Lannister and Tyrell were already insurmountable mountains, but compared to the 9 free trade city-states, sigh. He really regretted it. If he knew that she was so hated, he wouldn't have joined in the fun. He didn't care about the suffering of the slaves at all. The Dornishmen thirsted for revenge and the blood of lions. He only wanted to serve a wise master and rise to a high position while taking revenge, becoming a legendary knight that everyone praised. Dany sneered and provoked him. "Aren't you the Dark Star?" After taking on such a title and wanting to surpass Barristan and Sword of Dawn, how can you not do something earth-shattering? Or perhaps you only have this little bit of tolerance and vision, and you only know how to bully children and bully them? The hook-nosed young man was not enraged, nor was his face flushed with excitement. He calmly thought for a moment and said, "I failed to assassinate the little lion. Prince Dowling will definitely blame me for his daughter holding the princess hostage and fighting for the throne with Tomon. In the coming days, I will be wanted by the King's Landing and Dorne. I can't even return home. I can leave the Westeros and hide for a while." "Oh, you agree?" Dany raised her eyebrows and asked, "What should I do?" "Go to Braavos first and ask the Sea King why a faceless one would assassinate a liberator of slaves. Also, I had a meal at his house back then. Why didn't he talk about our old friendship?" Dark Star's eyes widened, and he was stunned. Gulp. He swallowed hard and shouted in disbelief, "Your Majesty, just tell me, how many enemies do you have?" "Well, you should ask, who are my allies in this world?" Dany tilted her head and said, "All right, who are your allies?" "Your family's high-hidden city." "What?" Dark Star was confused. "Since you have joined me, the high-hidden city of the Rapids will naturally be tied to my chariot," Dany said matter-of-factly. At this moment, the hook-nosed youth's face twisted like never before. "I want to get off. This White Knight reserve slot should be left to other great nobles. Dane of High Hidden City is not blessed enough to enjoy it. This child has been eating sand in Dorne. He has not seen the world. He is scared silly." Dany muttered to the White Knight beside her, "Why don't you think about it? If I am so easy to deal with, why would they form an alliance?" You're right." The youth came to his senses and looked at the woman in the veil hat seriously. He could not see her face, but she must be much younger than him. Her tone was relaxed, and her attitude was casual. Obviously, she did not care about the World Alliance and the legendary Faceless One. This woman is not simple. "How do I prove my identity to the Sea King?" he asked seriously. "Are you really going to accept this mission?" Dany smiled. Gino Dane's lips curled into a confident smile. He said calmly, "Your Majesty, you are right about something. Dorne is really small compared to the world stage, and I have never been afraid of challenges." The White Knight frowned. After a long while, she used her sword to cut open the belt on Gino's wrist. She said helplessly, "Swear the oath first." Gino held his silk pants with one hand and supported himself with the other. He got up and nodded. "All right, I hiss." Two beastly roars that made one's heart palpitate suddenly came from the lead black sky. The unfamiliar voice and the fearful atmosphere made Gino Dane's expression change instantly. "Dragon!" The shadows fell. The figures of the Megalosaurus could be vaguely distinguished. One was a white dragon, and the other was a black dragon. Burp. The white dragon seemed to have burped. It opened its mouth wide and spat out a fireball the size of a wash basin. It was round and spinning. It was bright red, like a small sun rising in the dark desert. Gino Dane was not the only one who was shocked. Even Barristan was speechless as he looked at the sun that was suspended in midair. "You." Gino's pupils suddenly shrank. He actually saw another girl wearing a veil, hat, jump down from the white dragon's back. When he turned back, the girl who was standing beside him just now had disappeared. Or perhaps, did she really appear before him? Darkstar shuddered. He suddenly felt that everything in front of him was blurry. It was as if he had fallen into a dream. His previous understanding was being broken one after another. Everything suddenly seemed so unreal. You haven't even seen magic before. Dani took off her veil hat, revealing a head of black hair that was as black as ink under the bright red fireball. The girl's smooth and fair cheeks could be seen clearly. Her small and delicate facial features and heroic spirit exuded from her. She was a beautiful girl with a valiant disposition. She looked very energetic. However, Gino completely ignored the appearance of the queen opposite him. All his attention was attracted by the fireball above her head. The wash basin-sized fireball seemed to have a life of its own. With every step she took, it would float a certain distance away. When she walked to the left, it would also float to the left. It was always 2 meters above her head, no more, no less. Magic? What kind of magic is this? The old knight was shocked. It's a skill to control fire that I exchanged from the fire mage during the last transcendent gathering. It's a little trick for street acrobatics to earn money. Dani raised her right hand up high, as if she was holding it up. The fireball slowly descended. The bright red light reflected on her cheeks and made her blush. In the end, the fireball floated an inch away from her palm. As the lava-like ball spun continuously, the hot air waves spread out and blew Dani's hair behind her head. This is a little trick. Gino Dane's throat was dry. He was not an ignorant country bumpkin. He had seen too many fire mages perform at young Halberd City's pier. However, he dared to swear in the name of his ancestors that he had never seen such a powerful flame in his life. This was power. The Dark Star was a knight, not a mage. He could not sense things like magic or witchcraft. However, when he first saw the fireball, his instincts as a swordsman warned him to stay away from it. Once it explodes, he would be finished. Yes, he had a feeling that it could explode at any time. The fire mage uses normal flames. I use dragon flame. That's all. To be honest, Dani herself was very shocked that it could have such an effect. She was prepared to ride the dragon and land on the sand to personally accept Knight Gino's pledge of allegiance. However, when she realized that the sky was dark, she had an idea. Why not use the dragon flame as the source of the flame and try out the fire control technique she had just learned? No matter what, she did not expect the effect to be so good. The dragon flame that was filled with natural magic was like a lump of dough. She could easily knead it into a fireball according to her will. It was as if the flame came from her body. Dani suddenly turned her head and met Whitey's bright golden eyes. She seemed to have seen through his thoughts. The fire I spit out, Mommy, you can play with it however you want. It must have something to do with the will of the Megalosaurus itself. All right, stop daydreaming. Hurry up, come and swear the oath. Oh, under the red light of the fireball, Gino and Dane knelt in front of Dani and solemnly swore in the name of his father, Dane ancestors, the Dane family name, and High Recluse City to swear loyalty to Dani Rise. It was an oath of a knight to his lord, not an oath of a white knight to a king. Gino had not completed his mission and could not even be considered a reserve white knight. However, Dani's performance was still very effective. Facing the Dragon Queen, who not only had a dragon but also knew mysterious and powerful magic, the usually rebellious Dark Star also gave 60% of his loyalty on the spot. When Dani promised to reward him with a steel sword of Valeglia, the excited Sir Gino immediately gave another 20% of his loyalty.